The Senate will come to order. The chaplain will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, supreme ruler over all the earth, your justice shall prevail. You stand within the shadows as a guardian for our nation and world. Righteousness and justice provide the foundation of your throne. Lord, guide our lawmakers through this day. Inspire them with your presence as you lead them on the road of wisdom. May they write your precepts on their hearts. Shine your light upon the godly as they put their trust in you. We pray in your sacred name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I got it. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., October 7, 2021, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Jackie Rosen, a senator from the state of Nevada, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patrick J. Leahy, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved.
Madam, Madam President,
The Majority Leader.
yes, for the information of members, I have a brief statement. I have some good news. We've reached an agreement on an extension of the debt ceiling through early September, and it's our hope that we can get this done today. Early, what did I say? Oh, Jesus. September's passed already. Let me revise my statement. Madam President, we have reached agreement to extend the debt ceiling through early December, and it's our hope that we can get this done as soon as today. I yield the floor. The absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
Minority Leader,
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
without objection.
Republican and Democratic members and staff negotiated through the night in good faith. The Senate is moving toward the plan I laid out yesterday to spare the American people a manufactured crisis. All year, the Democratic government has made unprecedented and repeated use of reconciliation to pass radical policies on party line votes. So, back in July, Republicans informed our colleagues they would need to pursue any long-term increase in the debt ceiling through the same process. The President, the Speaker, and the Democratic leader had 3 months' notice to do their jobs. But for 2.5 months, the Democratic leaders did nothing and then complained that they were actually short on time. The majority didn't have a plan to prevent default, so we stepped forward. The pathway our Democratic colleagues have accepted will spare the American people any near-term crisis while definitively resolving the majority's excuse that they lacked time to address the debt limit through the 304 reconciliation process. Now there'll be no question they'll have plenty of time. Or if our colleagues would instead prefer a more traditional bipartisan discussion around basic governance, they can stop trying to ram through yet another reckless taxing and spending spree that would hurt families and help China. That would be the path toward that kind of discussion. Now, on a related matter, Washington Democrats are behind closed doors trying to hammer out a multi-trillion-dollar reckless taxing and spending spree. But we already know a lot about this bill. First and foremost, we know their reckless legislation would hurt American families and actually help China. It's that simple, inflicting pain on American workers and families while putting us at a global disadvantage. Just look at the radical climate policies Democrats have packed into the spree to satisfy their far-left base. The apples haven't fallen far from the awful Green New Deal. In the name of clean energy performance, Democrats want to force electric utilities to model their grids off of the high-cost, blackout-prone system that liberals have set up in the state of California. Move all 50 state electric grids toward California's. As one group of major power providers observed, not only would this be logistically unworkable, it would also threaten to send consumers' electricity costs totally out of control. And in the words of a member of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission who testified before our colleagues just last week, the scheme would be, quote, H-bomb for the electricity markets. At the same time, Democrats are also pushing a brand new natural gas tax they call a methane fee. It's a natural gas tax, is what it is. Just as our friends in Europe are facing soaring natural gas costs and the threat of winter shortages, just as it seems Russia may be willingly supplying less and less gas to the free world, Democrats want our nation to declare war on natural gas, kill tens of thousands of jobs, drain billions from the economy, and increase costs for our families at a moment when U.S. natural gas futures just hit a 12-year high. There's no limit to the harm Democrats will inflict on America to force the heartland to accept elite liberal fashions. Their legislation includes special giveaways for electric cars that are disproportionately the preferred option, you guessed it, of wealthy people, jacking up America's gas bills and utility prices in order to turn 49 other states into California. It's a bad idea at an awful time. And just one more way their reckless taxing and spending spree would hurt families and help China. Now, on a related matter, while Americans contend with Democrats' self-created border crisis and inflation crisis, our foreign policy is in crisis as well. The Biden administration's disastrous retreat from Afghanistan may be over, but the danger to the American citizens and Afghan partners it left behind certainly is not over. Around the world, adversaries and allies alike are drawing new conclusions from President Biden's Afghanistan disaster about America's will to defend our allies and our interests. Pyongyang is putting on another master class in how despots disdain the so-called rules-based international order. Literally, while a North Korean official was haranguing the UN in a speech about the, quote, consequences it will bring in the future in cases it tries to encroach upon its sovereignty, the Kim regime punctuated the speech with yet another provocative round of UN sanctions violating ballistic missile tests. Iranian disregard for international norms and the Biden administration's efforts to enforce them continues apace. Tehran is ramping up its nuclear activities, demanding bribes to even return to the negotiating table, as well as stepping up its use of terrorist proxies to threaten its adversaries all across the region. In light of our retreat from Afghanistan, we should not be surprised if Iranian-backed groups redouble their efforts to inflict U.S. casualties and otherwise pressure the Biden administration to turn tail and run from Syria and Iraq. When it comes to near-peer competitors like Russia, the Biden campaign's tough talk has been replaced by the Biden administration's desperate rhetoric of diplomacy. Putin is unfazed and undeterred. Repression at home, manipulation of energy markets abroad, military modernization, cyber mischief. This doesn't exactly scream ready for good faith engagement. Most of all, the administration's hollow rhetoric has done nothing to deter the growing threat from communist China. Just this month, Beijing has sent a record number of military aircraft on provocative missions into Taiwan's airspace. As senior Pentagon officials have warned, we're witnessing a strategic breakout by China. Democrats still refuse to let us adequately fund our own military and defense. The Biden administration's budget falls woefully short of our requirements for greater competition with China and with Russia. All the more so given the inevitable growing terror threat. And here in Congress, Democrats are doubling down on this reckless misstep. Democrats want to spend trillions of dollars on a socialist wish list at home while leaving the service members who keep us safe overseas in the lurch. Now, I don't expect Chairman Sanders or certain radicals in the House to be keen on using reconciliation to fund our military. Hardly. But Senate Democrats have left Congress' most fundamental tool for influencing defense policy, the historically bipartisan NDAA, in procedural limbo, literally for months. The Democratic leader's latest public statement on his caucus spending priorities did not even mention the defense authorization bill. Apparently, he's content to let it languish behind their left-wing wish list. So, Madam President, America is staring down serious and historic threats. And somehow, with unified control of government, the only actions Democrats have managed to take on foreign policy have made them worse. The American people deserve a lot better than this. Our service members deserve better. Our allies deserve better. But Washington Democrats are proving they cannot deliver. Now, on one final matter, it's a small group of people who become familiar faces right here on the floor of the United States Senate. There are the senators themselves, the nonpartisan professionals on the dais, the Capitol Police, and doorkeepers. And then, Madam President, you have the men and women of each party's cloakroom. These small and tight-knit teams keep information flowing from the Senate floor to members' offices and vice versa. They track legislation and amendments. They negotiate procedure across the aisle. And in 1,000 other duties, they all add up to intense days, late nights, and a truly front-row seat to Congress. For the last decade, one of those special few has been a daughter of Kentucky and an alumna of my own office, Megan Mercer. Megan's Senate story started about 15 years ago when she spent a summer as a page. Before long, this impressive young woman took an internship in my personal office serving Kentucky then an entry-level position in my leadership office here in the Capitol, and then Megan came here to the floor, to the Republican cloakroom. A decade ago now, she took a seat behind their big desk. She answered phones. She answered questions. She learned the ropes. And over 10 years, she worked her way up to a key role of senior floor assistant. Pick any important vote, and Megan's been right here in the well at this table, tallying the count for our side. She's cleared legislation and consent requests. She's negotiated with Democrat counterparts on a daily basis. Through it all, Megan's colleagues have come to admire her patience, level-headedness, and the institutional knowledge she has built up. And so have us senators. Fortunately, the work has not been thankless. I remember Megan was especially thrilled when Senator Lamar Alexander made sure that Megan's help with the Music Modernization Act yielded a signed thank you note from Dolly Parton, one of her all-time favorites. So as we unfortunately prepare for Megan's upcoming departure from the Senate, I want to thank her for her fine public service. Megan has made her native Kentucky proud. She's made her parents, Dr. Albert and Robin Mercer, very proud, and she's made me proud as well.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The Majority Whip.
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Madam President, the consent that I be permitted to speak as if in morning business.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, today the Senate Judiciary Committee released a report after an investigation of the circumstances surrounding Donald Trump's efforts to take over the Justice Department during the closing days of the last calendar year and the beginning of this year. Since January, the committee has investigated reports that White House officials, including the President himself, pressed the Department of Justice to support President Trump's unsubstantiated bids to overturn the 2020 election results, and that Acting Civil Division Assistant AG Jeffrey Clark aided in that effort. Today's interim staff report sheds new light on former President Donald Trump's efforts to co-opt the Department of Justice into helping overturn the 2020 election. Jeffrey Clark became Donald Trump's big lie lawyer, pressuring his colleagues in the Department of Justice to force an overturn of the 2020 election. Let me put this in perspective. The election was in November. The results were announced. Most of the world accepted it, but the former President Donald Trump never did. He filed a succession of lawsuits to prove that the election had been stolen. He failed in every effort in court, every one. That was stage one. Having failed in court with some of the most outlandish theories imaginable, but considered normal for the likes of Rudy Giuliani, they went into the second phase. The second phase was to convince the Department of Justice and the Attorney General to intervene in the election results and to reach out directly, as the president did himself personally, to the election officials in states where he thought he should have won, but he didn't. So all that effort was underway when William Barr, President Trump's Attorney General at the time, issued a statement saying there was no evidence of widespread fraud in the election. That was disappointing to the president. It occurred that in the middle of December of last year, William Barr, the Attorney General, announced that he was going to resign as of December 23rd. A man was chosen as the acting Attorney General, Jeffrey Rosen, and at his side, Richard O'Donoghue, Deputy Attorney General. There was a full court press on from that moment by President Trump and his supporters to influence Jeffrey Rosen into intervening into this election contest. When I say full court press, I'm talking about repeated telephone calls and meetings in the White House over a period of 2 weeks. This report, which we have brought to the attention of the public as well as members of the committee, obviously, went into detail as to what happened during that 2-week period of time. It was an incredible moment, which most Americans didn't even know was going on. We were a half step away from a full-blown constitutional crisis, because what the president was trying to do was to convince the Attorney General to contact the leaders in the states where the president thought he had won the election, and to tell them to not certify the results and to pick an alternative set of electors in some instances. In each of these cases, President Trump was pushing a theory on why he actually won. These theories went from crazy to silly to outlandish. Let me give you one of them. It was called Italygate. I hope you caught this one, because naturally Rudy Giuliani was somehow involved in this. Some notion that Italian satellites were intercepting the voting machines in America and changing the results against Donald Trump. That's the nature of things. In the state of Georgia, the president and his supporters were arguing that they had videotapes proving that people brought in suitcases full of ballots, and they showed these videotapes. The election officials in Georgia, which I might add, all Republican, countered that by saying those were actual containers of ballots, and that was the ordinary process. There was nothing sinister going on there. State after state, case after case, Trump was making the argument that he was cheated out of the election, which of course was false, but he still believes it to this day. And putting the pressure on acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen to be complicit in this plot. He even asked him to consider filing a special case in the Supreme Court across the street to stop the election results from being certified. Our report shows that Jeffrey Rosen and the deputy, Richard O'Donoghue, resisted this from the start. Jeffrey Clark, another assistant attorney general in the civil division, who had nothing literally to do with this matter on a legal basis, were in contest from that point. Clark on the side of Trump, saying that the letters to the states should be issued, and Rosen and O'Donoghue arguing that there was no basis in fact, no proof of election fraud that could warrant that kind of unprecedented action. In the meantime, many other players, like Mark Meadows in the White House, were also pressuring the Department of Justice in a way that frankly was unacceptable under existing standards and guidelines for the conduct of justice in an administration. The net result of it was a fateful day, I believe it was January 3rd of this year, when the president called Rosen, O'Donoghue, Clark to the White House to pursue his effort to replace Rosen with Clark, a more complicit person in the process. At that moment, two things happened which were significant. The White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, dissented from the president's position and said it was a murder-suicide pact for him to engage in this. Secondly, at that point, the 8 leading officials in the Department of Justice all signed a letter saying that they would resign en masse if there was a replacement of the acting Attorney General by Mr. Clark. The president hesitated and decided at the very last minute not to pursue that course, not to replace him. That was significant, I'll tell you, because had it happened otherwise, it would have been a possibility that there would have been a contest on the election results. What did the president do next after deciding that? Well, just for good measure, he ended up firing the U.S. attorney in Georgia who refused to buy his outlandish claims. It was the president's way of protesting that particular U.S. attorney, Mr. Pak's independence in the situation. What followed? We know what followed. In a matter of 3 days, this former president, desperate in his situation, having failed in every court case, having failed to take over the Department of Justice, decided to take his cause to the streets. We saw it in the United States Capitol 3 days later on January 6th. The president turned loose a mob that was supposed to stop us from counting the electoral votes and electoral ballots. Now, most people say, well, we've heard most of this story before, so what's the point of it? The point of it is that we were so close to a constitutional crisis at that moment that it bears continued investigation and disclosure. So the American people know that we should never be complacent when it comes to our rights as citizens and to our responsibilities to our Constitution. This president, former President Donald Trump, would have shredded the Constitution to keep his office in the presidency. There is no doubt in my mind. And to think that we had reached that stage in history is certainly worth reflection for a moment. What more should we do going forward to make certain that we protect this democracy from the likes of Donald Trump or any of his successors in interest? That, I think, is a major responsibility that we face. I hope that this report from the Senate Judiciary Committee will reopen the conversation. I hope as well that the Select Committee in the House on the January 6th occurrence, the mob insurrection here at the Capitol, we've submitted this evidence to them. I hope it is a benefit to them as they move forward. And I certainly hope that on a bipartisan basis, we can decide that the ordinary course of action with a valid legal election deciding the future of this country is always the best route in a democracy. Madam President, I ask that my next statement be placed in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Madam President, there's been a controversy going on for the last several years, which has really been to the detriment of many good people. In 2007, Congress made a promise to college students. Here's what we said 14 years ago. If you will give us 10 years of your life in public service and you make your student loan payments during that 10-year period of time, at the end of it, America will forgive the remainder of your student debt. We said that, and more than 1 million people took us up on the promise. They passed up perhaps higher salaries and more lucrative professions in order to serve the country. And then they discovered at the end of the 10-year period that the loan forgiveness they were promised wasn't coming. Nearly 99% of those who applied under the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program were denied relief by the previous administration, often for superficial clerical errors, loan servicing mistakes, or other matters beyond their control. Well, good news. Those days of broken promises are over. Yesterday, the Biden administration announced important changes to this program to help hundreds of thousands of borrowers finally get the relief we promised over 10 years ago. The Education Department estimates the changes will immediately erase the debt of 22,000 borrowers, more than the total number of loans that have been forgiven so far under the program. All told, more than 550,000 borrowers could see a reduction in the amount of additional time that they're required to make payments before they qualify for forgiveness. Service members whose loans are deferred during active duty will now have those periods of active duty service applied to their loan repayments, as they should. This is good news, and it is long overdue. Many of my Democratic colleagues and I tried for 4 years during the Trump administration to fix this program. They ignored us. So I want to thank President Biden, Education Secretary Cardona for following through on their commitment to fix this important program, and recognize the essential work of these public servants who sacrifice for this country and for the people who live here and should receive what we promised, some helping hands on their student loans. Madam President, on another matter, today President Biden is traveling to Chicago. He arrives with a simple message: vaccines work. In Illinois and across the country, vaccine mandates are saving lives and allowing life to return closer to normal. Over the past month, our state has experienced a nearly 40% decrease in new COVID cases, and we're seeing similar trends around the country. In the months since the Biden administration announced its policy of requiring a majority of Americans to get vaccinated, the U.S. has finally begun to turn the corner against the Delta variant. Over the past 2 weeks, our nation has seen a roughly 25% decrease in new COVID infections. Hospitalizations have decreased by 20%, and deaths are down as well. In Illinois, we're proud to support the Biden vaccine policy. In fact, some of the biggest employers in our state were ahead of the curve. In early July, Loyola Medicine in Chicago was one of the first health systems in America to implement a vaccine requirement. In August, United Airlines, based in Chicago, announced it would require its employees to get vaccinated. At the time, skeptics questioned whether this would lead to mass resignations or labor shortages. They predicted chaos. Well, much to the dismay of the doomsayers, as of yesterday, more than 99% of the United Airlines employees in America have rolled up their sleeves and gotten vaccinated. And every major airline in the country has followed United's lead and introduced a vaccine requirement. This means safer skies for passengers and crew members. It's another big step back to normal. Unfortunately, not everyone is on board with this science-driven approach. Earlier this week, one of my colleagues from Wisconsin took the floor and made some unfortunate and irresponsible statements about the safety of coronavirus vaccines. This false information, unfortunately, may mislead some people. Senator Johnson decided to bring an argument from a Facebook comment section to the floor of the Senate. So let me say this. More than 700,000 Americans have now died from coronavirus. That's more than the number of Americans that have died in every war since the Civil War combined. We have the power to prevent more needless deaths from this disease in the form of 3 remarkably safe and effective vaccines. Fully vaccinated individuals are 10 times less likely to die from COVID, 10 times less likely to be hospitalized, and far less likely to spread the virus. A strong majority of Americans agree with President Biden's actions. And importantly, the administration's vaccine mandate is saving lives while also providing common sense exemptions for those limited number of people who have medical or religious reasons. The fact is the president's vaccine policy is constitutional, evidence-based, and it's what America needs to once and for all put this pandemic behind us. Still, some of our colleagues continue to oppose it. Yesterday, the senator from Utah, the senior senator from Utah, once again introduced legislation that would do away with the president's vaccine policy. It would also allow anyone to sue the government or their employee for any perceived harm from vaccine requirements. What that harm might be is unclear. Can you imagine the chaos in our courtrooms if the senator from Utah had his way. Well, you don't have to imagine too hard, because some states have already shown us the deadly costs of taking a stand against public health. There are several states in our country that have both threatened to sue the Biden administration and enacted policies on their own to ban vaccine and mask mandates. They include Texas, Florida, Utah, Arkansas, South Carolina, and Georgia. The leaders in these states have gone to extraordinary lengths to stymie public health efforts to save lives. How has that worked out in these states? What has this dangerous, deadly policy of opposing vaccines and masks meant to those states? Take a look at the map here. The deadly cost of resisting science and vaccines between July 1st of this year and October 1st. The 6 states, Texas, Florida, Utah, Arizona, South Carolina, and Georgia, their infection rate per 100,000 people is 4,441, compared to the rest of the country, 2,548 per 100,000. The death rate, sadly, 54 per 100,000 in these 6 states, 20 in the rest of the country. I bring this chart to the floor to make it clear that taking a political position is not about polling and deciding what sounds popular to so many people. It's about the life and death reality we face with this virus and this pandemic. These leaders are arguing for a position against vaccines and against masks, and look who's paying the price. The men and women who live in their states, who are facing higher infection rates and, sadly, dramatically higher death rates because of it. It is time for them to accept the reality. Vaccines are safe and effective, and they work. These states have reported almost twice as many new coronavirus infections as the rest of the country, and tragically, nearly 3 times as many deaths. Lawmakers in these states have chosen a political course rather than one that makes common sense or cares for the well-being of their people. Our nation's healthcare professionals are exhausted. You would be too if you had to battle us every day for 18 months. Now they're threatened with another deadly public health crisis, COVID disinformation from politicians. Doctors and nurses and healthcare workers are being threatened by the virus, and the patients, sadly, who carry them are those who don't believe COVID even exists. What makes this all the more troubling is some of the biggest peddlers of disinformation about vaccines have taken steps to protect themselves from coronavirus. Allow me to give you Exhibit A. Nearly every night, Tucker Carlson appears on Fox News and distributes bogus information and science to hundreds of thousands of households across America. Tucker Carlson is the biggest anti-vax quack in America. But while Tucker is quick to question the science between masks and vaccines, what he won't tell you, every day he has to comply with a vaccine policy at Fox News that establishes a requirement for vaccine. That's right. Fox News requires every one of its employees to disclose their vaccination status. According to ABC News, more than 90% of Fox's network employees have been vaccinated. The remaining 10% are required to get tested every single day. Sound familiar, the Fox policy? It's the same thing Joe Biden's asked for nationwide, that many Republicans come to the floor and scream about every day and then turn on Fox News for their information. So while there's little ideological overlap between the heads of Fox News and the officials in the Biden administration, they both recognize one undeniable truth. Vaccine mandates are the key to ending this pandemic. I thank President Biden for showing the world that Chicago is leading the way in putting the pandemic behind us. If we want to save lives, jumpstart the economy, get kids back in school, all I can say is 3 words: follow the science. Stop villainizing public officials and start encouraging every American to do their part in finally ending this pandemic. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, what is the pending business? Oh, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, what is the pending business?
Morning business is closed. The clerk will report the pending business.
I never asked that.
House message to accompany S1301, an act to provide for the publication by the Secretary of Health and Human Services of physical activity recommendations for Americans.
I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the cloture motion with respect to the motion to concur.
Without objection.
I move to table the motion to refer.
Without objection. The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to table the motion to concur with an amendment.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to concur in the House amendment to S1301 with an amendment.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, moves to concur in the House amendment to S1301 with an amendment numbered 3847.
I send to the desk a cloture motion on the motion to concur with an amendment.
The clerk will report the motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to concur in the House amendment to S1301, an act to provide for the publication by the Secretary of Health and Human Services of physical activity recommendations for Americans, with amendment numbered 3847, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I send to the desk a cloture motion on the motion to concur.
The clerk will report the motion.
I'm sorry. What are we doing? 3848? Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, moves to concur in the House amendment to S1301.
You have to. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
And I move to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection. Report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22, the standing rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to concur in the House Amendment to S. 1301, an act to provide for the publication by the Secretary of Health and Human Services of physical activity recommendations for Americans and for other purposes. Signed by 17 senators.
I ask consent
as
the reading
follows.
of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I ask for the yeas and nays on the amendment.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 3848 to amendment number 3847.
I move to refer the House message to accompany S. 1301 to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report back forthwith with an amendment.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, moves to refer to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report back forthwith an amendment number 3849.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
I have an amendment to the instructions at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 3850 to the instructions of the motion to refer S. 1301.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
I have a second-degree amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 3851 to amendment number 3850.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 259.
The question is on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes do appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Gustavo A. Gelpi of Puerto Rico to be United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 259, Gustavo A. Gelpi of Puerto Rico to be United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Finally, I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum calls for the cloture motions filed today, October 7th, be waived.
Without objection.
Pursuant to Senate Res 27, the Help Committee being tied on the question of reporting, I move to discharge the Senate Help Committee from further consideration of the nomination of Catherine Elizabeth Lamon of California to be Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights, Department of Education.
Under the provisions of S. Res. 27, there will now be up to 4 hours of debate on the motion, equally divided between the two leaders or their designees, with no motions, points of order, or amendments in order.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. Time during the quorum call be equally divided.
Without objection, Mr. Leader.
I suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
The senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor today to oppose, of course, the Democrats' reckless tax and spending bill. I've been coming to the floor to talk about this, the wasted taxes, the spending, all of the sorts of things the Democrats are trying to do. You know, right now the Democrats are pushing a big government socialist agenda. There can be no question about it. They want additional permanent welfare programs. They want to me, this bankrupts current programs like Medicare. It's very hard to think about this amount of spending without realizing the risk that it proves for Social Security. And of course, the Democrats are proposing this big, green, new disaster. For all this spending, what do they want to do? Well, they want to raise taxes by trillions and trillions of dollars. But it's still not enough to pay for all of the spending that they want to do. That's why Democrats are now working and pushing this backdoor tax increase. Democrats want to supersize the least accountable and most powerful agency of the federal government, and that, of course, is the Internal Revenue Service. Now, what we know about this agency, the IRS, is that they have time and time again proven they can't be even trusted to properly secure data when we look at the leaks that come out of the IRS. But they're looking for more data and more information, private business by American taxpayers. Democrats are asking in this $3.5 trillion bill $80 billion of additional funding for the Internal Revenue Service. They want to give the IRS enough money and power to hire a full new army of bureaucrats. President Biden's Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, has been very clear. She knows what she wants to do with some of the money. She wants to force banks to tell the IRS every time anyone writes or deposits a check above a certain amount in their banking account, checking account. And right now the number that she's talking about is $600. $600 for a check, written or deposited. So every time someone pays the rent, deposits a paycheck, Democrats want the IRS to know about it. Not enough to know that government knows how much people make, they want to know how much they spend. It's Big Brother initiative to squeeze every last penny out of working families. I mean, why else would they want to go after every hard-working man and woman in America to find out this information? As Americans find out about that, they are furious. They're smart enough to know that when Joe Biden first says, we're only going to tax the billionaires, if they're only going to tax the billionaires, why are they looking into the banking accounts and the checking accounts and the deposits and the withdrawals of people all across the country? It's because the tax man is coming for them as well when it comes to trying to pay for this massive tax and spending blowout. So as more and more people find out about it, the more furious they become. I got a report again this morning, 488 more emails and letters into the senator from Wyoming about that from my home state. I have received more calls, more emails, more letters from people from Wyoming on this one topic than on any one topic that I can recall in the time that I've been in the United States Senate. And everyone calling and writing about it has the same position. It's not like, well, half of the people are for it, half of the people are against it. Everybody is against this. Everyone we have heard from, the 488 that I heard from within the last 24 hours, everyone against this proposal. Thousands and thousands of emails. I talked to Senator Lummis, the other senator from Wyoming. Her inbox is completely full as well, all related to this topic. It's what I heard about in the grocery store this past weekend at home in Wyoming. This new scheme will be terrible, and not just for the taxpayers. It's going to be a heavy weight around the neck of the community banks and credit unions in Wyoming. Talked to one of the bankers from Wyoming. She was in the grocery store getting food for the weekend What did she find? There was the thing she wanted to talk about, is the fact they'd have to hire 3 new employees to comply with all of the regulations coming out that would relate to trying to get this information from their bank to the IRS. In addition, this would be quite an attack on our privacy. This Big Brother scheme would make community bankers and credit union associates into de facto IRS agents. And as this bank officer said to me, she said, look, I'm not going to be working for the IRS. I work for my customers, my clients, the people of Wyoming. The last thing I want to do is be somebody reporting in to the IRS. This is what I'm hearing from bankers all around the state of Wyoming. They don't want to be invading people's privacy. They don't want to become agents of the IRS. People in Wyoming have a straightforward response to this administration, and it is this: leave us alone. We don't need you looking over our shoulder, prying into our life and our activities. And if Democrats go forward with this Big Brother plan, the people all across this country will not stand for it. Many people in Wyoming will look for alternatives to traditional banks and credit unions because they don't want the IRS and the government and Big Brother to know their personal activities. They want to protect their privacy. They may find other places to put their money. Look, that's going to devastate local banks, local credit unions, and people take their money out because they don't want the government boring into their data and their financial transactions. It's going to happen in every state. Hard to believe the government would want to do that. But yet, Secretary Yellen came to Capitol Hill, and that's what she is doing. She is still defending this indefensible idea, and I believe she's doing it because that's what Joe Biden, the President of the United States, is telling her to do as his Treasury Secretary. So she went on television Tuesday, today's Thursday, 2 days ago, essentially said it was no big deal. That's what the Treasury Secretary of the United States believes, that violating the individual privacy of individuals in this country is no big deal. Last week, Senator Lummis from Wyoming questioned Secretary Yellen before the Banking Committee. Secretary Yellen, astonishingly, doubled down. She said, quote, "I think you misunderstand the proposal." She said the IRS already has a wealth of information about individuals. Well, Madam Secretary, we understand that really well. We know you have a wealth of information about individual taxpayers. You know how much they make, you know where they make it. That's enough. If you have all this, you don't need more, but yet you are asking for more, and you want $80 billion for more, an army of IRS agents to be able to find it. That's the problem. The IRS has so much information about us already. Now, Senator Lummis did get Secretary Yellen to admit working families are not the ones skimping out on the taxes. Although, why else do we have this army of IRS agents looking into our taxes? Secretary Yellen didn't seem to care. She doubled down, still defending this massive invasion of privacy, and that's what it is. It's a huge invasion of privacy, and I contend that they want all this information so they can try to squeeze more money from people who the Secretary even admits are not trying to cheat on their taxes, but trying to find ways to take more money out of their pocketbooks when they're already feeling the big bite of Joe Biden's inflation at the gas pump and at the grocery store. This Big Brother plan is reckless. It treats the American people like criminals. It turns the IRS into the judge, the jury, and the Lord High Executioner. This scheme shows how desperate Democrats are to get their hands on taxpayer money. Why? So they can spend more. They are so desperate for more spending that they're willing to spy on the American people to try to get more money to spend. When I watch and listen to the Democrats talk, there's a food fight going on, and the food fight is how much more can we tax and how much more can we spend? It's a food fight between the really big spenders and the extremely big spenders. Look, Democrats think that Washington knows best. Now, the people of Wyoming know differently. We don't need Washington looking over our shoulders. It's time for Democrats to drop the entire plan, mind their own business, and stop demanding more money to spy on the American people. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today is...
Excuse me, we are in a quorum
I
call.
ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
No objections.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, today is Thursday, October the 7th, 2021, and Risk Rating 2.0 has officially been in effect for 6 full days. What is Risk Rating 2.0? A new rating system for the National Flood Insurance Program that will increase premiums higher than sustainable for homeowners and therefore higher than is sustainable for the program. In Louisiana, 80% of policyholders will see increases in the first year, and at time, for some, premiums will become unaffordable and can collapse the value of their home. You are also from a coastal state. This will absolutely affect everyone that lives in a coastal state. Now, particularly in my state, in light of recent storms, it is important that we understand the sustainability of the National Flood Insurance Program is key. Congress never passed a bill requiring that FEMA implement Risk Rating 2.0. President Biden can stop it. He has chosen not to. We have asked that FEMA delay implementing this program or reconsider altogether. Now, by the way, FEMA has been slow to share information with policyholders and, frankly, misleading Congress, hiding the true consequences of 2.0, not being upfront with the cost in the out years. They said they would tell policyholders by August 1 of the increase in premiums by August 1, but they missed the deadline. It didn't come down to homeowners and insurers until middle September. Some are still trying to figure out what this rating system will mean for their life. In 2019, my office reached out to the administration, and we were able to successfully delay the implementation, saying that there needed to be further consideration. This time, however, the Biden administration has chosen not to delay. Now, let's just take a quote from a working family in Lake Charles, Louisiana, who does not, I repeat, does not live in a flood zone. They currently pay $572 for flood insurance on a single-family home that's worth approximately $250,000. The quote he received, this is real life, this isn't theoretical, the quote that he received under Risk Rating 2.0 raises his premium to over $5,000. $572 to $5,000. Now, rate increases are capped at 18% annually, so it doesn't happen next year, but this is 18% compounded, kind of like a balloon on one of those little helium things. It starts off and it doesn't seem that it's inflating, and then all of a sudden it inflates rapidly, like a balloon note on a mortgage. And so with progressive increases, when it gets to $5,000, actually $5,624, he will have to choose, do I continue my policy? Now, he's not in a flood zone. If you think about actuarially, you want people who are not at high risk to spread the cost for everybody else. Under this, the Congressional Budget Office estimates that 20% of policyholders will drop their insurance. That has a risk of putting the National Flood Insurance Program into an actuarial death spiral, where those at lower risk drop the insurance, the remaining risk is forced upon a relatively small number of people, raising their risk even more, and you gradually have a continued fall off of the number of people in the program. Now, some policyholders are required to pay for the insurance by law, but this puts them in an even worse situation. They will either have to put thousands of dollars up for their insurance or risk losing their home. I would ask President Biden, who unquestionably is an empathetic man and empathetic to the working families of our country, to consider delaying Risk Rating 2.0. Now, there's a couple of criticisms of the National Flood Insurance Program in general, which are unfounded. First, these are millionaires' vacation homes. Why do we even have a program? This is factually not true. When CBO looked at samples of home values in the program, it ranged from $220,000 to $400,000. And I imagine the president from New Jersey, president of the Senate from New Jersey, can think of a middle-income family, a police officer and a teacher who now live in a home worth $400,000. These are not millionaires or billionaires. In my home state of Louisiana, these are middle-income and working families, folks trying to make ends meet. They are not folks on a vacation home. And here's an example of homes after recent Hurricane Ida that would need flood insurance. Middle-income homes. By the way, you can see these homes are built a little bit on a berm. They've actually taken the effort to protect their homes from flooding, so the home itself is not flooded, just everything else around it. On the other hand, I can promise you that there are older neighborhoods in which the water is above the door sill. Now, looking specifically at Risk Rating 2.0, data shows who will see the rate hikes. It's bad news for Louisiana, where rates will increase for almost everybody. The second thing I want to emphasize.
Would the gentlemen please take their conversations off the floor?
Thank you, Mr. President. Second criticism of the program, that it subsidizes people who suffer repetitive flood damage. Now, this argument is mitigated, if you will, by offering mitigation. Data shows that mitigation is good for the taxpayer. According to the National Institute of Building Sciences, for every $1 spent in federal mitigation grants, it saves the program an average of $6. In the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, there's $3.5 billion in flood mitigation assistance grants, grants going towards buying out properties that have experienced repetitive loss. Shoring up the program by removing high-risk properties protects other properties. It's true in your state, it's true in my state. A wise investment to protect the National Flood Insurance Program. So we can have a conversation, by the way, about a criticism that if mitigation opportunities are offered to homeowners and they decline them, what to do about that. On the other hand, when folks are offered mitigation, they almost always accept the opportunity for that. Finally, some argue that private insurers will replace the National Flood Insurance Program. But let's be honest, that will not occur. I support the expansion of private insurance covering flood properties. Consumers should have options, but nothing else. This highlights the need for a long-term fix to the program. In the past, I proposed reforms to ensure that NFIB is affordable and accessible to homeowners, accountable to taxpayers, and sustainable. I've worked on flood insurance programs with Senator Menendez and Gillibrand, both of them coming from states affected by flooding, just as mine is as well. This makes it bipartisan, two different regions that is not only about the Gulf Coast, it is about the Atlantic Coast, the Pacific Coast, and it's about our island properties. By the way, I've been speaking of Louisiana, but Risk Rating 2.0 applies nationwide, impacts all those living on our coast. Once more, we should all of us representing states with coastlines, ask the Biden administration to halt Risk Rating 2.0. This Congress, I'll continue to work to reform NFIP. In addition to affordability, accessibility, accountability, and sustainability, there needs to be an emphasis on supporting prevention and mitigation efforts to prevent future floods. At the end of the day, flood insurance must be affordable for the homeowner, accessible, accountable to the taxpayer, and sustainable for the future. And with that, Mr. President, I request that the following remarks be entered separately into the record.
Without objection.
I would like to take a moment to honor a man in my state of Louisiana who has dedicated nearly 80% of his life to preaching the gospel and serving others through his faith. Pastor A.R. Harris Sr. was born December 16, 1932, in Jonesboro, Louisiana. He has preached the gospel of Jesus Christ since he was 7 years old and led God's people for over 6 decades. Pastor Harris is a veteran who served our country in the United States Army during the Korean War. He and his wife, Eva, of 63 years, have 6 wonderful children, 4 of whom followed their father's footsteps to preach the good word, to spread the gospel. He and Eva are being honored for their 46 years of service at their church, Zion Hill Missionary Baptist Church No. 2. He is a man of God, family, and country, and it is my privilege to stand here on the floor of the United States Senate and recognize the faithful service of Pastor A.R. Harris, Sr. God bless him, his family, and God bless the United States of America. And with that, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it's no secret that I oppose President Biden's tax proposal. I think it's bad policy that would undercut growth and derail American prosperity. But one of the worst parts of the President's plan is the provision requiring financial institutions to report their customers' transactions of $600 or greater to the IRS. That means anytime an American pays a bill, makes a deposit, transfers funds, or makes a purchase of $600 or more, their bank, credit union, or financial institution would be forced to report that data to the IRS. Opposition to this proposal is deep and bipartisan. I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, no one wants the IRS looking over their shoulder every time they make a financial transaction. The IRS doesn't efficiently use the data it collects now. Why in the world would we give them more information? If the IRS has reason to believe you're not paying all that you owe in taxes, they have the ability to audit you. They don't need any more private financial data on any of us. The bulk data collection they're proposing will do nothing to close the so-called tax gap. All it does is violate the liberty of every freedom-loving American who values their financial property. The proposal would dramatically increase IRS audits of working Americans. The overwhelming majority of people the IRS would look into as a result of this policy would not have done a single thing wrong. But when the IRS starts snooping, it will cost you big money. That means hiring a high-priced attorney, an accountant who will bleed you dry. President Biden claims his proposal would only impact the rich, but middle-class families are the ones who will ultimately pay the price. Additionally, the IRS has a history of data security failures. Just earlier this year, the confidential tax information of over a dozen well-known Americans leaked from the agency and was published in the press. That was unacceptable and unlawful, but nothing was done to hold the IRS accountable. But this is, unfortunately, nothing new. Under President Biden's watch, when he was vice president, conservative groups and individuals were targeted for aggressive audits. As recently as this year, a Texas-based charity was denied tax-exempt status because the IRS considered the charity too close to Republicans and too close to Christianity. And folks, that is pitiful. Providing the IRS with massive amounts of financial transaction data will only make it easier for them to target groups or individuals they disagree with. If anything, we need to be reining in the IRS and holding officials accountable who go after taxpayers for political reasons. The outcry from voters has been strong and swift. Some of my Democrat colleagues are feeling the heat from their constituents and are starting to walk back the president's proposal. The American people have them on the run. Now, Democrats in Congress are talking about only requiring transactions of $10,000 or more to be reported to the IRS. Whilst fewer Americans would be directly impacted by this threshold, we would still feel the broader negative effects. That being said, on Tuesday of this week, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, the president's top economic advisor, defended the Biden plan and doubled down on the $600 IRS proposal. Regardless of whether the Democrats settle on $600 or $10,000 threshold, every American will suffer. That's because our community banks and credit unions will be overwhelmed. I mean overwhelmed with a tidal wave of compliance data. Small banks and credit unions won't be able to afford to hire the staff that they're going to need, forcing them to close their doors in a lot of rural and minority areas. And for Americans, including many minorities, living in rural communities across the country, these small banks and credit unions are a focal point for the community. They provide the money folks need to buy their first home or car. They fuel the economic development, provide good-paying jobs, and pump resources back into these rural communities. If these community banks and credit unions close, it would cut off access to capital for millions of Americans and communities, and they would suffer. Livelihoods would be destroyed. That's why I, along with my colleague from Florida, Senator Rick Scott, have introduced a bill prohibiting the IRS from creating, implementing, or administering a financial reporting regime that would require financial institutions or individuals to report data or financial transactions or account balances to the IRS. To be clear, my legislation does not touch the Bank Secrecy Act or any of the regulations or either implemented or issued under that act. My bill has been endorsed by the American Bankers Association, the Independent Community Bankers of America, National Association of Federally Insured Credit Unions, the Credit Union National Association, Heritage Action of America, the League Southeastern Credit Unions, and the Alabama Bankers Association. These organizations and their members know that if President Biden's proposal goes through, banking as we know it will end. Mr. President, at this time I'd like to yield the floor to my distinguished colleague from Florida, Mr. Scott.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank Senator Tuberville for leading this very important effort. I want to be very clear. What President Biden is proposing here is as close to policy from Communist China that we've seen in the United States. In oppressive regimes like Cuba and Communist China, we've come to expect a surveillance state where the government has access to every part of a person's life. Now, Joe Biden wants to bring that here to America. Let me explain what the Biden administration and Democrats in Washington are proposing. Democrats want to open your bank account to federal agents. Under Joe Biden's America, the federal government's authority would be vastly expanded so the IRS could get a look at any account over $600. The madness doesn't stop there. This new rule from Joe Biden would also require banks to report every transaction of $600 or more. And does anyone honestly think the federal government will keep your private information safe? Want to buy a bed? Here comes the federal government. Let's say you want to buy a new shotgun. Hunting season's coming up. Again, here comes the feds. How about giving money to your favorite charity, supporting a cause or a political candidate you care about, paying for child care, or paying for mental health counseling? Perhaps you're just selling off some old furniture and want to put your profits in a savings account. For every one of these transactions I've just described, the government is going to come take a look. Every American should be disgusted and furious by this insane overreach of the federal government. Think about the private, personal information the government would have access to. It's incredibly intrusive, and Joe Biden wants to make it nearly limitless. And again, does anyone honestly think the federal government will keep your private information safe? I know Florida families are angry. I've heard from more than 18,000 constituents over just the last 2 weeks about how disgusted they are with this plan. Biden wants to expand the surveillance state of the federal government to target every American family. 95% of American households have a bank account, and this policy will have impacts on every single one of those account holders. But it's not just banks. Joe Biden is expanding his federal surveillance state to monitor your finances across the board. They'll be watching your local credit union, your PayPal and Venmo accounts. They'll even be watching to see how you spend and earn cryptocurrency. Mr. President, this is an outrageous violation of Americans' privacy. I think the Democrats are also hearing from their constituents. We've seen reports in the press that the Democrats in the House are looking at raising the threshold from $600 to $10,000. That will still hit many American families. We're not just talking about checking accounts. This applies to savings, retirement, investment accounts. You name it, the feds want to take a look. Again, I'm not describing something in Cuba or Communist China. I'm talking about what Joe Biden and the Democrats want to do right here in the USA. I can't wait for my Democrat colleague to explain why President Biden is even proposing this. How can you possibly justify to the American people that the IRS should be snooping around in their bank, retirement, or investment accounts? There's only one explanation, and it's simply terrifying. The Democrats want to control how you spend your money. Democrats want to control your expenditures, your charitable and political giving, and your investments. The more power Democrats can grab from American families, the more control they think they'll get over each and every American. This all boils down to Joe Biden and the radical left bringing the American people under the thumb of his socialist tax and spend agenda. And after all, how else is he going to be able to squeeze every last penny out of Americans' families' bank accounts to pay for his socialist plans? Here's how the Democrat Party works. They refuse to audit our federal agencies that year after year send billions in improper payments to the wrong people, which they rarely ever recover. They refuse to hold our government accountable for reckless waste and massive debt. But they want to put the magnifying glass on hardworking families who are just trying to live their dreams. Under Biden's socialist regime, it's rules for thee, but not for me. How is that different from Communist China, where the government elite live in opulence, while their citizens live totally dependent on the government in poverty? I will not stand for this outrageous plan. No American should tolerate this unprecedented overreach. I'm proud to support Senator Tuberville's legislation and hope every one of my colleagues looks at this for what it is, Communist China-style totalitarian surveillance. I yield back to Senator Tuberville.
Mr. President,
Senator from Alabama.
I'd like to yield the floor to my distinguished colleague from Indiana, Senator Braun.
Thank you, Senator Tuberville. Mr. President.
Senator from Indiana.
You know, every year I travel, visit every county in the state of Indiana, 92 of them. And you know, I can't ever recall anyone saying that they want the IRS to poke into their business more on a day-to-day basis. In fact, they bemoan the fact that many years ago the IRS was actually sifting through stuff to determine who was conservative or not before they might grant status to your entity. We've gotten to a point, and I think Senator Tuberville and Scott have eloquently laid out the details. I want to take a little different approach. I've been here a little less than 3 years, and this kind of entrepreneurialism through government, growing the federal government, having an agency like the IRS that can't do its job well with the money that we do give to it, is just another example of trying to pile on one bad thing after another. It'd be different if we weren't doing it, borrowing 23% of the money we spend every year. Imagine that in your own household, in a state or local government. A business, you'd be laughed out of the banker's office if you did that and then wanted a loan to cover it and then do it the next 10 years. Doesn't work anywhere else. This is an example that I think, along with maybe the vaccine mandate, where you're now forcing small businesses to do something when they finally got a rhythm, and businesses have protected their employees and their customers as well as anybody out there in that journey. You've got that nonsense going to be unfurled here soon, but it is an example of where at some point enough needs to be enough. The IRS has had a poor record of doing things to boot. Earlier, ProPublica released illegally obtained tax records of many Americans. We had the incident of issues with conservative businesses being discriminated against getting proper status set up. I introduced the Protect Taxpayer Privacy Act in June for that, because the IRS is already doing things that they shouldn't be doing. This would be a perfect companion to what Senator Tuberville is putting out here. To wrap it up, we got to be careful when we send people here, and if you were knocking it out of the park, delivering results, not borrowing money to do the things we try to do anyway, and then you tee up something like this. This is going to do nothing more than unleash more of an agency that doesn't do well at its job anyway, and it's truly an example of government gone wild. And I thank Senator Tuberville for bringing this to a focal point, and I yield back to you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Braun and Senator Scott again for supporting this bill. I'm proud to partner with him in this effort to safeguard the financial privacy of American citizens. As if in a legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-2953, which is at the desk. I further ask that the bill be considered, read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, the senator's proposal, in effect, would be a game-winning touchdown for wealthy tax cheats. IRS Commissioner Rettig, a Republican appointee, came before the Finance Committee earlier this year and said the total amount of taxes evaded each year could be as high as $1 trillion. Cheating by those at the very top is one of the major causes of that huge tax gap. A big reason why is that the automatic reporting and strict rules that apply to the typical hard-working taxpayer, nurses and firefighters, for example, they don't always apply to those at the top. That means that tax cheats are able to hide their cheating in the shadows. The senator's proposal would help them keep it that way. This proposal would make it extraordinarily difficult to collect the information necessary to crack down on the high-flying tax cheats. Now, the argument against information reporting is always the same, and it's been consistently wrong. Despite what opponents say, what President Biden and Democrats have proposed is focused on rooting out tax cheating at the top. It wouldn't apply to accounts with deposits and withdrawals under $10,000. And for most people, that's $10,000 on top of your paycheck. It's not about anybody's transactions. They wouldn't be reported, colleagues. It wouldn't create any new surveillance of digital currency. This information reporting proposal is about reporting only two numbers: the total amount going into an account and the total amount going out of it. Social Security income does not count either. So this idea, and I've listened to my friends that somehow this is going to end Western civilization, just doesn't hold up. In fact, Commissioner Rettig, a Republican appointee, pointed out recently that this plan could actually reduce the odds of an audit for middle-class taxpayers, those folks that I was talking about, the nurses and the firefighters. I'm going to close with just a couple of other points. Most of my colleagues know that I'm about as strong a privacy hawk as there is in the Senate. And I don't take a backseat to anybody when it comes to fighting for Americans' privacy, whether it's taxpayer data, communications, web traffic, you name it. And colleagues, all of that work, all of that private work is on the public record. It's a matter of public record. It isn't an atomic secret. In those debates about privacy, it's also striking that it's most often members of the other side attempting to stop reforms, for example, to government surveillance of phone records and emails and web browsing. But when Democrats are working to crack down on ultra-wealthy tax cheats, that's when suddenly we got Republicans saying, oh my goodness, who's going to be sensitive to privacy? I want to repeat, as I have on this floor again and again, I will talk to anybody on either side of the aisle with any philosophy about protecting taxpayer data. As the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, which handles privacy policy, I want it understood that our committee and I, particularly given my record on privacy issues, we take privacy very seriously. That's not what is on offer by the other side today. The bottom line is wealthy tax cheats are ripping off the American people to the tune of billions and billions of dollars per year. Tax cheats thrive when the reporting rules that apply to them are loose and murky. Democrats want to fix this broken approach and crack down on cheating at the top. The senator's proposal would make that impossible, and it would hand, colleagues, it would hand the senator's proposal a big fourth-quarter victory to the tax cheats. For that reason, I object. I yield the floor.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, this is a simple two-page bill that will protect every American from an invasion of privacy by Big Brother government, IRS. I'm sorry to see that my Democratic colleagues oppose protecting the financial privacy of American taxpayers. That's a real shame. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a member of the United States Senate who can honestly say that a majority of their constituents support President Biden's proposal for the IRS to monitor a $600 or more transaction. I don't think you could find one. We ought to be able to stand up together in a bipartisan fashion to reject this radical proposal. I'm confident that the American people will continue to put pressure on their elected representatives to reject this plan. I will work with my colleagues to address legitimate concerns, though I suspect there are none, and any position is going to be purely political. Americans across the country can count on Senator Scott and myself to keep up the fight of this important issue. Mr. President, I notice the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The senator from Connecticut.
As a preliminary matter,
We're
I
in a quorum
ask
call.
that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Michael Jones, a fellow in my office, be granted floor privileges for the remainder of the year so he can participate in the National Defense Authorization Act consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we've reached a really important point in our relationship with one of our great allies in the world. The United States has before it the challenge, and this Congress can meet that challenge, for $1 billion of supplemental security assistance to replenish Israel's Iron Dome system. That funding is provided in H.R. 5323, the Iron Dome Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2022, passed by the House of Representatives by an overwhelming, and I emphasize overwhelming bipartisan support. I want to thank my Connecticut colleague, Rosa DeLauro of New Haven, for her leadership, and all of the members of the House of Representatives for their vision and courage in separating this measure and passing it, and we should do so now as quickly as possible. All of us know that the 2016 Memorandum of Understanding negotiated between Israel and the United States provides $500 million per year in security assistance for Israel's missile defense. The MOU allows Israel to request additional funds to replenish and restore missile defense capabilities in exceptional circumstances. We all remember vividly the May 2021 conflict between Israel and Hamas, and in our minds, still vividly and graphically, are the pictures of that Iron Dome system intercepting missiles aimed at civilians in Israel. The Iron Dome defense system intercepted about 90% of those potentially lethal missiles targeting populated areas of Israel. In total, about 4,400 rockets were launched by Hamas. Should the Iron Dome have failed, countless Israeli civilians would have been killed. This system performed with such extraordinary and exceptional prowess, showing its necessity for both humanitarian and defensive purposes. I recently returned from a trip to Israel, where I talked to the top leadership of the new government, including the Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett. I was inspired and excited by the determination of the Israeli leadership, and I believe the Israeli people, to inaugurate a new era where we are even closer to Israel than we have been in the past. There have been some bumps in the road. There have been some potential disagreements in this body, but we should focus on making sure that Israel's defense is completely bipartisan, that our relationship with Israel crosses party lines. We have that opportunity today to renew the sense of bipartisanship in our unshakable relationship with Israel. And that relationship goes beyond just security concerns. We are bound by culture, heritage, faith, and a common commitment to democracy. And Israel has that commitment in perhaps the most constantly dangerous neighborhood in the world. Iron Dome is a defensive system. It is solely defensive. And it defends against the loss of civilians on both sides in Gaza as well as Israel, because the loss of life in Israel, if it occurs, if Iron Dome is lacking, will lead to escalating violence that will cost lives in Gaza as well. The Iron Dome prevents escalating hostilities that will cost lives among both Palestinians and Israelis. And so its defensive value is indisputable. And that's why it does have bipartisan support here. It has the president's support. He stated, quote, "We're going to discuss Israel's unwavering commitment that we have in the United States to Israel's security, and I fully support replenishing Israel's Iron Dome system." A quote from his meeting prior to meeting with Prime Minister Bennett at the White House. Just 2 days before he made those remarks, Secretary Austin also expressed his support. Quote, "You can also see that commitment as we advocate for the replenishment of the Iron Dome missile defense system. The administration is committed to ensuring that Iron Dome can defend Israeli civilian population centers targeted by terrorist attacks, and we're working closely with Congress to provide all the necessary information to respond positively to your request for $1 billion in emergency funding, and it's going to save more innocent lives." I'm concerned that members of the United States Senate are blocking passage of this bill. Senator Paul has demanded that we add unrelated language to rescind funds from the Department of State and the Department of Defense before he will agree to a unanimous consent decree. We should prevent this sacred relationship from becoming a political football. We should make sure that we preserve it as a bipartisan source of consensus. And that is not to say necessarily that we agree with every single act, every single measure that our Israeli allies take. We can be friends and family and still disagree. But our aid should not be conditioned on agreeing with every single policy or action taken by our Israeli friends. This measure is a defensive platform that saves lives. It is a humanitarian step that should be regarded for what it is, essential to our alliance, our relationship, and our bond with Israel. Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that at a time to be determined by the majority leader, following consultation with the Republican leader, the Senate proceed to consideration of calendar number 140, H.R. 5323, that there be up to 2 hours of debate, that upon the use or yielding back of time, the bill will be considered read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill without intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
reserving the right to object, I agree with the senator from Connecticut that we should pass the proposal. In fact, I've offered a proposal to fund the Iron Dome with $1 billion, that it should be paid for, though. We're facing a $30 trillion debt. We borrow $2 million a minute. Inflation is rising. They're wanting to pile more debt upon our country. And so if we are going to help our ally Israel, I think we need to be strong to do it. We need to be not piling on debt without consequences, and this should be paid for. There's a very easy pay for that I proposed. There's $6 billion left in a reconstruction fund for the Afghan national government. Well, the Afghan national government no longer exists. In the haste to leave, the Biden administration has let the Taliban overrun the country. So I asked the other day in committee, I asked Secretary Blinken, this $6 billion, are you planning on giving it to the Taliban? And he says, well, it depends on whether they fulfill their commitments. To me, sounds like a pretty big if, but if the Biden administration says that they fulfill their commitment and expectations, the understanding is the Biden administration is going to give $6 billion to the Taliban. So not only did they let them take $80 billion of equipment, not only did we leave in complete disarray, Democrats now want to say, oh, we got to keep this money because we got to give it to the Taliban. That's obscene. We should immediately rescind all of that money. You want to give money to Afghanistan? Let's vote on it again. But you gave the money to the previous government, and now you want to give the money to the Taliban that's overrun the country. It's a disgrace. The Taliban shouldn't get a penny. And we should pay for things, even for things that we're trying to give to allies. So I have a proposal before the desk. My proposal says fully fund the $1 billion for the Iron Dome project. Fully funded. We've already given billions for it, but we're willing to give $1 billion more, but we're going to pay for it by not giving money to the Taliban. It's a pretty easy sort of lift. We asked every senator on the Republican side if they objected to this. Not one Republican objected to this. So the reason Iron Dome is being held up is because Democrats are objecting to it being paid for. I'm here today to support the Iron Dome. I'm giving a proposal that would give them their $1 billion right now. It could happen today. All I ask is that it be paid for with money that's already been appropriated, that is in all likelihood going to be given to the Taliban if we don't take it away now. I think it's a very reasonable proposal. I'm disappointed that the Democrats are objecting to Iron Dome today. It is a disappointment that they're against paying for it with a fund that's already out there, that they so much love the idea of giving the money to the Taliban that they're going to insist on blocking Iron Dome funding because they're insistent on, no, we can't get rid of the $6 billion because if the Taliban behaves, we're going to give it to them. Look, I don't care if the Taliban behaves. I wouldn't give them a penny. There are other ways of trying to have a diplomatic relationship other than giving money to people. People think that somehow if the Taliban behaves, we got to give them money. I think that's a crazy notion. So without question, I will object. So I asked the senator to modify his request so that instead of his proposal, and as if in legislative session, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar item number 140, H.R. 5323. Further, that the only amendment in order to be my substitute amendment, which is at the desk. I further ask that there be 2 hours debate equally divided between the two leaders, and upon the use of yielding back at that time, the Paul substitute at the desk be considered and agreed to. The bill, as amended, be considered to read third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill as amended with no intervening action or debate.
Does the senator so modify his request?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, let's set the record straight. There is no possibility of this money or any other money going to the Taliban. Section 9021 of the fiscal year 2021 Defense Appropriations Act, we all voted for it, makes funding the Taliban illegal. And if any Pentagon official breaks that law, they could go to jail under the Anti-Deficiency Act. Whatever the Secretary of State may have answered to Senator Paul's question at a hearing, we should know, and he should know, that spending money in any way that enables it to go to the Taliban would be breaking the law. And he would have to come to Congress to use any of that money to aid the Taliban. So this is a false issue. The funds that the Paul Amendment seeks to rescind have actually not yet been appropriated. He targets the $3.3 billion in the fiscal year 2022 request. You can't rescind funds that haven't yet been appropriated. So the amendment falls of its own weight. But I want to deal with the merits. Number one, the Paul Amendment seeks to rescind funds from the Department of Defense's Afghan Security Forces Fund. Those funds are still needed to complete the withdrawal. They are in an account that is urgently needed to terminate contracts that are already in place and secure military equipment that has been withdrawn from Afghanistan. All the complaints about the withdrawal, all the complaints about the need to secure that military equipment, they are met by this funding. Defunding the Pentagon in this way will, in fact, disrupt the shutdown of these activities and open the United States to legal action from contractors. And I've been advised for those reasons that the Department of Defense strongly opposes the Paul amendments because it makes ending the war in Afghanistan more difficult. Let me just close by saying there is a need for humanitarian support in areas where the Palestinians live. There is a need for aid to water treatment and vaccines and health and all of the needs, humanitarian needs, of the Palestinian people. And one of the encouraging parts of my visit with the Israeli leadership was their recognition that Israel has a humanitarian obligation in this area. And they recognize as well that we may not always agree on every facet of our relationship, but this measure should be unconditional because it is defensive and it is humanitarian to support the Iron Dome. And I wish my Republican colleagues were here to refute Senator Paul, because I know many of them support it. So therefore, I will not modify my request.
Objection is heard. Is there objection to the original?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
reserving the right to object, I'm disappointed that the Democrats will again today block the Iron Dome funding as paid for. I think it's important that we do support our allies. I'm in support of the Iron Dome funding, but I think at the very least it should be paid for. We've offered them various permutations of this, either the entire $6 billion from the Afghan Reconstruction Fund or $1 billion. We've offered them other alternatives to look at other funding in government that already exists to see if we could pay for this. So the real reluctance is on the Democrats' part to pay for aid. And the thing is that we can't just blindly keep giving money away without repercussions. We're $30 trillion in debt. So I'm disappointed today that Democrats will block the Iron Dome funding as paid for, and I do object to the underlying proposition.
Mr. President, by saying we need to pass this measure. We need to do it now. There is no need for pay for, and we should move ahead with this unanimous consent. I regret the objection, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Mr. President, when I traveled to Israel in 2019, I saw with my own eyes the Iron Dome system, up close and in person. I met with the brave soldiers who operate and protect it, young men and women, in many cases no older than 18 or 19 years old. Iron Dome is a missile defense system that has successfully intercepted thousands of missiles fired by terrorist groups like Hamas at Israeli population centers. It has protected Jews, Christians, Muslims, protected them all from harm and saved countless lives, Israelis and Palestinians alike. This incredible feat of defense technology is a shining example of the unbreakable U.S.-Israel security partnership. The U.S. Army is in the process as well of acquiring Iron Dome batteries and tested the system as recently as August, meaning this life-saving technology could also protect American men and women in uniform from a variety of missile threats. Let me be clear. I want to emphasize the word defense. Iron Dome is a purely defensive system. It's a shield, a miraculous shield against death and destruction, one that America should be proud to help support and has supported across both Democratic and Republican administrations and in Democratic and Republican Congresses for over a decade. Iron Dome saves lives. Iron Dome prevents an escalation of violence, and Iron Dome provides a critical window for diplomacy. This past May, terrorist organizations launched over 4,400 rockets at Israel. That's right, 4,400 rockets. Iron Dome was key to preventing 90% of these rockets from reaching their targets, saving the lives of innocent Israeli citizens. We should be proud to support this technological feat that has protected countless lives and will continue to do so. My trip to Israel and my visit to see Iron Dome, well, it's on my mind today because Israel needs our help, and they need it now. This summer, following the barrage of rocket fire, those 4,400 missiles that Israel had to endure, and which the Iron Dome protected Israel against, Israel made an emergency request to the United States for security assistance in order to replenish and prepare the Iron Dome defense system to defend against future potential conflicts. To Israel's north, on the border with Lebanon, which I went to see just 2 years ago, Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed terrorist organization, is estimated to possess over 100,000 missiles. Those 100,000 missiles pointed at Israel, including thousands of precision missiles. If war were ever to break out again between Israel and Lebanon, as it did in 2006, Iron Dome would play a crucial role in protecting civilians, all civilians in Israel. Just a few months ago, I joined Democratic and Republican colleagues in urging continued support for Iron Dome. Support for Iron Dome is about the integrity of the U.S.-Israel relationship. There's always been strong bipartisan support for the U.S.-Israel Defense Partnership. That bipartisan support continues today. Failure to fund this critical defensive tool would be catastrophic for Israel and would result in lives lost. It would lead to more conflict, and it would weaken the bond between the United States and our greatest ally in the Middle East. We must take action to ensure that this program remains fully operational. The House of Representatives has already passed legislation in an overwhelmingly bipartisan basis to fund Iron Dome. It was a vote of 424 and only 9 against. So now it's the Senate's turn to act. Earlier this week, my colleague, Senator Menendez, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, said this, and I quote, "There is no conceivable reason why anyone in this chamber or on either side of the aisle should stand in the way of U.S. support for this life-saving defense to be fully ready for the next attack." He is exactly right. Opposition to Iron Dome is contrary to U.S. national security interests and violates the commitment that the U.S. government made to Israel. We have an opportunity to rebuild the Iron Dome shield, to support the security of our most important ally in the Middle East, and to save lives. But we must take action right here and right now. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that at a time to be determined by the majority leader, following consultation with the Republican leader, the Senate proceed to consideration of calendar number 140, H.R. 5323, that there be up to 2 hours for debate, that upon the use or yielding back of time, the bill be considered read a third time, and that the Senate vote on passage of the bill without intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
reserving the right to object. As we speak, the Taliban is regaining control, has control over most of Afghanistan. They're brutalizing women, kicking women out of school. Women will no longer be participating in the government. It is really just unconscionable that Democrats insist that money be there to give to the Taliban. Any person who believes and truly believes that the Taliban is a menace to women's rights and to women in a civilized world should join me in saying we should make sure that no money ever goes to the Taliban. When Secretary Blinken was asked about this, he said that if there is cooperation and if they meet expectations, the $6 billion and some say up to $10 billion available for the previous government will be given to the Taliban who violently overthrew this government. We're asking something very simple. We could fund Iron Dome today. Make sure that everybody who listens to this understands this is being blocked by Democrats who don't want to pay for it. We have a proposal that would have proposed $1 billion today for Iron Dome, but it would have been paid for by taking money out of an account that has been allocated and that Secretary Blinken has indicated he will give to the Taliban if they behave. So I think it's a real problem, and it's a problem of this body that the cavalier nature of just letting our country pile on $30 trillion of debt. You ask how we got here? We got here $1 billion at a time. So rarely do we have an episode or a time where we can object. You know, I would object to $1 trillion if it were on the floor. I would object to $50 billion on the floor. But the $1 billion ought to be paid for, and there's so many pay-fors. But this is why government grows by leaps and bounds and becomes more and more wasteful over time. So I do object.
Mr. President,
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. Paul's objection is unacceptable. He knows it's unacceptable. This is no time for political games that could jeopardize the support for our allies and people in need of life-saving assistance. I challenge all my Republican colleagues to let us take up the House-passed bill, passed 420-9, and fund Iron Dome for our national security, as well as Israel's. I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. I want to use the opportunity on the Senate floor today to call to the attention what I think is an alarming proposal that would allow the Internal Revenue Service to track nearly all inflows and outflows of America's bank accounts. I heard this story, I heard this proposal while I was home in Kansas, and my reaction was, I assume this is just something on the internet, something that people are perhaps fabricating. Surely no one seriously is proposing that every transaction of $600 in one's bank account and $600 out of one's bank account is something that the Internal Revenue Service should be monitoring and recording, or that records would need to be provided to the IRS with that information. It's one of those things I thought, well, that's just some crazy something that somebody's talking about, but lo and behold, unfortunately, I've learned that over the years. Sometimes my constituents have brought me things in the past to tell me this story, and it's like, I can't believe that'd be true, but let me check it out. And far too often it turns out that it really is someone's proposal in the nation's capital. Most Kansans would react to this concept by saying, I can't believe it's true, and then make sure you do something to keep it from happening. In this case, it is apparently true, and not only is it true, it's true because it's supported, it's proposed by the Biden administration. It's the Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, who believes and testified that this is a good idea. It's Charles Rettig, the IRS commissioner, who believes that this is important to accomplish. It's not just somebody's idea, it's somebody who has something they have something to say that matters, that can cause it to happen, is for this. For the IRS knowing how much money a Kansan earns, that just isn't enough. How much an American earns, it isn't enough to know our income. Now the IRS wants to know how you spend that income. This is an invasion of privacy that focuses on account flows, not just on income, and it intrudes on virtually every American. The claim that this will help tax wealthy cheats. I'm all for taxing wealthy cheats, but instead, this isn't that. It gives the government the unprecedented access to nearly every working American's bank account. Rather than listening to the enormous pushback from Americans and eliminating from consideration this invasive mandate, Democrats are simply suggesting to tweak the proposal depending on the revenues needed to fund this massive tax and spend spree that's around the corner. In recent weeks, I've heard from more than 1,000 Kansans who are alarmed at this massive expansion of IRS reach and authority, this invasion of privacy. The last thing my Kansas constituents would want when it comes to their own bank account is more bureaucrats watching and dictating how they live their lives. This provision is a threat to their privacy. They see it that way, and it is. Kansas relies heavily on small-town banks and credit unions to provide rural communities and their citizens with lending services, to finance a small business expansion, to allow a family to pay for college or to buy a home. The relationship between our bankers, our credit unions, and their customers and clients is a special one. It's personal. That private relationship between a banker and their customer is one that's based upon trust. The banker no more wants to be in the middle of invading their customers' privacy, mandating that banks report to the government their customers' account activities will significantly breach the trust that a customer, a client has with their banker. These financial institutions are often run by just a handful of employees and are often a family operation handed down from one generation to the next. We have lots of small local banks and credit unions already knee-deep, perhaps waist-deep in red tape, something they have to deal with every day and something we've tried nearly every day to reduce or eliminate. Our bankers and credit unions spend millions of dollars to comply with the anti-money laundering policies, and those often yield minimal results. This proposal would turn our banking system into an extension of the Internal Revenue Service while forcing local banks to shoulder the costs. And these costs, of course, ultimately would be paid for, guess who? The customer, the citizen. So not only would this proposal allow our privacy to be intruded upon, but we'd be paying as it happens. Unfortunately, the IRS has increasingly politicized and has a history of targeting disfavored groups and individuals, and has proven incapable of protecting taxpayers' data from leaks. Entrusting this bureaucracy, the IRS, or really any other bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., with the supervision of your personal finances is no way to close a tax gap. At a time when the American people are more wary than ever of the federal government and their agencies, this proposal will do nothing but further increase that distrust. Democrats in Congress, and particularly in the Biden administration, should prioritize strengthening the faith in the financial service, not pursuing these kind of policies that will push underbanked Americans away. Ultimately, this plan will not achieve its stated goal of increasing tax revenues. Rather, it will lead to more harassment of average Americans and those who work at their financial institutions. It's clear to me that there's an attempt here to leave no stone unturned to find every possible way to tax everyday Americans in order to fund a massive spending spree. So while we hoped that this proposal was just idle talk, something that somebody said over a cup of coffee at the local donut shop or the cafe, something that when we went to find out if there was any truth to it, we discover, oh no, I could tell my constituents, this isn't happening. This is just something that somebody's gossiping about. But no, it's a serious proposal by the Biden administration, and it has serious consequences to the well-being, financial, but perhaps more importantly, the privacy, something that Americans deserve, something that Americans request, and something that is already too often lacking in our lives, privacy, and in this case, privacy from the federal government. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator for Iowa.
I'd like to address Senate Judiciary Majority's Trump investigation examining the period from December 14th, 2020 through January 3rd, 2021. The majority released their report this morning. The minority released our report this morning. This truncated investigation doesn't support the long-running Democratic narrative that Trump used the Justice Department to try to overturn the 2020 election. And it's truncated because we don't have all the records, and this committee only interviewed 3 witnesses. The available evidence shows that President Trump didn't use the Department of Justice to subvert the 2020 election. For example, one witness testified that President Trump had no impact. I repeat, no impact, and the words no impact comes from that witness, on what the department did to investigate election allegations. In fact, the evidence shows that President Trump listened to his advisors and to their recommendations, and that he followed those recommendations. The witnesses also testified that President Trump didn't fire anyone at the Justice Department relating to the election. Records from this investigation indicate that President Trump's focus was on, quote, legitimate complaints and reports of crimes, end of quote. Witnesses testified that President Trump's main focus was on making the department aware of the potential criminal allegations and to ensure that the department did its job. It wasn't President Trump directing or ordering specific investigative steps. Witnesses also testified that it wasn't unreasonable for President Trump to ask the department what it was doing to investigate election fraud and crime allegations. Now, with respect to the other core issues in the Democratic narrative, the available evidence shows 3 facts. Fact 1, President Trump rejected sending the letter drafted and advocated by Assistant Attorney General Clark to various states to contest the election. Fact number 2, President Trump rejected firing Attorney General Rosen. Indeed, after Bill Barr submitted his resignation as Attorney General, President Trump apparently considered Richard Donahue as a replacement, showing his displeasure with Rosen. Third and final fact, President Trump accepted Acting Attorney General Rosen's position that the department not file a lawsuit against the states with reported voter issues. The Democrats report makes much of the effort by individual lawyers to push the department to take these steps. But the fact is, none of these steps were taken because President Trump made the ultimate decision not to take those steps. At each of these critical decision points, the President asked his advisors for their candid views and their candid recommendations, and the President followed them. Now ask yourself this: where would we be now if President Biden followed the advice and recommendations of his advisors regarding Afghanistan? And we know what those advices were because we heard them last week before committees of the House and Senate by the generals who were testifying. Again, I'm not sure why the committee is releasing transcripts and an investigative report when the investigation doesn't seem to be complete yet. I, as chairman of a committee, run investigations differently. I collect records and run all the necessary interviews. I gather the full set of facts. Then and only then I release the material publicly. So far, the narrative of the majority has been spinning here just isn't borne out by the facts. So, this advice from me: don't take this senator's word for it. Do as we have done on the Republican side, read the transcripts, and I think you'll come to the very same conclusion that I have stated. Now, on a second point, and a much shorter point, I would like to recognize an outstanding professor at Iowa State University. Professor Lisa Schulte Moore of Iowa State University is doing important work on behalf of the farmers, rural communities, and eventually it affects all Americans. Dr. Schulte Moore is a landscape ecologist and professor of natural resource ecology and management. Additionally, she serves as associate director of the Bioeconomy Institute at Iowa State University. Dr. Schulte Moore was recently recognized as the 2021 MacArthur Foundation Award recipient and the first ever Iowa State MacArthur Fellow. This award is known as the Genius Grant and is given to individuals who have shown a dedication to their field through creativity and originality. Dr. Schulte Moore is a founder of the Prairie Strips Conservation Program, established in 2003 at the Neil Smith National Wildlife Refuge in Prairie City, Iowa. This program studied the effects of planting prairie strips on farmlands. Before I continue, I just used the word Neil Smith. Former Congressman Neil Smith of Iowa, 36 years, a member of the House of Representatives. He's been retired quite a while now. He just celebrated, I think, his 100th birthday, and he's still active in the Des Moines community. Participants found that prairie strips can protect the quality of our soil and water by reducing farm fields' soil loss by 95%. They also reduce nitrogen and phosphorus runoff by up to 80%. Because of the professor's work, prairie strips are used in 14 states on over 115,000 acres of cropland. In addition to the $625,000 received through the MacArthur Foundation, Dr. Schulte Moore was recently awarded a $10 million federal grant to turn biomass and manure into fuel. With this research, the professor is looking for additional ways that farm waste can be turned into renewable fuel and consequently not contribute to the degradation of the environment. Whether it is researching the next generation of biofuels or helping farmers understand what conservation practices work best at their farm, I'm grateful that the MacArthur Foundation recognized Dr. Schulte Moore. Her dedication and innovation encourage young people at Iowa State University and beyond to become involved in agriculture. The fact is, the United States has the safest and most abundant food supply in the world thanks to the American farmer and through research of institutions like Iowa State University. Congratulations, Dr. Schulte Moore. Iowa State University and the state of Iowa are lucky to have a professor like you. I yield the floor.
Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, President Biden ran on a promise to be a unifying moderate. He promised to bring Americans together. On the campaign trail, he pledged to shut down the virus, not the country. As we've seen with his vaccine mandate, the opposite is happening. Joe Biden and Democrats in Washington have adopted an agenda of systemic socialism focused on expanding government and federal control. In Joe Biden's America, the government knows better than the people, and President Biden has shown that he's eager to use government mandates to keep families in check. President Biden's latest vaccine mandate for private companies tramples on the personal freedoms of Americans. This unconstitutional order pushed more Americans out of the workforce, devastated our economy with product and service shortages that cripple supply chains, and threw America into a stagflation crisis not seen since the 1970s. By forcing some working Americans to choose between keeping their jobs or doing what they believe is best for their health, Biden's mandate hurts the people he claims to help: workers, low-income Americans, and seniors on a fixed income who will all be either hit with higher unemployment, higher prices, or a shortage of available goods. When I think about the impact of burdensome government regulations, I think about my dad. My adopted father was a truck driver. Anyone who's driven trucks or been close to someone in that line of work knows how demanding the job can be. It's hard work, and it's one of the most critical jobs in our country. Truck drivers are like the offensive linemen of America's supply chain, often overlooked, but absolutely essential to getting things moving. Our country is already experiencing a significant shortage of truck drivers. We can't afford to lose any more. Of course, trucking isn't the only industry that will be affected by Biden's unconstitutional mandate. Nearly every sector is under the gun. And in an economy where simply keeping shelves stocked is an everyday challenge, losing workers in almost any critical industry will have catastrophic impacts across our supply chains and drive prices even higher. Just this week, a month and a half before Thanksgiving, Amazon began already giving Black Friday discounts on goods because they expect so many delays and shortages on goods. That means families who have to wait for holiday bonuses before they go shopping are going to be facing out-of-stock signs online and in stores. Joe Biden needs to answer this question. How is he going to fix this? How can Joe Biden guarantee our supply chains won't completely crumble under his failed policies and mandates? In fact, I urge President Biden to have Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo testify to the Commerce Committee on the shortages that we're already seeing and the shortages that we anticipate. Ensuring the stability of American supply chains requires the urgent attention of the Biden administration, and as a member of the Commerce Committee and ranking member of the Subcommittee on Tourism, Trade, and Export Promotion, I know this testimony from Secretaries Buttigieg and Raimondo would be useful in understanding how this will be addressed. We're already starting to see major supply issues. Seafood restaurants in Miami are seeing price increases of 50 to 60% on fish. Furniture stores in Florida are seeing wait times of 6 to 8 months before they can deliver certain products. And Florida grocery stores are warning of product shortages as customers are starting to see empty shelves. Small business owners and families aren't able to afford those kinds of drastic increases. But if President Biden has his way, those transportation difficulties are going to become even worse, and prices will rise even higher. Right now, rising prices on everyday goods are forcing American families to make hard choices. I've said it on this floor countless times, and I'll say it again. Reckless government spending causes inflation. The reckless spending agenda of Joe Biden and Democrats here in Washington is having disastrous effects on families across our country. We can never forget that as inflation worsens and prices surge higher, it's the poorest Americans and those on fixed income who are hurt the most. There are single moms wondering if they can put an extra few gallons of gas in the car and still afford to put dinner on the table this week. Or moms like mine who took on odd jobs to make ends meet and watched the smallest price changes at the grocery store to make sure we could still get by. If President Biden actually spoke with small and mid-sized employers and hardworking families instead of big banks and CEOs, he'd learn that massive federal mandates won't help us get our economy back on track. His big government mandates will only hurt us. I want to be clear. I got the vaccine. I had COVID. And I encourage every American to talk with their doctor and consider doing the same. But getting the vaccine is a choice every American gets to make for themselves. We can't give people an ultimatum to comply, quit, or get fired. It's a gross overreach by the federal government at a time when we need more jobs, not less, lower prices on everyday goods, not higher. Unlike Joe Biden and Democrats in Washington, I don't believe that government knows better than the American people. My parents didn't have much of a formal education, but they worked hard and made the choices they felt were right for the health and well-being of our family. They relied on government to keep them informed and then made their own choices. That's how government should work. And that's what I did when I was governor of Florida. In 2016, Florida was faced with the Zika virus, which impacted newborns. Rather than placing mandates on pregnant women or restricting their travel to areas with local transmission of Zika, which we knew where they were, we simply informed Floridians. We worked to be as transparent as possible and offered free Zika testing to all pregnant women in Florida. That's how the federal government should deal with COVID. Government's role in public health is to inform and support, not mandate. Mr. President, our country is seeing labor shortages caused by Democrats' failed policies of rewarding unemployment, paying people more to stay at home than to get back to work. Energy prices are surging and inflation is raging. American families can't afford more of President Biden's radical policy decisions that are inflicting lasting damage and driving our economy backwards. Restoring and strengthening our supply chain is a critical step in getting the American economy rolling forward. It's time for President Biden to acknowledge massive, unconstitutional mandates on private companies won't do anything but hurt American business and throw gasoline on the all-raging inflation crisis he has created. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator for West Virginia.
I'd like to officiate the quorum call.
We're not on quorum call, Senator.
Oh, okay. Missed it. Mr. President, I'm here today to honor the lives of our World War II Medal of Honor recipients who bravely served our nation, including the last surviving recipient who just celebrated his 98th birthday, Herschel Woody Williams. And my colleague is here with me, and we've known Woody for years and years and years, and there's just not a person who's never quit serving his country from the day he was born to the day he fought and won the Congressional Medal of Honor at Iwo Jima. If you ever saw any pictures and basically, you know, the war videos we see, and you see a little guy running around Iwo Jima shooting the flamethrower into the pillboxes, that was Woody. And it's just unbelievable. He's a fellow West Virginian. He was a Marine, a Medal of Honor recipient for his heroic efforts at the Battle of Iwo Jima that I've been told involved the flamethrower, which I have seen. And he says not just one. I think he went through 5 flamethrowers. Because when he ran out, he went back and reloaded and went at him again. And just unbelievable. Woody has dedicated his life to our great and our beautiful United States through his service in the military and his dedication to supporting veterans and advocating for their needs for decades after. There's not a time when I know that Senator Capito and myself don't hear from Woody and there's something going on, whether it's at the cemetery or whether we're having a ride for the Gold Star families. We do a motorcycle ride, which I would like to invite you to and enjoy. It's wonderful. Senator Capito has been with us before on that, but it just really, it's a wonderful thing. And Woody has never failed to be part of it. Now, he rides in a slingshot, but by golly, he makes the whole route. And he's dedicated his life really to our veterans and to the Gold Star family. He's bound and determined to get a committal shelter built at the Donald C. Kennard Memorial State Veterans Cemetery. And again, Senator Capito and I, both serving on the Appropriations Committee, have committed that we're united in getting this done, and we will get that done, and it needs to be. And that basically it would ensure that the families of our fallen soldiers and veterans, they have a safe place to lay their loved ones to rest, protected from the weather, rain, sun, and snow throughout the year. In this year's Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriation Bill, we included language to create a pilot program that allows federal veteran cemeteries to build shelters for those purposes. But we must ensure the pilot program includes state veteran cemeteries like the Donald C. Kennard Memorial State Veteran Cemetery. The families of our fallen service members deserve to honor their loved ones in peace, and I am proud to help Woody fight for this simple request. Americans like Woody Williams answered the call to serve our great nation during World War II, and he fought to ensure our democracy prevailed. Their sacrifices allowed the rest of us to enjoy the freedoms we hold sacred and help make the United States the strongest nation in the world. I'm going to share with you one story that Woody's told all of us back home, but he says the thing that he remembers most and the thing that he still grieves the most about. He had 2 Marines that were protecting him with gunfire while he ran around, and their lives were sacrificed for him. They both got, I think, both got shot and perished. And he says that they gave their life for me to do my job and protect them and save my life. And there's not a day goes by, he said, he doesn't think about that, how the good Lord spared him, but the sacrifices that were made for him and our country. So I believe that honoring all those that served in World War II by allowing the last surviving, and I want to make sure we understand, Woody Williams is the last surviving Medal of Honor recipient from World War II. We're asking that he be allowed to lay and stay at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. And what better way to honor this generation and their sacrifices than the President to authorize a state funeral for that brave individual. And Woody, there's not a better person to represent all of those who've sacrificed and given their all, but all those that were basically decorated for their valor to do this. And bestowing this great honor on the last surviving World War II Medal of Honor recipient would be the perfect way to come together as a nation to salute the greatest generation. So I'm honored to be here with my colleague and my friend, Senator Capito, and a bipartisan. I've always said this, the glue that holds this country together is the people that put themselves in harm's way for all of us. They didn't say, well, I'll put a uniform on, and I'll take a bullet for the Republican but not the Democrat, or I'll take a bullet for the Democrat and not the Republican. Senator Capito's father took a bullet for all of us, too, and she'll speak about that, I'm sure, and the bravery that he had. He was my dear friend, and we all miss him, but the sacrifices that my parents and Senator Capito's parents and that generation, that was the greatest generation, I think, that we'll ever see, because they took responsibility and took responsibility for their action. They held themselves accountable for their actions. And that showed the character that generation has, and that's what I would hope these young interns and all the young pages that we have here understand, that your character is defined at the day that you take responsibility for the actions, good, bad, or indifferent, and be able to look yourself in the mirror and say, I made a mistake, I can do better. That's my fault, I'll fix that. That's character. So I'm honored to be here and honor every World War II veteran, every World War II Medal of Honor recipient. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us in our efforts to honor these brave veterans. And I call on our President, President Biden, to grant our request. And with that, I yield the floor to my colleague.
Mr. President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to talk about a good friend of ours, Woody Williams, here with my fellow senator from West Virginia, to talk about our fellow West Virginian, Herschel Woody Williams. He is just an incredible, incredible individual. And he turned 98 just, I think, last week. And so he was born in 1923, which was the same year my father was born. And Woody and I have talked about this because when I see him, I see my dad and that generation. My dad's no longer with us. And, you know, they did incredible things at such young age. So one day I was honored to sit next to Woody on an airplane flying home. And he travels all over. It's amazing where he goes and what he does. And he told me his whole story of joining the Marines and signing up for the Marines and why he wanted to do it. And he was a country boy, just born. They didn't even really actually know when he was born. He didn't have a full birth certificate. And he's a little guy. And he wasn't quite big enough to maybe be able to join, and he worried about that. And he was 17, but nobody really knew how old he was. And I asked him, I said, well, what was your attraction to being in the Marines? And he told me, he said, one day he was in town, and he saw this guy walk by, and he was fully dressed in a Marine uniform. And he said, I want to be that guy. I want to wear that uniform. And he persevered, as he has in every aspect of his life. And there's so many, as Senator Manchin said, so many brave from that greatest generation that served in World War II. And he is the final World War II veteran Medal of Honor recipient of that award. And we are so proud of him in West Virginia because, you know, it didn't stop there for him. He spent a lifetime advocating for veterans health, for fallen soldiers' families, in a whole variety of roles, and he never stopped. As Senator Manchin said, he fought valiantly at the Battle of Iwo Jima, storming those pillboxes, all 4 of them, under relentless fire. He survived and the entire 5-week campaign in Iwo Jima. And as we know, that was one of the most staunchly defended Japanese strongpoints at that time, and his actions played a critical role in the eventual capture of that island. But he's inspired future generations to want to serve our nation. He's a hero for what he's done at home. He has committed himself for 75 years to veterans and their families. And he created the Herschel Woody Williams Foundation. Through his foundation, Woody advocates for and recognizes the sacrifices of our Gold Star families who have lost loved ones in the military. Because of his tremendous efforts, Woody and his foundation are responsible for 60 Gold Star family memorial monuments, and Senator Manchin and I have been to the grand opening. They just had a new one in Charleston on the grounds of the Charleston Capitol. It's beautiful to see, and the other 70 additional monuments that are going to be built in the future. You know, we need reminders, I think. We need reminders of the sacrifices that people make, and we need reminders of what it takes to defend our liberties, our freedoms, our families. And so we are really, really pleased to be here. The West Virginia legislature included Woody in the West Virginia Hall of Fame and named him a distinguished West Virginian in 1980 and again in 2013, and they'd probably do it again next year. I mean, he's just so exceptional. His unending energy and passion have also inspired many generations. He has spoken to numerous schools, universities, community events, and veterans receptions, promoting patriotism and the ideals of service above self. I've been privileged to hear, and I know Senator Manchin has too, to attend several speeches given by Woody Williams, keeping in mind the last one I heard, he was 97 years old. Oh my gosh, so inspiring, so, makes you just want to feel pride for our country, but for our people, that our country boy from West Virginia could keep inspiring the next generations. You know, he has been here to the halls of the U.S. Capitol, or you might have even seen him at the coin flip. How did he get there? At the Super Bowl in 2018. So he has gone on to really, I think, be a remarkable human being. And if you haven't met him or haven't seen him, make sure you get a chance if you hear he's coming your way. Abraham Lincoln famously said, "Any nation that does not honor its heroes will not long endure." Today, I'm proud to honor my friend with Senator Manchin and many other West Virginians and others around the country, and to share his stories of courage, compassion, not only in the past, but the service that he has today. So I'm glad to join a bipartisan group of our colleagues in honoring him and honoring him in the future. I yield back. Thank you.
And Senator Capito, if you could just wait a minute. I want to ensure you remember this very well. Woody is the person who taught us all how to say the Pledge of Allegiance, because we think we know how to say it. We all memorized it as a little kid. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. What do you always say? One nation under God. Do not stop, do not hesitate at one nation. It's one nation under God. It's not one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. He corrected us, and he never would let us say it without going with no pause, because he says, we are a nation under God. And I'll never forget, he drove that home so many times to all of us. So to the young pages here, I hope you remember that. With that, maybe we should do a happy birthday together to Woody, because he's probably watching. So together, you and I, happy birthday, Woody.
President.
Senator from Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I also want to wish Woody a happy birthday as well. I just joined my colleagues today to commemorate and honor some of the nation's most admirable warfighters in the Second World War. And I so appreciate my colleagues bringing their personal stories to the floor today. This is something that all Americans should cherish, the stories of these heroes. We have very few of these brave heroes still among us today, but it's so important that they receive every ounce of recognition that we can give them for their selflessness and extraordinary heroism. I'm pleased to be a co-sponsor of Senator Manchin's legislation to provide a merited celebration and commemoration of the last living World War II Medal of Honor recipient, Woody Williams, who recently celebrated his 98th birthday. Medal of Honor recipients like Mr. Williams demonstrated a courageous and noble commitment to our nation, and their exemplary actions deserve all the praise that we can give them. I'm proud to represent a state that has had several World War II Medal of Honor recipients of its own in Mississippi. Van Thomas Barfoot of Edinburgh, Robert T. Henry of Greenville, James Daniel Slayton of Gulfport, Lewis Hugh Wilson of Brandon, and Jack Harold Lucas of Hattiesburg, whom I still remain friends with his family today. From Germany to Japan, these men served our nation without hesitation in the height of the Second World War, defending our nation, our allies, and the very principles of freedom. It fills my heart with great pride to call these late veterans my fellow Mississippians. The tributes we offer today for Mr. Williams, in truth, stands for our deep appreciation for all of those who fought in World War II. I thank my colleagues for their great work on this important recognition, and the opportunity to be a part of this. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleagues today in support of our bipartisan resolution to designate a state funeral in honor of the last surviving Medal of Honor recipient for World War II. Woody Williams is that person, and this would also recognize millions of Americans for their service and sacrifice during the war. The Medal of Honor represents a small token of our appreciation for the spirit, determination, and gallantry of those who performed far beyond the call of duty, those of our greatest generation who gave everything on the battlefield. This includes 5 brave Medal of Honor recipients from the great state of Montana: William W. Galt, Laverne Parrish, Leo J. Powers, Donald Rule, and Henry Shower. Each of these men pitted bravery and heroism against great odds and showed exemplary devotion to our nation. Now, they have all passed, but their memories live on in each of us, in our freedoms, in the freedoms of our children, and those of our children's children. And today, we have a special opportunity to honor their service and ensure that their acts of heroism are never forgotten. A state funeral for the last surviving World War II Medal of Honor recipient is a key part in fulfilling this promise. These ceremonies offer our nation the opportunity to pause and reflect on the service of not only the individual, but also those who served alongside them. It is my hope that President Biden designates this state funeral so that we may honor the last surviving Medal of Honor recipient from World War II with this distinction. It is time to pay a final salute to the millions of men and women of our greatest generation who served our country with great courage. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, shortly I will ask for unanimous consent on the nomination of Robert L. Santos to be the Director of the U.S. Census Bureau. The mission of the Census Bureau is to serve as a leading source of quality data about the nation's people and our economy. The census and the Bureau surveys are critical for communities, businesses, and people across our nation to ensure communities have the resources and the information that they need to thrive. The Census Bureau Director must meet the challenge of this mission. They must have experience in the collection, analysis, and use of statistical data, and demonstrated management experience at large organizations. Robert Santos is eminently qualified nominee for this role. He has over 40 years of experience as a manager and expert in the field of survey design and statistical research, including experience as a manager at the most renowned research centers for statistics, as principal of a market research firm, and currently at the nonprofit Urban Institute. He has interacted closely with the Census Bureau for decades as a researcher, a stakeholder, and an expert advisor, serving on the Census Advisory Committee and National Academy panels on federal statistics. Mr. Santos has demonstrated a deep knowledge of the Census Bureau, its data, and its stakeholders. And he has demonstrated a commitment to upholding the Bureau's mission of producing essential, high-quality data that our nation relies on. It is critical that we confirm Mr. Santos to the Census Bureau so he can continue the important work with a well-qualified leader at the helm. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the following nominations: calendar number 311 and 312, Robert Luis Santos to be Director of the Census, that the nominations be confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order, the nominations, that any related statements be printed in the record, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Reserving the right to object. First, happy birthday. I didn't know. Is it your birthday?
No, sir. No, don't rush it.
Somebody else's in the cloakroom. As my colleague knows, the Census Bureau performs critically important functions to collect accurate and timely data. Unfortunately, I'm concerned that this nominee will politicize the Census Bureau and will not perform his duties in a fair and unbiased fashion, which his position absolutely demands. I cannot and will not consent to allowing this nominee to move forward in an expedited manner. We should take a vote so every senator can get on the record with their support or opposition to this nominee. Therefore, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President,
Senator from Michigan.
I would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
Yes, we are.
I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, over the last few months, the American people have watched in disbelief and then in anger as the Biden administration has completely fumbled the response to the border crisis. In the spring, the biggest concerns were the thousands of children coming across the border. We lacked the facilities, the personnel, and the resources to provide proper care for those children, particularly in those kinds of numbers. At one point, one of the processing centers in Donna, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley was at 1,600% of capacity. Then in the summer, the scale and scope of the crisis grew. In addition to the thousands of unaccompanied children entering our country each month, the number of family units has skyrocketed. I should pause to add, Mr. President, the reason why the smugglers send in unaccompanied children is because they know they will simply be placed with sponsors in the interior of the country, and most of them will fail to return to the immigration courts for their asylum hearing. So they will have been successfully placed in the United States, sometimes with relatives, sometimes with non-citizens, sometimes with foster families that don't know them at all. That's why the smugglers have been smuggling unaccompanied children. But in August alone, more than 86,000 members of families, typically women with young children, have crossed the border. Now that we've reached the fall, the crisis has shifted once again. I think what really grabbed people's attention was when they saw the little town of Del Rio, Texas, with 15,000 Haitian migrants under a bridge in Del Rio, Texas. First of all, they were shocked. They thought this was a Central American phenomenon or Mexican migrants. But the reality is the Border Patrol will tell you, and has told me, that we literally have people coming from around the world across the southern border, including countries of particular concern. So the Haitians got people's attention and completely overwhelmed the border region and our capacity to deal with them. That's why 400 Border Patrol agents had to be shipped in from other parts of the border or from interior checkpoints, which means that those other locations were understaffed or perhaps had no staff at all. That, in turn, is an invitation to the drug smugglers to smuggle more drugs across the border. I've mentioned time and time again the shocking number. 93,000 Americans died of drug overdoses last year, and the vast majority of those drugs come across the southern border. So the cartels, these criminal organizations that smuggle people, drugs, and other contraband, they're pretty smart. They understand where the weaknesses are, where the gaps are, both in our policy and in our physical ability to secure the border. And they play us just like a fiddle. But the individuals and families huddled under the Del Rio Bridge, they were trying to escape triple-digit temperatures. It's hot in August and September in Texas. And they had little, if any, access to food, clean water, or restrooms. It took a number of days before the Department of Homeland Security was able to remove them to what the New York Times, or remove them from what the New York Times described as squalid conditions, truly third world conditions. Now, President Biden has said to the migrants, don't come to the United States. But the fact is, what he says with his mouth, with his lips, is contradicted by all of his policies and all of his action and inaction. Here, let me share a few headlines from the last several months. Overwhelmed Texas border communities begin busing migrants to Austin. Migrants freed without court notice, sometimes no paperwork. Haitian migrants released in the U.S. on very, very large scale. Folks beyond our borders are reading this. Friends and family in the United States are communicating with potential migrants who come across. Certainly the human smugglers, the coyotes, who get rich and are getting richer with every person they smuggle into the United States, is reading these headlines and watching cable TV and talking to people in the country, inside the heartland of our country. And the message contradicts the message they see with their own eyes, or they hear from others, contradicts this lip service, really, that President Biden has been paying to border security. Like I said, this is especially true among the cartels and criminal organizations that charge thousands of dollars a head to bring folks from literally anywhere around the world. It just gets a little more expensive if you want to come from, let's say, the Middle East, or you want to come from, let's say, Iran or Afghanistan. It's a little more expensive than if you just want to come from Mexico or Central America, but you can do it because the same networks and criminal organizations run those networks in those countries around the world. Last week, the Biden administration handed the cartels a big recruiting tool. Let me read you another headline. U.S. will no longer deport illegal immigrants based on undocumented status alone. That's what Secretary Mayorkas, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, said the U.S. government will not enforce U.S. law. As if we needed to add any more to the chaos and the crisis on the border, Secretary Mayorkas has provided explicit confirmation that the Department of Homeland Security will not enforce our immigration laws. His directive strongly discourages Immigration and Customs Enforcement from even carrying out their most basic duties. I know it seems like a long time ago, but it wasn't that long ago when people said, abolish the police. Before that, they said abolish ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. But now they are maybe not so much intent on abolishing ICE as just telling them don't do your job. Don't enforce the very laws that we in Congress have made. Considering the fact that the border czar, Vice President Harris, once compared ICE to the Ku Klux Klan, we probably should have seen this coming. Liberal activists can throw out their abolish ICE posters because the administration is effectively nullifying the agency from the inside. The reality of the situation, however inconvenient it may be, is that by entering the United States illegally, migrants are breaking U.S. laws. We are fortunate indeed and grateful to the hardworking men and women of ICE and Customs and Border Protection who are committed to enforcing our laws and keeping the American people safe. But they can't do it when they're told, don't do your job. Or if the administration continues to denigrate these officers, to try to shame them, publicly criticize them for doing what we have asked them to do. Secretary Mayorkas' decision not to enforce our immigration laws isn't an example of prosecutorial discretion, which is a usual excuse. It's a violation of his oath. The Department of Homeland Security is charged with safeguarding the American people, but it can't do it because of the direction of its own leadership, a member of President Biden's cabinet. There's nothing wrong with prioritizing the removal of the most dangerous criminals who are here illegally. Previous administrations have prioritized certain categories, like those suspected of terrorism or others who could be a threat to our national security or public safety. But there's a difference between prioritizing and exempting entire categories from enforcement altogether. Under this guidance, this new guidance from Secretary Mayorkas, ICE officers are discouraged from arresting or removing illegal immigrants unless they've been convicted of a serious crime. It's unclear, though, whether domestic violence meets this criteria. Certainly other crimes don't. So it defies all common sense to ask our law enforcement officers, that's what ICE are, they're law enforcement officers, to turn a blind eye to illegal conduct and not do what they have sworn to do in a professional oath. I'm reminded of the controversial directive issued by another one of President Biden's nominees to enforce our nation's laws. Rachel Rollins was nominated to serve as the U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts and is currently the District Attorney for Suffolk County, home to Boston. This is a current nominee from the Biden administration. Shortly before taking office, or I should say after taking office as the Suffolk County District Attorney, a state and local office, shortly after she took office, she released a memo outlining more than a dozen crimes that should be ignored by law enforcement. This was the district attorney charged with enforcing the law, saying to law enforcement, ignore the laws. According to Ms. Rollins, individuals who committed offenses like trespassing, shoplifting, larceny, that's stealing, wanton or malicious destruction of property, or even possession with intent to distribute drugs, she said they should not be prosecuted. Again, I have no issue with law enforcement using limited resources to address the biggest threats and to prioritize their prosecution decisions, but they cannot, I believe, consistent with their oath, exempt wholesale classes of criminals from enforcement. Under the Biden administration, we're already seeing a record low number of deportations for people who violate our immigration laws. Back in April, as border crossings hit the highest level in 20 years, ICE removed the lowest number of illegal immigrants on record. There's no coincidence there. The guidance from Secretary Mayorkas sends an unequivocal message to the entire world that if you want to come to the United States illegally, you'll be able to stay, as long as you don't get caught committing a murder or some other crime of a similar nature. The administration has tried to claim that this will not serve as a pull factor. That's what the Border Patrol talks about, the push factors, poverty, violence, things like that, which are the push factors for immigration, but they also talk about the pull factors, things that the migrants see and the smugglers see that will actually attract more illegal immigration to the United States. The administration has tried to claim that this refusal to enforce our immigration laws won't act as an additional pull factor because they say the order only applies to immigrants who entered the United States before November 2020. But let's consider some of the other things that have been said. For example, Vice President Harris said migrants should not come to the United States because they will be turned back. That's clearly not happening. That's clearly not the case. We were told that the Department of Homeland Security would use Title 42, a public health law, to return the vast majority of Haitian migrants. Because after all, while we're still dealing with the pandemic of COVID-19, these migrants, by and large, aren't vaccinated. They're not tested for COVID-19 when they're released into the interior of the United States. You would think that would be a problem for the Biden administration. But Secretary Mayorkas just flat lied to the American people when he said what would happen to the migrants from Haiti. Some 13,000 migrants from that group have been released into the interior of the United States before even appearing in front of an immigration judge. So clearly that was a lie when he said they would be repatriated to their country of origin. So we have no reason to believe that things will be any different this time. The president can't have it both ways. He can't say he's taking a tough stance on illegal immigration to appease one wing of the Democratic Party while implementing policies that just encourage more illegal immigration to appease the other wing. The only way to address this crisis is to enforce our laws, not as the Biden administration wishes they were written. If we're going to have any hope of managing the current crisis and the additional crisis that will necessarily follow, deterrence is a key. As the Border Patrol told me, there have to be consequences for illegal immigration. If there are no consequences, people are going to continue to come in greater and greater numbers. Albert Einstein reportedly once said, "Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results." Unless the administration backs up their "do not come" statements with actions which actually send the same message, we're going to continue down this very dangerous road. What will need to happen next before the administration takes this crisis seriously? More than 200,000 border crossings during each of the last 2 months didn't get their attention, nor did the group of 30,000 migrants in Del Rio, Texas in a matter of days. So you can't help but ask, how many more migrants will have to suffer before President Biden and Vice President Harris finally back up their empty statements with action? We stand ready to help and to work on a bipartisan basis. Matter of fact, Senator Sinema and I, along with our colleagues Henry Cuellar and Tony Gonzalez in the House, have a bipartisan, bicameral border solutions bill. It's not perfect, it doesn't answer all the questions, but it's a good place to start. But so far, we've heard nothing but crickets from the administration. Apparently, they don't care about the status quo and so far seem unwilling to do anything differently to correct it. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Ohio is recognized.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to conclude my remarks today.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I just listened to my colleague from Texas talk about what's going on the border, and I thought he made a lot of really good points, and I appreciate his willingness not just to talk about this issue and the crisis we have on our southern border, but also to talk about solutions. And one of the solutions he talked about, I've heard about a lot recently. I'm the ranking Republican on the Homeland Security Committee, and in the last week I've had the opportunity to speak with both the current Border Patrol chief and also the recently retired Border Patrol chief about what's happening on the border and the real world problems that it's creating. And one thing they tell me is just let us finish the small parts of the wall that haven't been completed, because it's impossible for us to enforce the laws if you have these openings. Second, they said, please let us complete the technology. On both sides of this aisle, we have agreed in the past that even if we disagree on having a fence along any parts of the border, including the urban areas, we agree on the technology that ought to go with it. And they tell me these stories that I had confirmed when I was down on the border earlier this year, that the technology that goes with it, the remote sensing cameras, the remote sensors in the ground and so on, were stopped as soon as the Biden administration came in, even though they're already paid for. So it wasn't just stopping construction, it was, in effect, in my view, more important that they actually stopped the technology that's needed to be able to protect the border. So Senator Cornyn talked about how he and Senator Sinema have worked on legislation to deal with some of these issues. I appreciate that, because that's what's needed. We need to make some changes. We can't just continue to do what we're doing, because we have over 200,000 people a month now coming over, unprecedented numbers. Usually in the summer those numbers go down a lot, but they've actually increased this summer. We also need to fix a broken asylum system. This should not be a partisan issue. It's obviously not working. People come to our border, they claim asylum, they're allowed to come into the United States, they're told, please go to an immigration office and check in, but 4 or 5 years until your immigration case is likely to be heard, sometimes longer. Meanwhile, these folks are in the United States. And then at the end of the process, even though those who end up going to the court system are self-selected because they're the folks who more likely, I think, are more likely to have an asylum claim that's valid, but even when you go all the way through that process, guess what? Only 15% of those from countries like Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, the so-called Northern Triangle countries, or other countries like Ecuador, only 15% are granted asylum by an immigration judge. But meanwhile, everybody's in the United States. And as I said earlier, the internal enforcement is not occurring, so people are literally not being told they've got to go back. And often, obviously, not identified, because after 4 or 5 years, many people are embedded in our communities. So the asylum system has become a pull factor. And we need to realize that. I was in four countries in Latin America earlier this year, Mexico, Guatemala, Colombia, Ecuador, and I heard from every one of the presidents in those countries the same thing, in different ways, but the same thing, which is, you guys are pulling our people to your southern border, because the traffickers, the smugglers, the coyotes who are making all this money are coming to our families and saying, hey, come to the border, give me $10,000, I'll take your kids there. I can get them into school in the interior of the United States. And they're right. Their narrative might not be exactly right, I'm sure they exaggerate, but as a whole, what they're saying is correct. In other words, our system is so broken that these people who are exploiting poor people all over Latin America and elsewhere now, all over the world, are starting to come through our border in bigger numbers, are able to say, if you come with me, I'll get you in. That's because the asylum system is broken. So until we fix the asylum system, we can do everything else we're talking about. I don't think this is going to work. And by the way, when I talk to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about this, when I talk to Secretary Mayorkas about it, they acknowledge this is broken. I mean, you have to. The 13,000 Haitians that just came into our country that walked in were given a bus ticket or a plane ride and told, here's an immigration office, please check in. My understanding is the vast majority of those people had applied for asylum, and we said, come on in. And in 4 or 5 years, their case may be heard. And if they come to that trial, many of them will be deemed, just as the Central Americans are deemed, to be economic refugees. Look, if you or I were in Central America and knew we could better ourselves and our family and take care of our kids by coming to the United States, wouldn't we make the same decision? But don't we also in the United States have an obligation to have an orderly, legal way to do that? And we have one. We're the most generous country in the world in terms of taking immigrants. And I'm a strong supporter of the legal immigration system. But we've got to have a proper way to do it. It's got to be legal. Otherwise, again, people are going to be exploited. This trip north is not a safe trip. It's a dangerous trip, and people die in the desert. These kids are not treated well. Many are assaulted. I did a study on this when I was head of the Permanent Subcommittee Investigations. We did 2 reports. One was on kids who were taken into HHS custody at the border, and then when they were sent out to their sponsors, because that's what happens. You go to the Border Patrol, then HHS, then you're sent out to sponsors. You know who the sponsors were? The very traffickers who had brought them up, in this case from Guatemala, who were exploiting them. And those same traffickers took those kids and took them to an egg farm where they had to work 11, 12 hours a day, no school, paid little or nothing, living on bare mattresses, underneath trailers. Finally, luckily, a local law enforcement official figured out what was going on and was able to save these kids. But that's not a system we should want in America. We should want a legal, orderly system that works for everybody. By the way, including the many, many people around the world who are waiting in line patiently to come to the United States through legal means. So I hadn't meant to talk about this today, but I appreciate the fact that my colleague mentioned it, and I do think it's very important that on a bipartisan basis we put aside our political rhetoric on this and talk about solutions. I think we should go back to a system where we're encouraging people to apply for asylum in their home country. And second, to do it from third countries. If they're not comfortable doing it in their home country because they really are feeling persecuted for some reason, do it in a third country. Those agreements were in place during the Trump administration. They were starting to work. They've now been ended. And then if you come to the border, have the adjudication be immediate. Let's spend the money to have the processing centers there at the border so people aren't waiting 4, 5, 6 years to go to their immigration hearing that they may or may not attend, for as you can understand. Instead, say, you want to come as an asylee? Here's the system. Your adjudication is going to occur right now. And for those that apply and are successful, which again is about 15% of people from the countries that are sending most of these migrants, then you would come in as an asylee, and you would have the ability to be resettled legally, and you would have the ability to work. But if you're one of the 85%, you'd be told, sorry, you didn't make the standards, you got to go back home. And you can apply legally, and here's the way you do it. Wouldn't that make more sense for our country? By the way, there's now a backlog of 1.3 million people waiting for these asylum hearings. 1.3 million people. And it's growing every day. Mr. President, I had planned today to talk about something else, which is the tax situation that we're facing with this new proposal from the Democrats. You've probably heard about the Build Back Better legislation, also sometimes called the Reconciliation Bill. It's in reconciliation because that wouldn't require any Republican votes, and Democrats are proposing to take this through Congress, much as they did in March with the $1.9 trillion legislation. This is also called the $3.5 trillion bill, this Build Back Better. Actually, I would argue it's a lot more than $3.5 trillion when you look at the actual spending in it. But let's focus on the tax side for a moment, because that's how it's intended to be paid for. The tax hikes, which would be the largest tax increases in America in at least 50 years, systematically dismantle a lot of the pro-growth and pro-job reforms that were put in place in 2017. Why do I call them pro-growth and pro-jobs? Because they worked. They helped Americans keep more of their hard-earned earnings. They helped businesses to be more successful, to hire more people and increase wages. And they are a big reason that as of February of 2020, the month that we went into this pandemic, as of February 2020, we had 19 straight months in this country of wage growth of over 3% per annum. 19 straight months of what all of us should want. Republican, Democrat, all of us. Higher wages. And by the way, most of that wage growth went to lower and middle income Americans. That's what we should want too, right? That was happening. In fact, as of that point, we had the lowest poverty rate in the history of America. We started keeping track of it back in the 50s. It was the lowest poverty rate ever. This was just a year or so ago. This is before the pandemic hit. We also had 50-year low in unemployment, the lowest unemployment ever for certain groups, blacks, Hispanics, disabled, others. So this is something that was an achievement that met the standards that we talk about on both sides of the aisle. More economic opportunity, closing the wage gap, giving people a chance to come off the sidelines and get a job. Things were happening, and in large measure because of these 2017 reforms. And yet, in this proposal that is now being proposed, called the Build Back Better proposal, there are tax increases that dismantle much of the reform in 2017 that caused this economic growth. U.S.-based corporations are going to have a really hard time competing now in the global economy again, because it takes our tax rate back up to being the highest, depending on where they end up in terms of their rate, one of the highest or the highest rate in the entire world. The average corporate tax rate under the Ways and Means proposal will be 32% again, back up into the 30s, instead of an average of 21% plus about 5 points on the state average, which is about 26%. So again, it puts us in a position where we're not competitive with the rest of the world. That's why we changed it back in 2017. In fact, according to the International Tax Competitiveness Index, the Democrats' plan would cause the United States to drop steeply down the rankings from 21st in the world to 28th in the world among developing countries in terms of competitiveness of our tax code. Once again, as happened too often before the 2017 reforms, and by the way, has not happened since then, companies will choose to say, okay, I'm out of here. Because of the tax code and the tax changes that they want to make, companies will say, as they did before 2017, because of the tax laws, I can't be competitive as an American company. I'm going to go be a company of some other country. It's called inversions. It sounds bad, and it is. Nobody wanted inversions. Democrats, Republicans, we all hated them. Guess what? We stopped them. After the 2017 reforms, they stopped. Miraculous. We had companies in Ohio that chose to do that. It was terrible. They chose to actually become foreign companies because our tax code was so uncompetitive. We can't let that happen again. Small businesses, which make up about 99% of the businesses in America and account for about 2/3 of the jobs in America, and by the way, most of the job growth is in small businesses, are also hit hard by these tax increases. The vast majority of small businesses are structured as what you call pass-throughs. In other words, they don't pay taxes at the company level. The individuals who own the company pay the taxes. That's the vast majority of companies in America. So when you raise individual income taxes, guess what happens? You're socking it to not just the wealthy or whoever you're trying to sock it to, you're socking it to small business. Because that's, again, the vast majority of businesses in America, most of the employees, and that's how they are taxed, down to the individual level. To make matters worse, the Biden administration seems intent on ending Section 199 Cap A, which is a deduction we put in place on purpose to help small businesses, to kind of level the playing field between big businesses and small businesses. They're actually talking about getting rid of that deduction. So for the small businesses listening today, beware. In all, the more successful pass-through companies should expect their federal tax rate to rise from about 29.6% today to about 46.4% under the Democrats' new plan. 46.4% taxation on small businesses. How does that make sense? So I think what's going to happen is you'll see a lot of small businesses go out of business if this happens, and certainly not be able to create the jobs and the opportunity that we saw during the 2018-2019 time period. But it's not just larger and small businesses that are going to feel the impact of these tax hikes. American workers and families will find themselves losing more of their hard-earned cash from all sides, thanks to the across-the-board tax increases, whether in estate taxes, capital gains taxes, retirement account taxes, marriage tax penalties, cigarette excise taxes, the list goes on and on. It's no surprise, then, that contrary to what President Biden has repeatedly said, according to the nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation, they're the people up here on the Hill who tell us what the impact is of tax law changes. The Joint Committee on Taxation, analyzing this tax proposal that's out there already, this is the Democrat tax proposal from the Ways and Means Committee, they say a lot of taxpayers who make less than $400,000 a year are going to see higher taxes. Some percentage, in fact, of taxpayers in every bracket will see tax rates go up, even folks making between $40,000 and $50,000 a year, according to the distribution tables by the Joint Committee on Taxation. More than 1 in 3 taxpayers making between $100,000 and $200,000 per year will be paying higher taxes in 2023. More than 1 in 3. By 2031, more than 3/4 of those middle-class taxpayers will be paying higher taxes. This is according to the Joint Committee. I encourage you to go on their website, Joint Committee on Taxation, jct.org. So even working-class families are going to end up paying some of the price of this spending spree in the form of higher taxes. But all of us have to pay an additional price and damage to our economy. According to the Tax Foundation, the combined long-run effects of the tax hikes include a decline in our long-run gross domestic product of 0.98%, so about a 1% decline in our GDP. Wow. A decline in the wage rate of about 0.68% and a loss of 303,000 full-time jobs. So this is the Tax Foundation analyzing what the effects of this would be, in addition to what I talked about in terms of the tax hikes. The Joint Committee on Taxation has looked at this and said, well, if you raise taxes on corporations, it's going to come primarily out of the pockets of the workers, and that's a lot of these middle-class families. But also it's going to reduce our economy, it's going to decline our wages, and it's going to result in a loss of over 300,000 full-time jobs. That's the Tax Foundation. So to be honest, I'm not exactly sure where the President got the notion he's been repeating lately that the price tag on this $3.5 trillion, maybe $5 trillion, I don't know, depending on how you look at the spending, is $0. That's what he said. It's $0. Even by their own admission, the big tax hikes we're talking about here aren't going to cover all the spending, number one. But more importantly, billions of dollars lost in economic growth, a significant decline in wages, and hundreds of thousands of jobs lost doesn't sound like zero to me. It sounds like a bad deal for the American people. So along with my Republican colleagues, we've got to keep telling the American people what's in this tax proposal and urging people to learn more about how these new taxes are going to affect them, their business, their community, and weigh in with their representatives here in Congress. Why would the American people support tax hikes that are going to be bad for workers, bad for our businesses? We've got a responsibility to our constituents to ensure that does not happen. I yield back my time.
I think we're running low on time.
Mr. President.
The senator from Utah is recognized.
Mr. President, I ask consent to complete my marks for a period of time now.
Without objection.
Thanks. Mr. President, President Biden announced his vague, still unwritten mandate for the vaccine just almost a month ago. He said then, at the time of his announcement, that his patience was wearing thin. And those are his words, not mine. Yet oddly, President Biden's administration is now in no particular rush to implement the rule. So almost a month has now elapsed, but there's still no rule, and therefore no implementation of the rule. Perhaps President Biden and those who work with him are realizing what countless Americans already know, that the mandate was not well thought out. First, neither the President of the United States specifically nor the federal government generally has the authority to issue a sweeping vaccine mandate of this nature. The Constitution doesn't empower the federal government, and certainly not the President individually, acting in isolation with the right, the authority, the power to broadly dictate personal medical decisions for all Americans.
with the stroke of the executive pen. I spoke earlier this week, and I also spoke last week, about individuals with religious, moral, and medical reasons to forego vaccination. The President's mandate ignores their concerns and their rights. And much of corporate America is already starting to fire on vaccinated workers, despite the legitimate religious, moral, or health concerns that those workers might have. Some are even being charged fees for being married to an unvaccinated spouse. It was not just their decisions, but that of their spouses that are causing them to confront adverse action from their employer, all as a result of this mandate, a mandate which doesn't yet exist, even though time was of the essence a month ago when it was issued. There's still no rule and still nothing to enforce. But people are starting to enforce what they think will be in the rule if and when it ever does get promulgated. Now, in recent days, I've heard from over 200 Utahns who are at risk of losing their jobs due to this mandate. And they're scared of becoming not just unemployed, but unemployable. Unemployable, second-class outcasts due to the President's order. Have we lost compassion? Have we lost all reason? Troublingly, it seems that these mandates aren't based in reason. The mandate completely ignores the millions of Americans who have previously contracted and recovered from COVID-19. These people have antibodies against the virus, and in other countries where significant research on natural immunity has been conducted, the results are compelling. A study conducted in Italy shows that natural immunity is more effective than vaccines at reducing risk of future infection. Another study of 500,000 people in Denmark has shown that natural immunity provides significant, lasting protection against infection. Finally, a study from 3 separate hospitals in Israel found that natural immunity from a previous COVID infection was, quote, 27 times more effective than vaccinated immunity in preventing symptomatic infections, close quote. But the President's mandate announcement makes no mention of natural immunity, no mention whatsoever. Our entire national health apparatus seems to disregard the significant protection individuals have if they've previously had and recovered from COVID. Now, I believe the vaccines are generally safe and effective. I've been vaccinated. Every member of my family has been vaccinated with my encouragement. I see these vaccines as a miracle, one that's helping to protect millions and millions of Americans, hundreds of millions of Americans for that matter. But I also recognize that millions of Americans are already protected by their natural defenses because they contracted COVID before the vaccines were available in many instances, and they have recovered and therefore have natural immunity. The science shows that this immunity is strong, that it's effective, and that it's widespread in America. So I today am offering a bill that would require federal agencies to recognize, accept, truthfully characterize, and include natural immunity in any regulation. This bill does not say that vaccines are bad or unhelpful. It merely asks the federal government to respect widely available science. I'm glad to be joined in this effort by Senators Braun, Tuberville, and Sullivan as co-sponsors. The bill would allow us to keep Americans employed and help us beat the pandemic in a smart way, in a reasoned, rational way, in a compassionate way. Now, I believe, in fact, I'm quite confident that the mandate in its entirety will be struck down as unconstitutional, as having been issued outside the authority of the President of the United States. This simple bill wouldn't undo the whole thing, as I believe that the courts are certain ultimately to do. This simple bill is narrow, and it would simply give peace of mind to Americans and employers by recognizing and upholding evidence-based realities concerning our natural defense to COVID. It's a common sense proposal, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And so, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health be discharged from further consideration of S. 2846, and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington is recognized.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. Unfortunately, even though the Senate has had multiple exposures now to nonsense ideas like this bill, they keep coming back. Now, agencies like CDC and NIH are already looking closely at data on COVID infection and natural immunity. They have been since the earliest days of this pandemic. And in August, the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, CDC assessed data from Kentucky and found that out of a group of people who had been infected with COVID before, those who were unvaccinated were twice as likely to get COVID again than the people who were vaccinated. In other words, being unvaccinated puts you at higher risk of being reinfected, period. Getting vaccinated is a necessary step to protect you, but also to protect those around you. We are in the middle of the deadliest pandemic in American history. It has now killed 700,000 people and counting. If we're going to end this thing, if we're going to reopen our economy, if we are going to save lives, we need to get everyone vaccinated when they are eligible. We don't need politicians suggesting they know more than those experts and ignoring the data. We don't need bills meant to weaken one of our strongest tools to get this thing behind us, like the ones that Republicans have repeatedly been pressing for. Workplace safety standards are nothing new in this country. Immunization requirements are nothing new in this country. And let's be clear, the vaccine requirements President Biden has enacted so far include tailored exemptions for legitimate religious and medical considerations that have long been standard. And the emergency temporary standard he has envisioned would allow testing as an alternative. Mr. President, people are dying every day. Families are scared, and they are tired. And they're angry that even as they try so hard to do the right thing so we can end this crisis, their hard work is being undermined. So can the Republicans stop the theatrics and wasting our time? Can they stop pretending they know more than the experts about this disease? Is that too much to ask, Mr. President? It isn't, and I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from Utah is recognized.
Mr. President, I appreciate the insight and the thoughtful attention paid to this matter by my friend and distinguished colleague, the senator from Washington. I respectfully submit that we're not dealing with theatrics when it comes to hardworking Americans, including the more than 200 Utahns who I've heard from just in the last 2 weeks, who are losing their jobs or at immediate risk for doing so based on a decision forced upon them by an action that's been threatened but not taken and in no way legally articulated by the President of the United States. These are not theatrics for those who are losing their jobs. That's just not an accurate portrayal, and it really is disrespectful to those who are enduring that. To them, these are not theatrics. To them, this is their ability to make a living. As far as the characterization that these claims of natural immunity are one-off, I have yet to see any study that refutes the studies that I referenced a moment ago not the one from Denmark, not the one from Italy, not the one from Israel. It shows the significant immunity benefits conferred by a previous COVID infection, one from which a person is fully recovered. And in the case of at least two of those studies, the one from Italy and the one from Israel, the immunity is as strong, if not stronger. In fact, the one from Israel concluded that it's 27 times more protective. And yet, we continue to hear efforts like this one today, characterized as theatrics, characterized as nonsense ideas like this bill. Bills that try, in the case of the bill that we're talking about today, to protect the employment rights and the personal decisions of Americans who have natural immunity, or as in previous bills, those who have a legitimate medical concern, especially where that concern is one that's been taken on the advice of a board-certified physician who has advised them based on a pre-existing medical condition not to get it. I also heard that the President has indicated that there would be exceptions. Well, we don't know what those exceptions are. Many of those exceptions aren't being honored by those segments of corporate America already moving to implement and enforce this vaccine mandate. You see, what's happening is that HR departments and general counsel's offices in large corporations, those with more than 99 employees, are understandably trying to get ahead of this so that they're not behind when the rule actually issues, so that they won't run any risk of the aggressive, heavy fines with which they've already been threatened. So for that reason, many of them are trying to get ahead of it, and many of them are using now President Biden's speech about the yet-to-exist rule, and they're either threatening to fire or preparing to fire, or in some cases already have fired people, regardless of any exceptions that they think they ought to be entitled to. It's easier for the corporation in some instances, perhaps, or maybe more convenient, or maybe more in conformity with the liking of the individuals making the decision to do that. But it's not fair to the workers. It's especially not fair, Mr. President, in light of the fact that all these actions are being undertaken in response to a yet-to-exist rule to be promulgated by an executive branch agency that has yet to act at the behest of the President of the United States, one person, without statutory authority, without constitutional authority to do this. That is tragic. Because he doesn't have the authority to do this, it shouldn't happen at all. At a minimum, we, as the lawmaking body within the federal government, have an obligation to take it down. But even if we can't take it all down, to stop it, we at least have an obligation to try to make its effects less draconian, less hurtful, less harmful to individuals who, by no choice of their own, no fault of their own, aren't in a position to get this, whether because of religious convictions, natural immunity, or a health condition, or something else. It's tragic, Mr. President. We're better than this. We should be acting to protect Americans, not make them more vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. President.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Senator from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Are we in a quorum call?
Yes, we are.
Madam President, I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Madam President, I'm here to talk about President's Build Back Better agenda and its importance to our country. We have heard a lot over the last couple months about the new jobs that that plan will bring. And it's estimated by economists that it will generate 4 million jobs every year for the next 10 years. And that's because we're going to be investing in modernizing our infrastructure. We've already heard about the important work to modernize our roads and our bridges, expand our transit systems, build out the infrastructure of the 21st century, including high-speed internet to every American household and every small business. We've talked about the importance of deploying a clean energy grid and making sure that we move toward a clean energy economy. And that will put millions of Americans to work in good-paying jobs. And you're generating that kind of economic activity, that kind of wage opportunity. Obviously, that's good for every American household and brings in more income. But today, I'm going to gather with some of my colleagues, organized by the senator from Minnesota, Senator Klobuchar, who will join us shortly, to talk about how the Build Back Better agenda will not just generate millions of jobs and good-paying jobs, but help the dollars that Americans have in their pockets and bank accounts travel faster, how it's going to save them money. Now, one way it's going to save money is for families with kids, and they're going to get a tax cut. In fact, that tax cut was put in place as part of the American Rescue Plan that we passed earlier this year. And as a result of that tax cut for families with kids, families around the country right now are getting up to $300 per child to help cover the everyday costs of raising kids and addressing the needs of a family. That will also cut child poverty in half, but only for this year. And it's currently scheduled to terminate at the end of this year, that tax cut for American families with kids. And so one of the things we do in the Build Back Better agenda is extend that for many years, because it doesn't make sense to have that terminate and have those families stuck with all those additional costs. But there's also another way that the Build Back Better agenda is going to help every dollar that comes into the family bank account go farther. And that's by reducing the costs that they face in so many of their everyday household expenditures. And I want to focus on a couple areas. One is in the area of child care. One is in the area of health care and prescription drugs. And the other is the energy costs and gas costs that so many families face. And the Build Back Better agenda is going to lower the cost for American families in those areas so that the income they have will go much further. And I want to start with child care, because working parents with infant children are scraping by today to pay for child care, paying on average $1,300 every month to get licensed care. Under the Build Back Better agenda, if you look at the projections, you will see that Marylanders, families in my state of Maryland, will see their child care bills cut nearly in half with weekly savings of $141 every week. That's $7,322 a year for child care costs, lowering of child care costs for those families. And if you think about the need to try to get more people in the workforce, it's understandable that if you're a parent with kids, you want to make sure that when you go into the workforce, your kids have an affordable and secure place during the day. And right now, that's not an option for millions of American families. So one of the things this proposal does, the Build Back Better plan, is dramatically reduce those costs for child care. The proposal will also cut prescription drug costs for seniors. We've been having a debate for years about the need to allow Medicare to negotiate for lower drug prices on behalf of all of us, on behalf of all the beneficiaries in Medicare. The Veterans Administration negotiates drug prices for veterans that are in their care, and yet we don't allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. This is nuts, and it runs up the costs for Medicare, because if you don't get to negotiate price, the pharmaceutical companies get to set the price wherever they want. And so this proposal, the Build Back Better plan, will cut those costs and reduce prescription drug costs for Part D premiums by 15%. We're also proposing to expand Medicare to cover vision, dental, and hearing services. This is a big gap in the current Medicare program, and right now, seniors on average each year are paying $914 out of pocket for hearing services, $874 for dental services, and $230 for vision services. Our proposal would cover that big gap in the Medicare program. I'm going to talk for one moment about energy prices, because we all know we have to move to a clean energy economy, and we're going to make it easier to do that as we put more Americans to work in that area. One of the things that is proposed is a generous electric vehicle tax credit of up to $12,500. So this will make it easier for Americans to afford those cars, and it's much easier to run a car on cheaper electricity than on gas. But it's also going to help folks who continue to drive their gas-powered cars for years to come, because if we get more people into electric cars, that means less demand for gas, and so that means the folks who are continuing to drive in their gas cars will get lower gas prices, and we all know that gas prices have been on the rise. And finally, talking about energy savings, you know, the best way to save energy money is to make sure that we don't waste as much energy. All of us know that we have homes. In many cases, they're not that well insulated. And so part of this plan also includes help to homeowners to more cheaply make their homes energy efficient. And that means with a given amount of power, they will heat their homes at cheaper costs because there'll be less wasted energy. So in situation after situation, if you look at this bill, not only will it generate more jobs at better wages, not only will it provide working families with kids with tax cuts, but it will also help Americans save money on everything from prescription drugs to child care to energy prices and many others. And that's what economists have said, and that's especially true because we're going to pay for this by finally requiring big corporations to pay their fair share and not allow them to hide so many of their profits offshore in places like Bermuda and the Cayman Islands. And we're going to ask the very wealthiest Americans, billionaires, to also pay more for the success of the entire country. So, Madam President, I just want to emphasize the fact, because we hear so much misinformation in this chamber about what's in the Build Back Better agenda, that in addition to the jobs and higher wages, it's also going to help save families money on their bills so that their dollars will travel farther. And I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Senator from Wisconsin is recognized.
Let me start by asking unanimous consent that the vote on the motion to discharge the Lamont nomination occur at 3:30 p.m. today.
Without objection.
Madam President, I rise today to talk about the opportunity we have before us to deliver results for the people we work for. Right now, too many Americans are struggling to make ends meet and get ahead because of the cost and availability of child care, health care, home care, and prescription drugs. In my home state of Wisconsin, people like Zena, a human resources representative from Twin Lakes, needs us to pass the Build Back Better budget that invests in working families. Zena has been battling several severe autoimmune diseases, and she's been battling these for more than 15 years. She fell very ill after contracting norovirus, and she was unable to work and ultimately lost her job, as well as her employer-sponsored health care that came with it. Sick and uninsured, she turned to our state's Badger Care program for help. But because the Republicans in the Wisconsin State Legislature have refused a federal investment to fully expand Medicaid coverage, Zena was locked out of the program and unable to access necessary health care coverage. Like millions of Americans, Zena found herself in the Medicaid coverage gap and was forced to make choices that no one living in the United States should have to face. Choices like paying for life-sustaining medication or paying her mortgage. Right now, the people we work for are paying 2 to 3 times more for their prescription drugs than people in other wealthy countries. This needs to change, and we have an opportunity to get the job done if we simply make the super wealthy and most profitable corporations, like the big drug companies, pay their fair share of taxes. For years, Congress has been talking about lowering the cost of prescription drugs. So let's finally do it by giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices that will save taxpayers money. Let's stand on the side of seniors who should no longer be at the mercy of Big Pharma. And in addition to lowering the cost of needed medications, our Build Back Better budget provides the opportunity to expand Medicare benefits to include vision, dental, and hearing. Last time I checked, your ears, eyes, teeth are all a part of your overall health, and there's no good reason not to include them in Medicare coverage. Right now, the United States is also in the midst of a long-term care and caregiving crisis. Hundreds of thousands of older adults and people with disabilities who need and qualify for home and community-based care services are unable to access them. I know something about this. I was my grandmother's caregiver, and I know firsthand the challenges that family caregivers face. But we can do something about this, and we should, with Build Back Better legislation that invests in long-term care, creates new, good-paying home care jobs, and raises wages for care workers who often work around the clock to care for our loved ones and yet live in poverty. All of this and more is doable if Washington finally says we are not going to continue spending trillions of taxpayer dollars on tax loopholes and tax giveaways for huge profitable corporations, millionaires and billionaires. This is all to say we face an urgent choice. Do we work for the powerful special interests who have too much influence in Washington, or do we work for people like Zena and others like her who simply look for a little help from us to even the playing field, and to get ahead. This is our moment to prove to the American people, to people like Zena, that their government works for them, not just those at the top. And I have faith that we can do this. For Zena, for Wisconsin, and for the millions of Americans counting on us to get the job done for them. I yield.
Madam President.
Senator from Rhode Island is recognized.
Madam President, as we go over the wonderful things that Build Back Better offers, including tax benefits for families with children, support for home care and child care for family members, lower prescription drug costs, I want to focus on a particular area, which is the addiction crisis, which grinds on in Rhode Island. I think every member of this body knows a family that has been touched by this crisis. I remember visiting the small town of Burrillville, Rhode Island, a close-knit community. People know one another there. And on January 1st, 2015, no one would have known that half a dozen people would die in Burrillville of drug overdoses in the next 3 months. That went through that community just in a heartbreaking wave, and it remains burdened by addiction and overdose. We've made a lot of gains since then. The CARA bill that Senator Portman and I did, CARA 2.0, which was baked into the Support Act, shifted the way we think about addiction, so we don't see it as a moral failing. We recognize its medical nature. We recognize, frankly, the noble nature of the path to recovery that people have to walk, and we invested in prevention and education and treatment. But still, there's a massive gap that remains between the needs of families who have a member who is facing addiction and the care and support that we give them. And Build Back Better makes some really important steps for those families. First, for new mothers in recovery. A new mom has a lot going on: caring for a newborn, coping with a potential substance abuse complication for that newborn, and caring for herself in her often deadly battle with her addiction. Build Back Better would grow the workforce specializing in that care for moms. The Medicaid Reentry Act, which I did with Senator Baldwin, is also in the mix to provide Medicaid coverage to people as they get out of jail and prison. We showed in Rhode Island that these programs dramatically reduce overdoses and deaths in the weeks following release from incarceration. Steady access to care through Medicaid will save lives. And there's a boost to the Minority Fellowship Program because it's demonstrable that a more diverse workforce produces better outcomes for patients and families. And finally, peer recovery coaches, a personal favorite of mine. We're pioneering this in Rhode Island. These are people who've walked the path of addiction and recovery, and they can relate to people who are struggling in a way that you and I may not be able to. And their role after an overdose or in a crisis to get people onto the path of recovery is wonderfully important. All of the other things we're doing will actually create more stable lives. And when events happen that knock people off the path of the recovery, having a stable life actually allows for a better shot at recovery and work around relapse. So there's a lot to love in Build Back Better, and I want people to know that we did not forget those folks who are struggling with addiction or walking the noble path of recovery. And I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that Senators Merkley, Kaine, and I be able to complete our remarks prior to the vote.
Without objection.
So we are all gathered here today, the group of us, to make the real case for passing the Build Back Better agenda. What it really means to people back in our home states, as Senator Whitehouse was just explaining about Rhode Island. And we get a lot in the minutia here for good reason. We're fighting a lot of forces. But in the end, what I know about this agenda, from the infrastructure and the bipartisan infrastructure bill to the work we are doing as part of this People First agenda. It is about putting the people of this country first over the pharmaceutical companies, over polluters. As I see those fires rage in my state, I know we got to do something about it. As I see people coming to me after years and years and years about the cost of common drugs, Lyrica. You see it advertised on TV all the time. What you might not know is that it has gone up 50% in just the last 5 years. What I do know is the people of this country, overwhelmingly, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, support bringing costs down for families, support a big middle-class tax cut, support doing something about pharmaceutical prices. And chief among the reforms in this bill when it comes to health care will be allowing Medicare to negotiate directly for less expensive drugs for our seniors. I think 46 million seniors should be able to get a pretty good deal. And I know they could if someone let them do it. Right now, in law, because the pharmaceutical companies lobbied to get it done, they got a ban on Medicare negotiating better prices for our seniors. This doesn't just help our seniors to lift this ban, it helps everyone in America because this is the single biggest purchaser of drugs, our seniors, because they need help in their later years. They have health issues. The stories I've heard in my state, people like Claire from St. Paul, when the cost of the prescription drugs she relied on to manage her arthritis jumped from $60 per month to $1,400 per month, she knew she could no longer afford it. She tried over the counter. Her arthritis advanced. She could barely hold a fork and a knife. Or the woman I met who literally was holding the drops of her insulin from year to day to day to day so she could save it for the next day. That's how we're treating seniors in our country. Let's unleash the power of 46 million seniors, get better prices for the drug, push this Build Back Better agenda, which puts people first, and bring down the cost of prescription drugs. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor to my friend from Oregon.
Madam President.
Senator from Oregon is recognized.
Build Back Better invests in families, the foundations for our families to thrive in education, in child care, in health care, and in housing. So much needed. And it makes huge investments, critical to taking on the biggest challenge facing mankind, climate chaos. Earlier this summer, UN Climate Panel released a report they called Code Red for Humanity, because the science shows what a dire path we're on right now. Another report, this one coming from Save the Children and published in the journal Science, titled Born into the Climate Crisis, shows how much harder life is going to be for our children. Let me say again, for our children, not our children's children, not our grandchildren's grandchildren, our children. On average, 2.5 times more droughts that they will experience than we did, 3 times as many floods, 3 times as many crop failures, twice the number of wildfires, and so forth. This is the dangerous and unforgiving world we are willfully leaving our children if we do not act now to control methane and carbon dioxide that are heating up our planet and causing these catastrophes. This is a collective effort of humankind, but America has to act and help lead the world to action. Now, some say we simply cannot afford the investments. But the truth is we can't not afford to act. Last year alone, America confronted 22 separate billion-dollar disasters. That came with a $95 billion price tag for the American people. Winds and flooding, severe storms accounted for $35 billion. Hurricanes over the last 5 years cost $400 billion. Those numbers don't account for the droughts, the wildfires, the impact on sea life, ocean ecosystems, fishing industry. Don't account for any of that. We are facing massive economic disasters if we don't act on climate. And the way we act, we pass Build Back Better. We set ourselves on that path to net zero in the next 30 years, reducing our emissions over the next decade to half of what they were in 2005, ensuring 80% of our American electricity is carbon-free by 2030, ensuring half of America's auto fleet is electric by the same time. We have the tools. We have to have the political will to act. So we must pass Build Back Better. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator from Virginia is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent for my legislative fellows, Stephanie Gibbs, Tara Mara, and Tom Rakes, to be accorded floor privileges.
Without objection.
Madam President, I rise with my colleagues on Build Back Better, and I just want to emphasize 2 points that really matter to me. First, Build Back Better is absolutely critical to combine with the infrastructure bill. If we make an infrastructure investment that will be the biggest since the interstate highway system, who's going to build it? Who's going to build it? Open the paper. You can't hire school bus drivers, can't hire truckers. We have a tight labor market right now. And what Build Back Better does is massive investments in the American workforce, beginning with the workforce of tomorrow, our children, all the way up through community college, workforce development, immigration reforms that will expand the nation's workforce. If we invest in infrastructure but don't think about making sure that we have the workforce to do it, what a missed opportunity. And the Build Back Better plan has amazing investments in our workforce, the workforce we need right now and the workforce we'll need for decades. The second thing about Build Back Better that I particularly appreciate is what it does for children. If we pass Build Back Better, we will have done for American children what Social Security did for American seniors. And let me just point something out. Pre-Social Security, you'd work your whole life, you'd educate your kids, you'd be the PTA president or the Little League coach or the Sunday school teacher, and you'd retire, and 50% of people would retire and then go below the poverty level. That was what being a senior citizen was in the United States before Social Security. FDR basically said, we want you to have a dignified retirement because you've worked and you've earned it. And Social Security, once passed and implemented, dropped the senior poverty rate from 50% to 10%. There's never been a program that's been as successful in doing exactly what it was designed to do as Social Security. Build Back Better can do the same thing for kids. We're a nation that has tolerated for decades a youth poverty level dramatically higher than the adult poverty level. What does that say about a society? And yet we've sort of acted like, well, I guess that's the law of nature. I guess we can't do anything about it. I guess kids just are going to be a lot poorer than adults. We don't have to tolerate it. We can do something about it. The combined impact of child tax credit, child care tax credit, funding for child care, universal pre-K, paid parent and family leave, and free community college, you put those things together, we will do for children what Social Security did for adults. And we will no longer be a nation that tolerates an unacceptably high children's poverty rate and says, well, there's nothing we can do about it. We can do something about it. We will do something about it. And that's why I so strongly support, with my colleagues, Build Back Better. I yield back.
Madam President.
Senator from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam President, as we await the votes this afternoon, and I hope we will resolve a number of things today so that we make sure we stand by the full faith and credit of the United States, and we're not letting regular people's interest rates go up and the economy go to tatters, our credit rate downgraded. I hope we can get this done. But at the same time, just as Americans have gone through this pandemic, just as those moms and dads have been at home with their toddlers on their knees, their laptops on their desk, just as they've been teaching their first graders how to use the mute button, just as so many people have lost their jobs or risked their lives working on the front line, they're ready to get through this. They see the light at the end of the tunnel, or as we say in Duluth, Minnesota, the lighthouse on the horizon. They see this. And just as we continue to work as best as we can with a number of our colleagues that we disagree with because we think we should just simply move through this and make sure we're standing by the full faith and credit of the United States and not let our debt ceiling lapse. But as we do that, we are looking to the future, just as America is. Just as they're starting to see those jobs come back and they're going back to work, they're starting to see their families again, they're going to family reunions, they're starting to be able to go to weddings again. As all of this is happening, as we get the vaccine out there and we bring people back together, we also have to plan for that future, just like families do every day. And that's what this is about, the Build Back Better agenda. That's what this is about, with putting people in front of so many people that honestly have done pretty well during this time. There's a whole bunch of billionaires that didn't even have to pay taxes while these families have been struggling through the pandemic. There are a whole bunch of people that's easier for them to go and get prescription drugs or do whatever they want, while other people are having to choose between filling their refrigerator with food or filling their prescriptions at the pharmacy. So you got a tour in the last half hour from Maryland to Wisconsin, my neighboring friend Tammy Baldwin, to Rhode Island, to the great state of Oregon on the West Coast, to my home state of Minnesota, to close by Senator Kane's state of Virginia. And what we're seeing, while our states may be very different, what we're hearing is the same thing. Regular people want to bring costs down. That's what this bill is about, bringing costs down for families in America. And there's many ways we're going to do this. One is with straightforward tax cuts for people. Another is with making it easier to afford things. It's that simple. That's what I hear the most about in my state. They want to make it easier to get child care. They want to make it easier to get health care. They want to make it easier when their parent, at the moment where they go to assisted living or they need to get someone in to help them, just like my dad, who we lost this year, he got that moment. He got long-term care insurance. I don't know why he did it, but he did. And I knew the day that his money ran out and he was going to go on Medicaid, because that was there for his safety net. So many families in America know exactly what I'm talking about. And what this bill does is build on the safety net we have in place. So let's remember that. Putting our kids first, our seniors first, our families first, our health care first. That's what this is about. So we look forward over the next few weeks of getting this bill done, getting it agreed to. To me, it's not always about what those top numbers are and everything you hear on the news. It's for what it's going to mean to the families in my state. With that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Virginia.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Now, Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, following the disposition of the motion to discharge the Senate, resume legislative session, there be 3 hours for debate under the control of Senator Lee or his designee, and 1 hour under the control of the majority. That upon the use or yielding back of the time, the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to concur with an amendment. That if cloture is invoked, all post-cloture time be considered expired. Amendment 3848 be withdrawn, and the Senate vote on the motion to concur with the amendment. That if the motion to concur with the amendment is agreed to, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table without intervening action or debate. Further, that upon disposition of the House message with respect to S-1301, the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on Executive Calendar 259, that if cloture is invoked on the nomination, all post-cloture time be considered expired, and the Senate vote on the confirmation of the nomination at 5:30 p.m. Monday, October 18th. I ran to get over here.
Is there an objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President.
All time has expired. The question occurs on the motion to discharge. The yeas and nays were previously ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Brasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Cantwell, Carper, Casey, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Kane, Manchin, Schatz, Stabenow, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Cassidy, Daines, Hoeven, Kennedy, McConnell, Paul, and Sass. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Murray, Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Brasso, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mrs. Feinstein. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Toomey, no. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Shelby, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. No. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley. No. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. No. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown. Aye. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman. No. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan. No. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer. No. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito. No. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. No. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. Aye. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt. No. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo. No. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders. Aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Ms. Cinema. Ms. Cinema. Aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth. Aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye.
The yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to. Pursuant to Senate Resolution 27 and the motion to discharge having been agreed to, the nomination will be placed on the executive calendar. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session. There will now be up to 3 hours of debate under the control of the senator from Utah, Mr. Lee, or his designee, and under the control of the majority. The senator from Kentucky is recognized.
We are rapidly approaching a milestone in our country, and it's not a good one. We're rapidly approaching $30 trillion in debt. We're accumulating debt like we never have at any time in our history. We're actually accumulating debt at the rate of over $2 million per minute. Now, some say deficits don't matter. Some on the left say they have this new monetary theory. We can just print it all up. You can all have free stuff. There'll be manna from heaven, and nothing could go wrong. We're just going to give you money. If not $1,400 checks a month or a year, why don't we give you monthly checks? And that's part of the new plans. The new plans of the $3.5 trillion that we're, facing down at this point, that'll all be borrowed, is to give people free money, to give people free this, free that. But I think people are smarter than that. I think people know that ultimately you don't get anything in life without hard work. You don't get anything in life really for free. Isn't there some kind of ramification to so much borrowed money? When someone comes to you and says, or they call you on the phone and they say, here's $1,000, all you got to do is sign up for this. Most people immediately recoil and they say, well, that might be a scam. Somebody's going to be ripping me off to say that. Well, it's sort of the bait and switch of the politics we face now. People are saying, we're going to give you free college, free cars, free cell phones, free this, free that. Everything in life will be free. You won't have to work anymore. The problem is there are ramifications. Money doesn't grow on trees. The money's got to come from somewhere. So either we borrow it, we become more indebted to foreign countries, we tax people for it, or ultimately the way we fix a lot of our deficit problems is we simply print the money. And so when the Federal Reserve prints the money, as we increase the money supply, the money that we have becomes worth less and less. It loses its purchasing power. This is the insidious tax of inflation. And the interesting thing about it is inflation is a regressive tax. It doesn't affect everyone the same. In fact, the tax of inflation actually affects the working class, the people of lower incomes, and those on fixed incomes and pension, retirees. It affects them much worse because they don't have the ability for their income to go up. So right now we're facing 5% inflation because of the massive borrowing that really both parties instituted in the last year. They decided that the result to the pandemic would be to close everything down, destroy the economy, and then give everyone free money. And to a large extent, both parties actually did this last year. Now this year, the decision has been made by Republicans to say, whew, this is so much, we got to stop. We got to get people back to work and let the economy recover. So it's primarily been Democrats this year. But both parties have a certain responsibility to this, at least some members of both parties. But as the inflation occurs, and this effect is being transmitted to the economy, you find that those who suffer are those who cannot raise their income, those who have fixed income or low income. One of the things you see here is that if we have 5% inflation, what does that mean? You say, well, I don't know, it means I lose my purchasing power by 5% next year. But what if it happens year in, year out for a decade, and you've lost 50% of your purchasing power? It means to make up for that you really have to have a 50% increase in your wages. So will wages keep up with inflation? The dirty little secret is that in some ways wages will rise, but maybe they rise an equivalent amount or a little bit less, and you say a decade later, I'm not any better off. And there become people mired and more dependent on government as government gets larger and larger, and they think they're getting free stuff, but it's not really free. The allure of something for nothing. This is the allure of socialism. This is a false allure. It's something that you're going to be able to get something and you're not going to have to pay for it. So we've accumulated $30 trillion in debt. Interest payments have been fairly low over the past decade or so. Interest payments are about, 1, 2, 2.5%. But now interest rates are rising. Even at the low interest rates, our interest rate that we pay each year has grown to about $300 billion a year. So $300 billion a year, and people say, well, there's a debt ceiling. If the debt ceiling doesn't come up, we'll default, and Wall Street will become hysterical, and there'll be a collapse of the stock market. Well, there doesn't need to be. Nobody really is for spreading discalm or spreading, chaos among the marketplace. We all want the marketplace to be calm. How could we calm the marketplace? What we would say to the marketplace is, we'll pay our bills. We're not going to default on our currency. And the way you can pay for your bills is pay for it with income. We bring in $3.8 trillion a year in tax revenue. The interest payment is $300 billion. It's less than we bring in 1 month. So the annual payment on interest is less than what we bring in tax revenue in 1 month. Why can't we pay the interest? Why would we ever not pay the interest on our debt? Why? Because we're overdrawn and because all the rest of the spending is crowded out by the interest. We've got plenty of money to pay for the interest. We just don't have enough left to pay for the cocaine studies with Japanese quail. That's about $1 million. You say, it's only $1 million. Well, they studied Japanese quail to see whether or not Japanese quail on cocaine, to see if they're more sexually promiscuous. How did we get to a $30 trillion debt? Because there's studies like that littered throughout the budget. In fact, the group that does these studies, the National Science Foundation, we just increased their budget by 2/3. Mostly Democrats, but once again, many of the big government Republicans voted for this too. So we've exploded the National Science Foundation. Now, was there any warning that the National Science Foundation was one of the most wasteful parts of our government? Well, yeah, since 1972, there was a senator at the time named William Proxmire. He was a conservative or maverick Democrat from the Midwest, and he started an award. He called it the Golden Fleece Award. And the first award he gave was for a study from the National Science Foundation. It was over a study that was $50,000. That was when $50,000 was a lot of money. And the study was to see what makes people happy. Really? And people were aghast that we were spending $50,000 on it. And he complained. He gave him a booby prize, an award, the Golden Fleece Award, and lo and behold, we're still doing it. This same organization last year did a $1.5 million study that if you take a selfie of yourself while smiling and then look at the selfie later on, does it make you happy? That cost $1.5 million. Why do people like each other? Why do people fall in love? These aren't studies for taxpayer dollars, but these are small ticket items. They say, oh, you can never balance the budget on that. Well, what about $70 million spent on a hotel in Kabul that the contractor ran off with the money and it was never built? What about a $48 million gas station, no, strike that, natural gas station in a remote area of Afghanistan? Well, very few, if anybody in the United States has a car that runs on natural gas. Why was the U.S. government building a natural gas station in Afghanistan? Because we've gone woke on the green climate. We are for the green climate. We got to combat climate change and reduce the carbon footprint of Afghanistan. Really? I thought the military was supposed to kill the enemies, defend the country. But we're reducing the carbon footprint in Afghanistan. Somebody put up, I think it was Rod Dreyer put up this the other day. It was a little video clip, and it was tragic, but somewhat hilarious in its tragicness. He said, this is when we lost the Afghan war. And it had a picture of a urinal. I think it was Marcel Duchamp was some Dadaist artist back in like 1917, and I guess he thought it would be really hilarious to put a male urinal in a museum and call it art. And I don't know if it was really art or if it was a joke, but the thing is we're having these Afghan men and women in robes and veils and everything studying Dadaist art, a male urinal, and asking them what they thought of this. And you could see a couple of the women just going and just sort of shaking their head with utter incomprehension. But when we're spending money sending PhDs over to Afghanistan to teach Dadaist art about that a male urinal is somehow art, I think that's why some of them think that we're actually the culture that's in decay, not them. But the thing is we are spending money right and left. The right spends it on military adventure, the left spends it on welfare, and the compromise that always happens around here is right comes together with left, and they all agree to, well, you know, we might as well just spend it on both. So everything goes up. The military budget went up. We already spend more than all of the countries, more than 10 countries combined is our military budget. $750 some odd billion. Republicans and Democrats just raised it $25 billion more. In the midst of ending a war, where's the peace dividend? What happened? We ended a war. I thought we'd have a little more money left over. So today I tried to take $6 billion that's supposed to go to the Afghan Reconstruction Fund, to the old Afghan government. There is no Afghan government. They've been overrun by the Taliban. I want to have, and I would love for Americans that are watching this, call me today at my office and tell me why the Taliban should get money. But I ask that we take that money away, put it back in the Treasury, spend some of it on the Iron Dome for Israel, and it was objected to by the Democrats because, by golly, they'll spend money, but they don't want to offset it with any spending cuts. Well, really? We should have $0 being sent to any government in Afghanistan. I asked Secretary Blinken about this, and his response was, well, I can't guarantee it, and if they are meeting expectations and they're acting and behaving properly, they might get this money. Really, I don't see a scenario or a world under which U.S. taxpayer dollars would be going to the Taliban. It makes utterly no sense at all. But we have spending that is literally out of control. The only time I've ever heard a Democrat, most of the time they're honest, they don't care about the debt, but the only time I've ever heard them say anything about the debt is, well, it happens because you cut taxes. Well, it's verifiably false. You can go back to the Reagan tax cuts when the rates went from 70 to 50 and then from 50 to 28. You know what happened? The government got more revenue. Because when you tax people less, when you let them keep more of their own money, guess what? Their incentives to produce go up, and the economy grows by leaps and bounds. So when Reagan cut taxes dramatically, the economy responded and grew tremendously. When we cut taxes in 2017, same thing. Revenue didn't go down, revenue went up. So how did the deficit get worse? Why did the deficit get worse? Was it because we cut taxes in 2017? No, it was because we piled on the money. We just are spending money like there's no tomorrow. So before we get to the extraordinary times we live in now, where everything's about COVID and we're just going to spend money like there is no tomorrow, before we got to that, we were borrowing $1 trillion a year. So the main segments of government, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, food stamps, other welfare, and military. That probably comprises 3/4 or more of government. If you look at that on an annual basis, before you get to the extraordinary binge of the last 2 years, we were already $1 trillion short every year, $1 trillion short. So last year we added a couple trillion more, and our deficit for the year, for 1 year, was $3 trillion. We've never, ever borrowed that much. There are going to be ramifications. You're already seeing some of the ramifications. You're seeing the prices in the grocery store go up. You're seeing the prices in the pump go up. You're seeing sometimes wages go up, but you're also seeing prices rising faster than wages, which often happens in an inflationary cycle. Some people have trouble comprehending how these numbers, what's a billion, what's a trillion. Reagan had an analogy he did, and he said that if you want to know how big a billion is, take $1,000 bills and put them in your hand. When you have them about 4 inches high, you've got $1 million. But if you want to know how much or how tall a stack of $1,000 would be if you had $1 trillion, it'd be 60 miles high, over 60 miles high. That's what kind of money we're talking about. That was to get to $1 trillion. So we have $1 trillion institutional debt that's added every year. But now we're talking about a time where they're talking about adding in one bill $3.5 trillion. The bill that they have before us has $1 billion in spending for every page. Every page of the bill has an extra $1 billion in spending. It's extraordinary. We've never ever seen anything like this. What happens when a country destroys its currency? We have examples in history. In Germany in 1923, the money was starting to lose its value in about September. And a loaf of bread might have cost 100 marks, where before it cost 1 mark. 2 weeks later, it was 1,000 marks. But then 2 weeks later, it was 10,000 marks. And then it was 1 million, and then it was several million. This happened in a 2-month period of time. People say, oh, when it comes, when the currency unravels, it'll be gradual. In Germany, it happened in a 2-month period. In Venezuela, the currency is completely worthless. Same as Germany. It's almost better to burn your currency for fuel or warmth than it is to spend it. This is what happens when you have runaway spending and out-of-control deficits. Venezuela is one of the richest countries in South America. They have more oil underground than Saudi Arabia. But frankly, socialism doesn't work. Socialism is this borrow and spend. It is this alarming tendency to want to offer everybody everything and say it's going to be free. Many of these things backfire. For the last year, we've been saying, well, oh gosh, we feel sorry for workers, so we're going to pay them while they're unemployed. But guess what? If you pay them more than the market wage, more of them will choose unemployment, and more of them will choose unemployment, and more of them will stay unemployed for a longer period of time. We found this out in the 2008 recession. During the 2008 recession, we extended unemployment. It's normally 26 weeks. It's paid for by a tax, and it largely works within the confines of a state-run program. We extended it to 99 weeks, almost 2 years. But you know what the studies found? And this is part of the syndrome we have around here. It's sort of the big heart, small brain syndrome. I think many of these people want to help people. They just don't understand, but what they're doing is actually hurting the same people they're trying to help. So if you extend unemployment to 99 weeks, and then all of a sudden a guy at 99 weeks or a woman says, I need to get a job, and they go to the employer and they say, I've been out of work for 99 weeks, I've been on unemployment. And the other person applying for the job says, well, I've been out of work 10 weeks, and I'm looking for a job. Who do you think the employer hires? Every time. It's a person out of work 10 weeks. The person out of 99 weeks, they're like, there might be something wrong here. We might have gotten to the point where we've lost work ethic. So what have you done to that person that you tried to help? You've actually kept them out of the workplace so long that they become unemployable. After they become unemployable, what do they become? The permanently unemployable, the non-working part. You wonder who this is? 62% of the country is in the working force, 38% is not. These are people permanently out of the workforce. These aren't people who can't work. These are just people, for one reason or another, are no longer in the workforce. Now, some of them can be people who can't work. We have sympathy for that. But many of them are people who just stayed out of work too long or took the wrong incentives or became addicted to drugs or alcohol because they weren't working. So there are things we can do in our country, but if we're not careful, it's going to slip away from us. I don't want our country to be Venezuela. I don't want our country to destroy its currency. But what we're offering is a more difficult sell, because the other side is going to give you free college and free daycare and free cars and free cell phones. What we are offering is opportunity. What we're offering is the freedom to try to strive. We're offering equality before the law, not equality of outcome after you've done your work, after you've tried to participate. Equality before the law. And one of the interesting things that I think isn't often grasped by people is that if you want equal outcomes, if you want everybody to be the same and you want to equalize everybody, you actually have to treat them unequally. And in our country, it took a while, but we've gotten to the point where people truly believe in the concept of equality before the law. But if you also want to believe in equal outcomes at the end, realize you can't believe in both. They're mutually exclusive. You cannot believe in equality before the law if you want equal outcomes. If you want this so-called equity at the end, you want everybody to be equal at the end, you've got to treat them unequally. Because some people are either born with more talent, born with more money, born with more sense, luckier, work harder. There's a lot of reasons. If you put 100 people in a room and you give them all $5, within an hour, somebody's gotten more. Somebody had some cigarettes, somebody really wanted to smoke, and they've got another $1. The money spreads around the room. They've done these experiments. Money doesn't stay in one place. But it's by and large in a free society based on work. But once the government becomes in charge of things, it becomes less of a meritocracy and becomes more of a society based on who you know. So there are rich people. Don't get me wrong. And when you look at socialism, there are rich people. Maduro, Chavez, Castro, incredibly rich people. They own their own islands, they have billions of dollars. Their relatives are all rich. So instead of a society mostly based on merit, we talk about the greatness of America. One of the most important things about capitalism and freedom and what happened in America is for the first time, it wasn't based on who you were. It wasn't based on royal lineage. For the most part, Europe was, long-time landowners and royalty. And a very small percentage of the public did very well. In fact, before 1820, before the Industrial Revolution, virtually everybody in the world, 98% of the world lived in extreme poverty, a bare subsistence level, barely enough to eat. There was no obesity because there was barely enough food. You just scraped by. That was 98% of the world. Fast forward to today, after we've adopted what Adam Smith talked about as far as trade, division of labor, and capitalism, You know what we have now? When you look at poverty, less than $2 a day in the world, it's less than 10% of the world. You won't find this on television. There's not going to be any good news on television or in the newspaper. The poorest people in our country actually are equivalent to the middle class in most countries. We are a huge success, but we're a country misguided and led astray by media that aren't honest. So, for example, if you watched CNN, you would think that nobody's getting vaccinated, and it's a complete disaster, and whoa, we're stuck in this rut because no one's vaccinated. It's completely untrue. Over 90% of people over 65 who are the most vulnerable are vaccinated. Now, sure, there are a lot of younger people who aren't vaccinated. There's some older people, but 90% is a pretty good success. Over age 50, it's like 75, 80% of people. People are informed. They know this is a disease that can affect any age, but affects primarily the older ages. For example, the one truth you won't be told is an 85-year-old has a 10,000 times greater chance of dying than the 10-year-old. Now, you think we should treat them the same? If you were their doctor, do you think a 10-year-old should get the same health care and the same prescriptions for what they need to do as an 85-year-old? Makes no sense at all. I see 10-year-olds and I see 5-year-olds out on the mall. My wife and I are walking down to the Lincoln Memorial the other day, and I see 5-year-olds in groups led by teachers wearing masks outside. There is no science to that. We got Dr. Fauci spreading mistruths across the country, saying we've got to forcibly vaccinate the kids. There's no science behind any of that. In fact, England is rejecting what we're doing. In England, because of the age skew, because of what they're seeing, that the people most at risk are of an older age, they're actually saying instead of forcibly vaccinating children, why don't we try to make the vaccine doses available for the elderly? Why don't we target our care to those who are at highest risk? We have a problem in our country. We have people who have so politicized science that there are people struggling and dying every day because they've never heard about monoclonal antibodies. We have people dying every day because the government, at the behest of Dr. Fauci and a few other people, have said you can't get monoclonal antibodies if you're in the hospital. I talk to people every day who really have not yet heard of monoclonal antibodies, who get COVID again after being fully vaccinated or sometimes not being vaccinated and are not getting the treatment. Because Dr. Fauci says if you're in the hospital, you don't get it. And so we have medicine that is coming from on high, from a central authority like the Politburo, and doctors are afraid to prescribe. This has never happened in our country before. Doctors were able to make their own decisions based on their own experience, based on studies, based on real-life examples, but using their own discretion. Now doctors are afraid to prescribe monoclonal antibodies, and many of them are disallowed from prescribing it in the inpatient. Realize the ridiculous nature of that. You're in the emergency room, you're sick and you're coughing, you might be dying from COVID. You get to the emergency room, you don't know what to say, you can barely talk. Your spouse has to be able to tell the doctor, please stop. In the emergency room, give them the monoclonal antibodies before they're admitted. Because once they're admitted, we won't treat them. It's the same way with symptoms. You have to have symptoms within the first 10 days. If you don't have symptoms, if you're on day 11, you won't get monoclonal antibodies. It's completely arbitrary, it's capricious, and it has to do with government-mandated guidelines. Let's take some of the other truths or mistruths that are out there. I've said over and over again cloth masks don't work, because they don't. Peer-reviewed studies have shown time and time again cloth masks don't work. But when Dr. Fauci tells you all masks work, when he comes in all draped with 3 masks on himself, with little insignias, clever insignias of different sports teams, he's actually spreading a mistruth that causes lives to be lost. Why? Let's say you have a 75-year-old woman, and she gets COVID, and her husband's taking care of her. Do you think the advice to go into the room to feed her, bathe her, help her get in and out of her clothes while she's sick, wearing a cloth mask is a good idea or a bad idea? It's malpractice. And yet, for some reason, the left-wing media has lauded this man as the second coming, and what he's telling you is absolutely verifiably dangerous to your health. The only mask that really works of any real value is the N95 mask. The surgical masks have some value, but not very much. Most of the air is going around the mask. They just aren't of value, but you have to submit. The man's telling you to do it. You got to do what you got to do. But the thing is when you tell people something's safe, they tend to react to that and have behavior, and in their behavior, they're in favor of something that may well actually be risky behavior for them. The vaccinations, because we ignore natural immunity, we directed the vaccine to the wrong people and still are. So for example, because of Dr. Fauci's lead, India is accepting his lead as well. In India, there's not enough vaccine. They have 1 billion people. They can't vaccinate enough people fast enough. So if you have 1 billion people and you have 200 million doses of vaccine, who do you think you should give it to? Should you give it to the 10-year-old the same as the 85-year-old? No, that's ridiculous. But what about 2 65-year-olds, and one of them's had COVID and one of them hasn't? The studies are plentiful. The studies are throughout that say that if you've already had it, you have natural immunity to COVID, as good or better than the vaccine. Do you think it makes good public health policy to say that everybody that's 65 should get it, instead of saying, have you had it? Why don't we check you for antibodies if you think you've had it? Maybe you should wait until we've vaccinated every 65-year-old that doesn't have immunity. These are real things. These are real discussions. But if you have these, unless it's on the Senate floor, actually that's not even true. You can say this on the Senate floor and YouTube will take it down. I've had it happen. I've given speeches on the floor that YouTube takes down. So this is a world in which people need to realize and get back to the ideas of classical liberalism were that we debated things. Classical liberalism was about skepticism. It was about you having your opinion and me having my opinion. But the difference between the elitist or the collectivist point of view and the individual rights point of view is, I believe you have every right to your opinion. But if you're a collectivist and you believe that from the very top down, all medical decisions come from Dr. Fauci, and if he doesn't want you to fly, you don't get to fly, see, it's different from individual liberty, because I think if you have a differing opinion, you're welcome to your opinion. And if an airline has a policy I don't like, maybe I'd choose not to fly. But the idea that we're going to restrict everyone's behavior based on what they decide to do, what's next? People eat too many cheeseburgers, we're not going to give them a heart stent because we think they haven't behaved and they haven't listened to the doctors on what they should be eating. There is no end to this. But in the end, if we're not careful, we are going to spend this country into oblivion. COVID's a big cost of the extra spending we have now. But I can tell you, there are ramifications. They're coming quick. They're coming in the form of higher prices. But there is no reason in the world for us to default. We have plenty of money. We should simply pay for the interest based on what comes in every month. And with that, I'd like to reserve my time and turn it over.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Sure.
Senator Paul, when you and I were both elected to the Senate back in 2010, I remember the national debt was an issue then. It was becoming large enough that people were concerned about it. And as it mounted, sometimes we had conversations about how long it might continue, how long it might continue to spiral upward. You surprised to see that here we are 11 years later, 11 years after you and I arrived here, and where it's gone since then?
I guess surprise is not the word I would choose. I would say disappointed. You know, the Tea Party movement, we had 100,000 people on the mall out there. People were concerned about the debt. They were concerned about constitutional government. I remember you and I meeting for the first time and talking about how we needed to reverse some of these terrible precedents that had allowed government to grow large, and that the courts need to reform government as well as government be reformed from its elected officials. But yeah, we had a great debate that summer. In the summer of 2011, we said we wouldn't raise the debt ceiling without reform.
Do you remember, if the gentleman will yield for a question again, I believe it was during that summer that a number of people started focusing on emerging economic research, including research proposed by Professors Rogoff and Reinhardt at Stanford University, suggesting that whenever the debt to GDP ratio exceeds a certain level, exceeds roughly 100%, 1-to-1, certain things start to happen and economic growth becomes more elusive. Now, as I recall, we were nowhere close yet to the 1-to-1 ratio. Now that we've blown past that, what do you think that ought to tell us about the fact that even as we've blown past that point, we're now being asked to raise the debt ceiling by larger and larger amounts, or sometimes for for a time period without any reform. What does that do to us?
Yeah, I remember when a couple of years after that, we actually became that our economy was equal to our debt. So the gross domestic product, how much everything's worth that's produced in the whole country, it was about 17 or 18 billion at the time, as the debt sort of crossed that. We're now, depending on how you measure it, some say at like 140% of our GDP. And the interesting thing is, that's about where Greece was when Greece began to declare its bankruptcy and was unable to pay its bills. It is alarming. It is foolish and unwise for us to say, oh, there are no consequences. I think there will be consequences, and the number one that we're seeing now is inflation.
Now, we've seen with our status as the United States as having the world's reserve currency, the U.S. dollar has given us some flexibility in that area, flexibility that other countries like Greece haven't had. You think there's some risk of becoming overly confident in that world reserve currency status? In other words, could we be jeopardizing the very thing that we fought so hard to achieve and that so few nations ever achieve?
Yeah, and I think that you're right. Having the world's currency allows us, many countries trade in dollars. You'll go into marketplaces all around the world, and what they're actually exchanging is dollars. So as we've bought more goods than we've exported, we import more than we export, we've paid for that in dollars. Some have described that as being able to export our inflation. People have also said, well, the dollar isn't perfect. It's a fiat currency. It's being inflated. But everybody else is so bad that we're sort of the cleanest shirt in a closet full of dirty shirts. So yes, I think being the reserve currency has allowed us to last longer. But there are immutable rules of economics that eventually catch up to a country. And I think we approach those. I don't think anybody can predict exactly when we get there, but I think we are approaching a time, and it may not be a gradual unraveling. If you look back at the history of our marketplace, we've had these black swan events. We've had these events where the marketplace, in 7 or 8 days in our history, most of the losses have happened calamitously. Even in 2011, when the market went down, there was a debate. They said, oh, it was because we risked the debt ceiling. Well, many of us thought that the marketplace went down at that time because we actually continued to borrow without reforming the process.
In an economy where the currency in circulation isn't backed up by any tangible object, and where the government has effectively the ability to just print more money, even if that currency happens to be the world's reserve currency, at some point after you keep printing money, doesn't that cause problems?
It's based on faith. And so when does the faith end? Faith is not something particularly, it's hard to determine faith in the dollar. And one way you can determine it is, will people buy our bonds? And so one of the indications that people lose faith in a currency is that when to borrow money, you see your bond prices rise, you see interest prices rise. And I think that's coming. We're already seeing inflation at a 5% rate. Typically, you'll see the interest rates rise as well. And there is going to be a time, there are going to be repercussions. I fully believe that you cannot continue to borrow at this rate without ultimately suffering perhaps an economic calamity. And I want to stop that for our country.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah is recognized.
Mr. President, we have a debt ceiling for a reason. It's not completely arbitrary. It's not just made up. It's not something that someone came up with for their own amusement. No. When the sheer numeric volume, the quantity, the amount of our national debt ceases to cause panic, when the principle of jeopardizing our children's future loses effect, when the sacrifice it would cost taxpayers to pay the debt becomes laughably large, when all else fails, Congress sets a cap and says, here, we have to think about this. We have to think about this debt problem. There is a reason why we have that. There are sound reasons, rooted in logic, rooted in mathematics, rooted in the inevitability of our own future if we don't control the way that the federal government spends money. Now, nearly half of the members of this entire body, almost the entirety of the Senate Republican Conference, wrote a letter almost 2 months ago saying that we would not raise the debt limit. We committed that we were finally going to make a change for the sake of families back home and generations still unborn. We were going to make a change to rein in reckless spending. Now we're faced with more spending and more debt than our country has ever seen before. Our debt to GDP ratio has now reached a staggering level of 125%. The national debt is rushing towards $30 trillion, and far too quickly, this body is signaling a willingness, and I might dare say an eagerness, to sign on the dotted line without thinking through the consequences, or at least without thinking through the consequences of everyone outside this building, without thinking through the consequences of those who are wealthy and well-connected and will probably fare just fine, regardless of the federal government's reckless practice of effectively just printing more money. Let me tell you why that is such a problem, why I think it's so dangerous. First of all, as I mentioned a moment ago in my exchange with the senator from Kentucky, once we pass this 1-to-1 debt-to-GDP ratio, economists have scoured the landscape and looked at economies all over the world throughout human history, throughout periods of time in which any records have been kept at all. And they've concluded that this 100% debt-to-GDP ratio is tragic, it's dangerous, it's perilous. Once you cross that Rubicon, you're in some very, very tough positions. Economic growth starts to sputter. It staggers. It becomes more and more difficult to get out of the death spiral. You see, in the past, even as our national debt has been on the rise, we've been okay insofar as it has increased more or less to a degree commensurate with the size of our economy. Economic growth has been such that it's remained more or less constant, less constant lately, but it's remained somewhat proportional to the size of our economy. Economic growth has propelled that, but that's the problem. That's the goose that lays the golden egg. And we know what happens when you get rid of that goose, or when you meaningfully impair its ability to lay those golden eggs. Once we reach that point, we pass the 100% debt-to-GDP ratio, we know that our economic growth will stall, and it will become far more difficult to pay off what we've got. We also know that it matters on a very personal level, for reasons I'll get into more in just a moment, for poor and middle-class American families everywhere, throughout Utah and across America. People who are either living paycheck to paycheck or otherwise on a fixed income or a fixed budget, like most American families. They find that when the government just prints more money, as it tends to do when we start to borrow and then spend trillions of dollars at a time, more than the federal government is bringing in, that brings about inflation. It's as though there are a basket of goods that the economy is capable of faithfully, consistently producing from one year to another. Yeah, the basket of goods might grow or shrink a little bit from year to year, but it's going to tend to fluctuate mostly at the margins. The big picture is going to look fairly consistent. And so what happens if the government just prints more money and puts that into circulation? The purchasing power of each dollar is diminished. Now, this tends to work out fine. In fact, it can work out really well for wealthy and well-connected individuals. The rich usually figure out a way to get even richer off of this dynamic. They can hedge against it. They can figure out a way to benefit in one way or another from the chaos and sometimes even from the government spending. But where does that leave everyone else? Well, for most people, and by most people I mean 99% of Americans, it's not going to make them wealthier. It's going to make them poorer. because most people are still living with more or less the same income, more or less the same resources. We've still got more or less the same basket of goods in the economy. But when you've got more dollars in the American economy because we're effectively printing more, each dollar matters less. It buys less, everything from gas to groceries, from housing to health care. Poor and middle-class American families suffer, while the wealthy and well-connected might benefit, and a small handful of politicians receive a pat on the back, thanking them, congratulating them as they congratulate themselves and each other for what they characterize as a job well done. Sure, they'll always be able to point to someone who benefits from the programs that they're sponsoring, that they're creating. Some of those people won't be wealthy and well-connected interests. Some of them will be deserving families, some of them poor and middle-class American families. But you know, most families are just made poorer as government expands its footprint. Let's look at what happened last year alone. During the last few years before the pandemic, we were bringing in about $3 trillion a year in tax revenue. We were spending about $4 trillion. It's a massive, embarrassing, disgraceful, indefensible deficit, an annual deficit of about $1 trillion a year. Inexcusable, especially at the height, at the peak of an economic cycle. Then the pandemic hit. Last year, we still brought in about $3 trillion in tax revenue, just as we had expected, just as we had during the previous few years. Only this time we didn't spend $4 trillion. We spent $6.6 trillion. We brought in $3 trillion. We spent $6.6. We spent more than double what we brought in. We spent more money that was borrowed than more money that was paid into the Treasury. So what did that do? Well, it dramatically increased the money supply, abruptly, and in a way that hurts poor and middle-class American families. It's the predictable, foreseeable result. Look, if you're playing Monopoly and all of a sudden you decide to just double the amount of money that everyone gets in the game, it doesn't make everybody better off. It just increases the prices that are paid. What happens when that's real money, when those are real people? When it's not just plastic game pieces at stake, it's hungry mouths that need to be fed and sheltered and cared for. That's where it hurts. And that, Mr. President, is what's so tragic. When the government colludes with itself, with a small handful of people on the outside encouraging it to do so. Some whispering in the ears of politicians, telling them that they'll be doing so many great things. That the expenditures, that the expansion of government is worth the investment. They're not doing it with their own money, no. They're doing it with the money of America's poor and middle class. It's a really sort of reverse Robin Hood sort of thing. We're stealing from the poor to give to the rich and the well-connected, and to give good headlines to a small handful of politicians. Shame on us. Shame on us all. Shame on this institution as we've done that. Look, I came to the United States Senate 11 years ago, committed to reducing the size, the scope, the reach, the cost, the overall footprint of the federal government, its impact on the lives of everyday citizens. I did so based on the understanding, based on the indisputable fact that whenever government expands its reach, it does so at the expense of individual liberty and individual prosperity. It doesn't mean that government doesn't have a place. It doesn't mean that we don't need government. Quite to the contrary, we do. It just means that there's always a balancing that has to be taken into account. You can't expand government without hurting average, everyday people who are subject to those things. And unfortunately, 11 years later, that same government is larger, more expensive, and more burdensome than ever before. In a farcically feudal system Americans now work for months out of every year just to pay their federal taxes. And then after all that is done, they're insultingly demeaned and told it's not enough. In fact, it hasn't been enough for a long time. Even though some of you who are now taxpayers and now voters have now worked months, at least weeks, maybe months, out of every year just to pay your federal taxes. And even though a lot of this debt may have been accumulated before some of you were old enough to vote, or some of you were even born, no matter, you've got to pay it. This is making that worse. We're making it worse for present living Americans, those who are of voting age, working age, tax-paying age, and those who are not. It's also adding to the burdens that will be faced by those who haven't even yet been born, whose parents have yet to meet. The regulatory state is growing ever more costly in terms of its economic impact. I've been studying the cost of the federal regulatory system for about 25 years. I first started thinking about it while I was in law school. I remember a guest speaker came to speak at our law school, and he explained that the federal regulatory system adds what he characterized as sort of a backdoor, invisible, de facto tax on poor and middle-class Americans. He explained that it's a backdoor, invisible tax, and that it's regressive in that it affects everyone, and disproportionately the poor and middle class, because of the fact that nowhere is any consumer able to identify the precise cost to them. In fact, most of them don't even know that it exists, because unlike their tax bill, there's no return at the end of the year. Unlike their sales tax, it typically will show up on someone's receipt, or a property tax, or anything else. There's no written indication of it that tells any one taxpayer or citizen what it's costing them every year, but it's there. Anyway, so back in, I think it was 1996 or 1997, he explained that the federal regulatory system was imposing this backdoor, invisible, highly regressive tax on Americans to the tune of $300 or $400 billion a year. And I remember thinking this is staggering, because that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money that could otherwise go toward other priorities, whether in the government, shoring up Social Security or Medicare or some other program, providing our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines with what they need, or in the lives of families, providing for the housing, the education, or the nourishment or other needs of our children. It just goes into the cost of complying with federal regulations. So yeah, Americans do pay for that, he explained. They just pay for it in a way that they can't quite see. There's no single bill that tallies the size of the expense for it, but they do pay for it nonetheless. They pay for it with higher prices on goods and services, everything they buy, and they also pay for it with diminished wages, unemployment, and underemployment. So here we are 25 years later. No one knows for sure what the federal regulatory system costs, but most estimates I've seen of late put the number at about $2 trillion a year. $2 trillion, that's the backdoor invisible tax that Americans pay through higher prices on goods and services, diminished wages, unemployment, and underemployment, due to what it costs to comply with federal regulations. Most people don't even think much about federal regulations, and with good reason. People have other, better things to do. Those who do think about them are perhaps inclined to think, maybe because they've been taught to think, or because they've never been taught otherwise, that these costs are borne by billionaires, that they're borne by big blue chip corporations, or the type of industrial tycoon that you would associate with a monopoly game piece, perhaps. But they are, in fact, borne by poor and middle-class Americans everywhere. That's money they can't get back, on top of the money that they had to pay after working weeks or months out of every year just to pay their federal taxes. And then being told, by the way, after the $2 trillion that you as a people were required to pay through this backdoor, invisible, highly regressive regulatory tax, so to speak, and on top of the $3 trillion that you paid on your taxes, it's still not enough because we're now nearly $29 trillion in debt. It's sad, it's insulting, it's discouraging. I mentioned inflation a minute ago, and I want to get back to that for a moment. It is the natural, foreseeable consequence of a government that really knows no limits on what it's there to do and knows essentially no limits on what it can spend. These days, if the federal government can dream it, if politicians can desire it, they can fund it. There's never been an institution on planet Earth who had access to more capital than the federal government does. There's never been a government in the existence of planet Earth that has had the ability to produce the amount of wealth that this nation has and the ability of its people to produce that wealth and the ability of the government to spend that amount of money. Because of that, this government also has tremendous bargaining power, and it has correspondingly tremendous borrowing power that goes along with that. In other words, because the American economy has been strong, and because the U.S. dollar has been the world's reserve currency of choice, that's given us this ability. It might make it seem like money, while not growing on trees technically, can be sort of printed into existence, just taken out of thin air, and that we won't feel the consequence for it. Now, you can get away with that a little bit longer when you have the world's reserve currency and an economy as large as ours, with credit that has been relatively good compared to that of other sovereign nations. But it does have limits, and we're seeing those limits now, Mr. President. We're seeing them in ways we haven't seen it. Yes, I was worried about this, scared to death of it 10, 11 years ago when I first got here. But it's so much worse now. It's so much worse now because we have behaved in a way that has made it worse. You can't hide it for that long. The piper eventually has to be paid, and the consequences eventually make themselves known. And it's finally starting to harm American families by reducing their real earnings and undercutting their purchasing power. In new research that we just released this week, the Joint Economic Committee Republicans, and I'm the ranking Republican on that committee, found that these rising prices are brought about as a result of a mix of two types of inflation. Transitory inflation and more lasting inflation brought about by runaway government spending. We found that government stimulus measures have ignited more lasting, more systemic inflation. These inflationary pressures are building on transitory inflation, and they're pushing prices higher. That's why I'm really concerned that over a year after the recession officially ended, Congress continues undaunted, unhindered, and seemingly more eager than ever in its desire to pursue new, massive government spending measures, including a $3.5 trillion budget resolution, the single largest spending package in history. If Congress continues to pursue spending packages that boost consumer demand, while at the same time depressing employment and investment, which is exactly what we're doing, then government-induced inflation will increase even further with even more drastic, painful consequences for us all, but especially for America's poor and middle class. The wealthy and well-connected will do just fine. The wealthiest among us will probably get rich as a result. The politicians among us who vote for these things will probably be patted on the back, congratulated by a compliant, dutiful news media, and most importantly, congratulated by each other, while poor and middle-class Americans will be left silently carrying the bill, bearing the pain of what they're doing to them. Congress should consider the inflationary risks of this pattern of unfettered, unrestrained government spending. My colleagues should be aware that the costs go beyond the simple sticker price of new spending. The American people would be better served by policies that are geared toward returning Americans to work and removing barriers to business investment in American workers. But we're not doing that. We're going in the opposite direction of where we should. And as a result, Americans are paying the price, especially poor and middle-class Americans. It's certainly affecting people in my home state of Utah. 85% of Utahns who were polled recently said that they're concerned about inflation. And they have reason to be. We've got data from all over the country. Look, nationwide, overall prices are up 5.3% over last year, just in 1 year alone. 5.3% overall nationwide. Some areas of the economy, it's particularly acute. You see it in meat prices, which are up 8% overall from last year. Beef is an astounding 12% more expensive than last year. Milk, 10% more expensive. Gasoline costs 50% more than it did a year ago. In the Salt Lake City area, home prices are up 26% above where they were last year. So everything from gas to groceries, from housing to health care, are all going up in like fashion. And global supply chains, quite frankly, can't keep up. Warnings are already being raised about holiday shortages and huge price increases, as there just aren't enough goods in the entire economy to meet demand. Because again, you just add more money to it. It doesn't make it more affordable, it makes it less affordable. Flooding more spending and therefore more money chasing fewer goods will only cause prices to rise even more. That hurts the poorest Americans the most. The federal government prioritizes those who are already wealthy and well-connected with its spending. And as politicians right here in this chamber congratulate themselves and each other and are congratulated by a compliant mainstream news media that for whatever reason always wants to praise the expansion of the federal government, even when it hurts America's poor and middle class, which it does. Americans are paying the price. Poor and middle class Americans are paying the price, those least able to do anything about it. And yes, we are causing that. So as we prioritize helping the wealthy and well-connected with this kind of spending, those Americans who don't have paid lobbyists are left in the dust, holding the bags, harmed the most. We aren't cold or calloused for rejecting more spending. No, no. We're considering those who end up paying the price for this monopoly money ploy to spend without end. The everyday Americans, the hardworking Americans, shouldn't be harmed like this, and yet they are going to be. They are already feeling that. It's indefensible. So we're nearing a point of having nearly $29 trillion in our national debt. It's the highest debt in our nation's history, and the debt to GDP ratio is now over 125%. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, debt to GDP ratio, where economic growth around the world throughout human history, growth tends to stall out once we cross that 100% debt to GDP ratio. Just a couple of years ago, we were still, I don't know, in the 80% range. And now we're at about 125%. Politicians have promised to deal with the national debt for decades. They've promised it over and over and over again. And now the argument has shifted. Some on the other side of the aisle are saying that debt doesn't matter, or that it might even be good. In fact, they're saying that it's so necessary that if we don't add to it, if we don't augment it, if we don't feed this beast, then we're somehow going to cause economic catastrophe. Now look, it may be good for their socialist makeover of America. It is disastrous for the people back home, especially those who they claim will be benefiting from it. The debt has reached absolutely unimaginable levels. It's almost $230,000 per taxpayer, nearing $87,000 per citizen. Meanwhile, businesses across the country are struggling to keep their doors open. Among labor shortages, skyrocketing prices, heavy regulation, vaccine and other mandates, and people losing their jobs because the President of the United States, using authority he doesn't have, through an order he is unwilling to even share with us. They're having to choose in some cases between getting a vaccine that in some cases might be hazardous to their health based on unique circumstances and the judgment of their own doctor, and yet they have to choose between getting the vaccine and losing their job. Many businesses are barely inching along. So no, Mr. President, they don't need more government spending. In fact, talking to countless business owners in Utah, more spending is the last thing they need. But it's certainly the last thing that poor middle-class Americans need. When what happens when we do that is they all get poorer, even as we're congratulated and we congratulate each other for expanding government yet again. I've had recent conversations with a number of business owners who, because of the heavy hand and the heavy spending practices of government, have been unable to keep themselves even in business. Spoke to one of many restaurant owners recently who explained his inability, even after increasing repeatedly the offering price, offering huge signing bonuses, and 15, then 16, then 18, then 19, then $20 an hour on top of that hiring bonus, just to hire people to work at his restaurant in a college town with a lot of young people who are usually willing to work in restaurants. They couldn't do it because of government interference. Government was competing with them. Government was paying people more to not work than they could be paid to work. This is only compounding the problem. None of this would be possible, Mr. President, if we weren't effectively operating this government with a printing press that makes the American people poorer. So yeah, I signed that letter 2 months ago, along with 46 Republican senators, almost the entire Senate Republican conference. I signed that not just because the letter looked neat, not because it would get praise. I knew it would get the opposite of that in the press, but because of the people we represent, especially the poor and middle class we represent, who will be made poorer and less secure every single time we do this. I can't vote to raise this debt ceiling, not right now, especially given the plans at play to increase spending immediately by another $3.5 trillion, which according to some is only as low as $3.5 trillion because of a creative accounting that the real number might be more like $5 trillion. Regardless, we can't do that. We can't afford that. It's not that the government can't physically do it. We know its ability to do it. But we also know that when it exercises that ability to do that, poor and middle-class Americans suffer. I can't do this to them. Neither should any of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I rise to address the elephant in the room that almost no one is talking about. Everyone is talking about the debt limit, but almost no one is talking about the debt. I'm a rancher, and I often think about policy in ranching terms. This is all hat, no cattle politics. We're starting down a track of a $29 trillion national debt. Let me say that again, a $29 trillion national debt. When I first came to Congress, it was just under $10 trillion, which seemed at the time an insurmountable debt. Now we're getting closer to 30. Certainly if the spending that is being entertained by the majority party and the Biden administration passes will be well over 30 trillion. In the immortal but edited words of Jimmy McMillan, the rent is too dang high guy, the debt is too dang high. Another sobering statistic, it was raised by the last speaker. In February, the Congressional Budget Office said that the national debt would surpass the economy's size this year, meaning the debt to GDP ratio has long been an indicator of the country's fiscal health, and countries have historically tended to decline once their debt surpassed their gross domestic product. This year, that country is us. It's the United States of America. Remember, countries historically decline once their debt surpasses their gross domestic product. That's what's happening here. It's a very sobering thought, but not a thought that is part of the debate for raising the debt ceiling. The debt ceiling increase that is being discussed now is so more spending can occur without addressing our debt to GDP ratio. We cannot go on like this. It is irresponsible at the deepest levels. Now, I understand and appreciate the concerns that have led to this short-term debt limit deal. But the fact of the matter is, unless we actually address the spending problems that are driving our national debt, and soon, we are already saddling future generations of people in my state of Wyoming and all the American people with a debt that they will never be able to repay, and soon interest payments on that debt will crowd out other spending. The only reason it hasn't happened already is because interest rates have been relatively low. But we have to pay interest on our debt before we pay other things, including the things that are in the majority party and the Biden administration's $3.5 trillion plan. I believe this is unforgivable. Now, I'm new to the Senate, so I was not here the last time we had to address the debt ceiling issue. But the last time it came up, it was Republicans who were the majority party and were on the dance floor by themselves. Since Republicans were in power in the Senate, Democrats left the Republicans to dance by themselves and raised the debt limit alone. So anyone talking about this issue today needs to recognize that history. It's normal for the party in power, where now the Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the White House, it's normal for them to raise the debt ceiling. The problem is that both when Republicans have been in the majority and have raised the debt ceiling, and now Democrats are in the majority and are going to raise the debt ceiling, neither party seems to talk about the debt. They only talk about raising the debt ceiling. It's really kind of shocking that the main focus of this debate, whenever it occurs, is never on how we got here. It's never on why we spend too much. It's never on the debt itself. It's always on just raising the ceiling or suspending the ceiling so we can spend more, so we can run up more debt, so we can have higher interest payments that can crowd out other spending, that can create the vicious cycle that creates deficit after deficit after deficit. Our colleagues on the left can throw back at any Republican here that spending has gone on like drunken sailors, even among Republicans, and they're not wrong. And also, I mean no disrespect to the Navy in referencing sailors. Happy birthday to the Navy, celebrating its 246th birthday yesterday. There is a lot of blame to go around here. What I would like to see us do is get together, both parties, all colleagues who are interested in this subject, come up with a way to address our debt, to balance our budget, whether it's freezing spending or addressing our trust funds or recognizing how we can fix our entitlement programs or how we can make the Social Security fund solvent, which we know how to do and do not have the political courage to do. We have to contain these massive interest payments. We must start addressing this issue. Earlier this year, I proposed the Sustainable Budget Act to create bipartisan solutions to our long-term spending. The Sustainable Budget Act should be on the table. My colleagues, Senators Romney and Manchin, also introduced the Trust Act to shore up the long-term fiscal solvency of our trust funds. That's another bill that should be on the table at the same time that we're debating raising the debt ceiling. Both of these ideas are worthy proposals that we should be discussing now on a bipartisan basis. Because this problem isn't one that only affects one party. When the time comes to pay the bill, our debt holders don't care, won't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. They only care about getting paid. And we're swiftly approaching a time when we will be unable to do so. You know, one of the reasons that I became so interested in digital currencies, in non-fiat currencies, is because they're not issued by a government. Bitcoin is not issued by a government. So it's not beholden to the debts that are run up by governments, including the greatest government that's ever existed on the face of the earth, the United States of America. The United States of America is now at the point where our debt exceeds our GDP ratio. It is the point at which nations decline. If we're going to let the dollar decline, having the lessons of history in front of us and failing to act, we're truly irresponsible. In the event that that contingency occurs, I want to make sure that non-fiat currencies, currencies not issued by governments, currencies not beholden to political elections, can grow, can allow people to save, can be there in the event that we fail at what we know we have to do. There's no proof yet in the 21st century that we're going to make this right. Time and again, in the U.S. House and the Senate, time and again, presidents of both parties have run up the debt irresponsibly, with no plan to address it. So thank God for Bitcoin and other non-fiat currencies that transcends the irresponsibility of governments, including our own. That is an indictment of our responsibility. Democrats and Republicans, presidents and Congress, our responsibility to address this looming, predictable, massive issue. Thank you, Mr. President. I reserve the balance of our time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I rise to speak for the generations of Americans who this body is irresponsibly drowning in debt. Now, to be clear, debt is a bipartisan problem. Debt is a problem both parties bear substantial responsibility for. To understand just how true that is, we need look back just 21 years. In the year 2000, when this century began, our national debt stood at roughly $5 trillion. Mr. President, I want you to pause and think about that. The year 2000 wasn't that long ago. $5 trillion is the total amount we owed. In 2001, George W. Bush became president. During the 8 years of Bush's presidency, the debt doubled from $5 trillion to $10 trillion. My party bears a significant degree of responsibility for that growth. Then in 2008, Barack Obama was elected president. And over the next 8 years, the debt doubled again from $10 trillion to $20 trillion. I want you to pause and reflect on that. The $5 trillion debt that we started the 21st century with had been accumulated by 42 presidents over 2 centuries, and then 2 presidents over 16 years, one a Republican and one a Democrat, took our debt and increased it by 300%, quadrupled the nation's debt in 16 years. As we stand here today, in 2021, some 9 months into the Joe Biden presidency, the debt is roughly $29 trillion. My home state, the great state of Texas, has roughly 29 million residents. That means the national debt is $1 million for every man, woman, and child in the state of Texas. That is reckless and irresponsible. Now, my Democratic colleagues point out that Republicans spent too much during the Trump presidency. I agree. Much of that spending I voted against. And I would note last year was an extraordinary year with a pandemic unlike anything any of us have ever seen in our lives. I wish Republicans had been better at exercising fiscal responsibility when we had control of the White House and both houses of Congress. The unfortunate reality in this body, though, is that when you have a multi-trillion-dollar spending bill, you can usually count on the votes of every single Democrat and about half the Republicans. And so on spending bill after spending bill, we see 75 to 80 senators coming together, usually all the Democrats and half the Republicans. And there are about 20 of us who try to say, why are we bankrupting our kids and grandkids? Why are we digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper? But that is, at least right now, a minority view in this body. But the fact that my party bears significant responsibility for the debt we have today is not to draw an equivalency between what's happened in the past and what is happening right now. Because, Mr. President, what Senate Democrats, what House Democrats, and what President Biden are doing now has no precedent in our nation's history. It is an order of magnitude different. Senate Democrats, House Democrats, and President Biden, if the spending proposals they have put forth pass, within a 12-month period, they will have spent $9.5 trillion. One of the problems people have at home is understanding big numbers. A million, a billion, a trillion, they've all got an illion in them. It's hard to tell the difference. That just sounds like a lot of money. Well, let's put $9.5 trillion in context. $9.5 trillion is more than twice what the United States spent to win World War II. The entire course of the war, it cost us less than half of that to save the free world and defeat the Nazis. And Washington Democrats are trying to spend that in 12 months. It is wildly irresponsible. It is reckless. They are trying to accompany that with trillions of dollars of new taxes. If the Democrats get their way, every tax you can think of is going up. Individual income tax is going up. Corporate taxes are going up. Small business taxes are going up. Capital gains taxes are going up. The death tax is going up. Farmers are paying more in taxes. Ranchers are paying more in taxes. Small businesses are paying more in taxes. Working families are paying more in taxes. Joe Biden campaign promising no one who makes $400,000 a year or less will see their taxes go up. That statement was a flat-out falsehood. And by the way, look, I recognize Joe Biden and I are of a different party, so maybe you're inclined not to credit me with my assessment of the truth or falsity of President Biden's promise. Well, if you don't take my word for it, take the Joint Committee on Taxation's word for it that analyzed the Democrats' tax program and found for roughly 80% of Americans, taxes either stayed the same or go up. That it's cutting taxes for a very small portion of Americans. It's raising taxes on people with incomes as low as $40,000 a year. By the way, it's also worth noting, part of the Democratic talking points is that the deficit is driven by the 2017 tax cut. Those are good partisan talking points. Those will get a round of applause in any Democratic gathering. Although I say that with all candor, Mr. President, I haven't been to very many Democratic gatherings. But I feel confident that is accurate. That Democrats like, yes, too many tax cuts. Before you're inclined just to believe that political rhetoric, however, you might at least pause to look at the facts, to look at the numbers. And the facts and numbers show that after we passed the 2017 tax cuts, cutting taxes on working families across this country, that we saw record prosperity, we saw the lowest unemployment in 50 years, we saw the lowest African American unemployment ever recorded, we saw the lowest Hispanic unemployment ever recorded, and we saw federal tax revenues go up. So the next time you hear a Democrat say the debt comes from the tax cut, it just ain't so. The next year, the Treasury got more money in taxes than it had the year before. So the Democratic narrative about tax cuts driving the debt is, to borrow a term from the current president, malarkey. The debt that we are facing as a result of this wild spending spree is going up and up and up. And one of the consequences of that spending and that debt is we are seeing an inflation bomb going off in this country. Now, for younger Americans, inflation may not sound very real. Inflation's not something we've lived with in recent times. We've been in this sort of weird holiday from economic history, with inflation being very, very low. But, Mr. President, you and I are both old enough to remember the 1970s. We're both old enough to remember double-digit inflation, 21% interest rates. Inflation is a cruel tax, and it's a tax on everybody, but it's particularly cruel on the most vulnerable. You know who gets hammered with inflation? Senior citizens. Seniors who spent their whole lives saving. And they suddenly see the values of their savings going down and down and down because Washington politicians are devaluing their money. Seniors who are on a fixed income get the same amount of money each month, but suddenly the cost of everything goes up. Right now today, all across this country, in Texas, in Virginia, and in every other state, prices are going up. The cost of gasoline has skyrocketed as a direct result of Joe Biden and the Democrats' policies. The cost of food is going up. The cost of rent is going up. The cost of lumber is going up. The cost of homes is going up. According to the chief economist at Moody's Analytics, for households earning the U.S. median annual income, which is about $70,000 a year, the current inflation rate has forced them to spend another $175 a month in food and fuel and housing. That works out to $2,100 a year. So each month, if your family is at the median income level in the United States, the Democrat inflation tax is about $175 a month. And that's before their massive tax rates kick in. And that's before this body passes the Bernie Sanders socialist budget. It's worth noting just how radical these Democrats are. President Biden is in the White House, that's true. But in the Senate, Senate Democrats have the slimmest majority possible. This is a 50-50 body. It is only by virtue of the vice president's tie-breaking vote that they have any majority at all. And yet Democrats have interpreted this incredibly close election as a mandate to radically transform this country. Joe Biden didn't campaign on that. Joe Biden campaigned as a nice, happy, centrist moderate. No more mean tweets, nothing to scare you at home. We're just going to return to the halcyon days of yesteryear. 5 years ago, well, let's go back even further than that. 9 years ago, Mr. President, when you and I were both elected to the Senate, we arrived here at the exact same time. 9 years ago, there was exactly one socialist in this body that admitted he was a socialist. That was Bernie Sanders. If you ask Senator Sanders, he would say, I'm a socialist. I'm not a Democrat. I'm running as a socialist. And most of the Democrats in this body would say, no, 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 that's not me. I'm not a socialist like him. That was a fringe view. Even in the 2020 election, Joe Biden, when he was running in a primary against Bernie Sanders, said, no, 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 I'm not a socialist. Well, today, Bernie Sanders is the chairman of the Budget Committee. We are in the midst of debating passing the Bernie Sanders socialist budget, $5.5 trillion. That's radical. That is extreme. And I think our Democratic colleagues are too scared of the left flank in their own party to dare stand up to it. Now, in addition to the reckless spending, to the reckless taxes they're trying to ram through, to the massive debt they're trying to ram through, we also have a radical agenda across the country, including on our southern border, where we are facing a crisis on our southern border. Over 2 million people are expected to cross illegally this year. The highest rate of illegal immigration in 21 years, and congressional Democrats refuse to do anything about it. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have handed the agenda over to the open border radicals, and we're seeing a public health crisis, we're seeing a national security crisis, we're seeing a humanitarian crisis as a result. And as bad as the economic and domestic policy has been, the foreign policy has been even worse, including the greatest national security disaster and foreign policy disaster in a generation. The utterly incompetent and calamitous surrender in Afghanistan. All of that extreme agenda is being pushed by Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. Which brings us to our present crisis, the debt ceiling crisis. Our national debt is roughly $29 million, and yet Democrats want to add trillions more to that. How many trillions? We don't know. They're battling within their conference just how many trillions more to saddle this country, but it's going to be a lot. But you know the curious thing? This crisis is 100% manufactured by Democrats. Why is that? Because for the entirety of this Congress, Democrats have had complete 100% power to raise the debt ceiling anytime they wanted. How is that? Well, ordinarily in this body, the way legislation moves, it needs 60 votes to move. It's called the legislative filibuster. But there's an exception to that, and it's a big exception. It's called budget reconciliation. It comes from the Budget Act of 1974. Under budget reconciliation, you only need 50 votes, not 60 votes. It's the biggest exception that exists to the filibuster rule. Democrats, unfortunately, have 50 votes in this body. They have a majority in the House, and they have the White House. That means Democrats using budget reconciliation, and it is clear, by the way, that you can raise the debt ceiling using budget reconciliation. Democrats could have raised the debt ceiling in January. They didn't. They could have raised the debt ceiling in February. They didn't. They could have raised it in March or April or May or June, July, August, September. They didn't. We're in October. Democrats could have raised the debt ceiling today. They didn't. They could have done it with only Democratic votes, and there was not a single thing Republicans could have done to stop them. They know that. They don't dispute that. So why are we facing a crisis? If for 10 months Democrats could have done this anytime they wanted, why didn't they? Well, because there are at least some Democrats who realize drowning the nation in debt and spending and taxes is not popular back home. The voters don't like it. And so instead, Majority Leader Schumer has not once, not twice, 3 times tried to move a legislative vehicle to raise the debt ceiling that requires 60 votes. He didn't have to do it. He could have done it using reconciliation, using only Democratic votes. He had total power to do that. But he didn't want to do that. He wanted to use it to move it forward in a way that required at least 10 Republicans to join with it. Why? There is one and only one reason for this. Mr. President, I would challenge any Senate Democrats to ask Majority Leader Schumer if there's any other reason he proffered for not doing what he could have done at any time, day or night. The only reason is to obscure accountability. The only reason is to blame some of that debt on Republicans so that Senate Democrats could claim, hey, both parties did it. What the Democrats are doing right now is unprecedented. It is radical. And they know it and they're scared of it. So what are we seeing instead? We're seeing Chuck Schumer tell the American people we're on the verge of a default. We're seeing Joe Biden threaten that the United States will default on our debt. We're seeing the Treasury Secretary threaten that the United States will default on our debt. Joe Biden's threats to default on the debt are wildly reckless and irresponsible. Let me be clear so that no one is confused. The United States should never, ever, ever default on our debt. Period. All 100 senators in this chamber agree with that. There is not a single senator in either party who believes the United States should default on our debt. Why does Joe Biden go on national television and threaten to default on the debt when he could have raised the debt ceiling any time he wanted? Because he's playing a game of political brinksmanship, threatening a calamitous result on the American economy because he wants to browbeat Republicans into serving as a smokescreen to help hide the responsibility Democrats pay for their massive spending and debt. And I got to say, for the last several months, I was proud of my party. Republicans were united. We were standing together. We were standing as one. And every single Republican, all 50 Republicans, were telling anyone that would listen, we will not participate in raising the debt ceiling. If the Democrats are going to raise trillion in spending, they need to raise the debt ceiling and own the debt that their reckless spending is producing. Our party was completely united. The Republican leader and he and I have had significant disagreements over the years. But on this question, we were in exactly the same place. We were saying exactly the same thing. Our conference has a wide range of views, from conservatives to moderates to libertarians. All 50 of us were on the same page. The Democrats have the power to raise the debt ceiling on their own. They are engaged in wildly reckless spending. And if they're going to do that, they need to be the ones to vote for this debt. We were united for 2 months. Indeed, 46 of us signed a letter to Chuck Schumer, I think 2 months ago, making clear what our position was. I helped write that letter. It was not a fringe position of a couple of members of the conference. We got 46 out of 50 Republican senators to sign it. So Schumer knew, Pelosi knew, Biden knew. But they chose to engage in reckless brinksmanship. Now, I believe the end result of this game of chicken was clear. That Democratic leader Schumer was on a path to surrender, was on a path to doing what he should have done a week ago or 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago or a month ago or 2 months ago, which is moving a reconciliation bill and raising the debt ceiling. And I can tell you there were Democratic senators, multiple Democratic senators coming to me, coming to other members of my party, saying, okay, how much time would it take to move a reconciliation bill? Can we get it done in time for the October 18th date that the Treasury Secretary has laid out? And to a person, Republicans answered, yes, there's plenty of time under the rules of reconciliation to move forward. There's no barrier. You have all the time you need. I believe Democratic leader Schumer was on the verge of surrendering. And then, unfortunately, yesterday, Republicans blinked. I think that was a mistake. I think that was the wrong decision. Now, I'll tell you the reason Republican leadership made that decision to blink was because Senate Democrats threatened to nuke the filibuster, to eliminate the filibuster. I don't know if that threat was real. I don't know if they would have carried through on it or not. But I understand why Republican leadership blinked. Ending the filibuster would enable Democrats to pass an even more radical agenda than the one they're doing right now. It would enable Democrats to pass things that would profoundly alter this nation, perhaps irreparably. So I understand why Republican leadership blinked, but I wish they hadn't. I wish they hadn't because I believe we were on the verge of victory. The American people agreed with us. The Democrat position on its face was objectively unreasonable. Here's the Democratic position. We have complete power to raise the debt ceiling anytime we want, but the only way we'll do it is if Republicans do it with us. Otherwise, we'll default on the debt. Even the Capitol Hill press corps, who, Mr. President, in your quieter moments you will admit, leans very far left. Even the Capitol Hill press corps knew that was ridiculous. And so, unfortunately, yesterday we were on the verge of victory, but we turned that victory into defeat. Now, let's be clear what the order of magnitude of this defeat is. We are soon going to vote on moving to take up the debt ceiling. And the political games played by Democratic leader Schumer may have prevailed in the short term by cajoling 10 or more Republicans to vote with the Democrats to allow a vote on the debt ceiling. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope we defeat that vote. I'm certainly going to vote no, and I'm urging my colleagues to vote no. But if 60 or more senators vote to take up the vote, then we will see a clear divide. On the debt ceiling, all 50 Republicans will vote no. On the debt ceiling, all 50 Democrats will vote yes. We will see a clear divide. I wish it had happened without the political games, without the political theater that Democratic leadership played. One of the reasons I think it was a mistake for Republican leadership to give in to the demands, to the hostage-taking, to the political terrorism of the other side, is that it significantly hurts the credibility of the Republican conference. The Democratic leader is no doubt telling every Democratic senator, you see, they won't hold their ground, they'll give in. All we have to do is stand strong, and they won't stand and fight against us. Now, I hope that proves nothing more than hot air. I hope that proves a bad estimation of what Republican senators will do. I can tell you this conference remains absolutely united that the Bernie Sanders socialist budget of $5.5 trillion with trillions in taxes is wildly and recklessly irresponsible and would do massive damage to this country. I hope and believe we'll stay united on that. But we could have stayed united on the debt ceiling as well. We could have stayed united in making clear that the Democrats had every ability to do this on their own. But sometimes in a poker game, a bluff wins the pot. In this case, to mix my metaphors, which would make my high school English teacher very angry, in the game of chicken, Chuck Schumer won this game of chicken. As two trucks drove towards each other on a country road, one or the other was going to turn, or you were going to have a lot of dead chickens. I wish Republicans hadn't blinked. We shouldn't have done that. But the strategic mistake by our leadership should not distract from the fundamental divide in this body. I don't know why it is that Democratic senators look at this last election, an unbelievably close election, and conclude there is no need for bipartisanship in the Senate. That their mandate is rammed through a radical and socialist agenda. And let me be clear, by the way, the first major bill Democrats took up was a $1.9 trillion spending bill, a so-called COVID relief bill. I say so-called COVID relief because only 9% of the bill was health care spending on COVID. It was a liberal wish list paying off special interests that support the Democrats. You know, Mr. President, you and I were both at Joe Biden's inauguration. We sat on the steps of the Capitol. We heard President Biden give what I thought was a pretty good speech. A speech about unity, a speech about coming together, a speech about healing. Sadly, that speech didn't even last the time it took for the words to be transmitted over the airwaves to the people listening at home. It would have been easy for President Biden and Democrats to pass a bipartisan COVID relief bill. Easy. There were Republicans eager to do so. And Mr. President, to show that that's not just empty posturing, that that's not just partisan language, last year, when we had a Republican majority in the Senate, we passed bipartisan COVID relief bills not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, 5 times. 5 times. When Republicans had the majority, we didn't ram through COVID relief bills that were hard partisan bills, but instead we worked together with the other side. When Joe Biden, who promised healing and unity, the first big bill he had, he made a choice. Do I want to honor what I said? Or do I want to give in to the angry socialist left? And he rammed through a bill, a $1.9 trillion spending bill, that in the House of Representatives got 0 Republican votes, and in the Senate got 0 Republican votes. And I got to tell you, Senate Democrats didn't want a Republican vote. There wasn't even a minute of discussion, of negotiation. There wasn't an attempt to make it bipartisan. It was, we have the power, by the narrowest margin, and we're going to abuse that power. And sadly, it hasn't changed. It has continued. This Bernie Sanders socialist budget, $5.5 trillion, is reckless and partisan, and it will get 0 Republican votes in the House. It will get 0 Republican votes in the Senate, because the Democrats believe they have a short window to fundamentally transform this nation and to destroy the free market system that has produced the greatest prosperity this nation has ever seen. This is tragic. And Mr. President, I, for one, will continue doing everything humanly possible to lead the fight to stop this radical agenda that threatens the lives, the safety, the security, the liberties, the constitutional rights, and the financial future of 29 million Texans. Bankrupting our kids and grandkids is serious business. And the political games from the Democrats are meant to distract from that. And let me note finally, there is legislation I have supported all 9 years I've served in this body. It's legislation introduced by the senator from Pennsylvania, Senator Toomey. It's called the Full Faith and Credit Act, although I actually prefer a different name for it. The name I prefer is the Default Prevention Act. It's legislation that says in the event the credit limit is not raised, the United States will never, ever, ever default on the debt. That even without the credit limit being raised, there are tax revenues coming in every month. So the Default Prevention Act makes clear we'll prioritize those tax revenues to interest on the debt, to paying our active duty military, and to Social Security and Medicare. Government by crisis would end, or at least be substantially mitigated, if we pass the Default Prevention Act. Earlier today, I was on a radio program, Sean Hannity's radio program, where he played an interesting clip of Democrats all talking about debt ceiling denial or default denial. And I commend the other party. One of the things the Democrats do really well is message discipline. When they come up with talking points, it is remarkable. Every Democrat in these United States of America, from Joe Biden down to the county dog catcher, they repeat the exact same words. So Sean Hannity played a whole series of just clips of Democrats using the identical talking points. Debt ceiling denial, default denial. You know who's in denial is the Democrats. They're in denial that the debt ceiling exists. They're in denial of the $29 trillion that's bankrupting our kids and grandkids. And they like these crises. Why do I know they like these crises? Because they don't want to pass the Default Prevention Act. If the Democratic senators who give speeches about how bad a default would be, if they actually believed that, we could come together today and we could ensure the citizens of Texas, citizens of Virginia, the citizens of Utah, that there will never, ever, ever be a default of our debt. But if we did that, it would mean that Senator Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and President Biden couldn't engage in the kind of theatrics, the kind of reckless brinksmanship that we've seen over the last several weeks. That would jeopardize their radical agenda. I hope and pray that this body, the Senate, serves as the last bulwark to stop the radical socialist agenda that Washington Democrats are trying to ram through. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
From South Carolina.
Thank you. I missed most of what Senator Cruz said, but I think I had a general idea of what he was going to say. So what is this all about tonight? Why we're here? So the bottom line is we have a debt ceiling increase that's coming due under our law. The debt ceiling has been dealt with numerous times since I've been here. What is this all about? My Democratic colleagues, we've worked together to pass a $1.2 trillion bill for roads, bridges, ports, and electrical vehicles. I was one of 19 Republicans. Made sense to me. The reason we got a debt ceiling problem beyond the normal course of business is that my Democratic colleagues, through reconciliation, are going to keep on spending from $3.5 to $5 trillion. That it's got zero to do, in my view, with infrastructure as we know it. It's more about expanding the size and scope of government. They have every right to pursue this, and we as Republicans have every right to make it hard. So Senator McConnell's been saying for 2 months now that if you're going to spend the money through reconciliation, you need to raise the debt limit through reconciliation. And there's been a change of heart here at the last minute, but we'll be doing this again in December. So here's my point. I think you should do that. I think the reconciliation process is available to you. I think you should be required to use it, and I don't intend to help you spend any more of this money. Now, what does reconciliation mean? It means that you can do it by yourself through a process that allows 50 votes, not 60. As budget ranking member, I'm willing to waive the 3 days. I'm willing to try to make it the process less painful. But the point is that you need to own this. And that was our position until recently. We'll be doing this again in December. And this idea that the rules of the Senate may change because of this issue or any other issue, I want to get something off my chest. When President Trump was president, we had the House and the Senate, and there was enormous pressure on Republicans to change the rules to get everything we wanted. I had a lot of Democratic colleagues standing up for the institutional filibuster, legislative filibuster. We sent a letter with over 60-something names on it, basically saying to the leaders of the Senate, let's don't make the Senate the House. All of a sudden, you're now in charge at 50-50, and there is a constant stream of threats coming from the president this time to change the rules of the Senate to raise the debt limit because you don't want to use reconciliation. If you have no more respect for the Senate than that, go ahead and change the rules. I'm not going to live the rest of my political life under threat. I'm asking no more of you than I ask of myself. So if the reason the Republican Party has changed its position is because we think somehow what we were doing would put the Senate in peril, well, then the Senate was in peril a lot more than we thought it was. It never entered my mind to go to Democratic colleagues and say, if you don't do a few things that I need to have to get people off my ass at home, then I may have to do carve-outs of this and that. I didn't do it because I don't think it's the right thing to do. I'm not going to tolerate it now. Now, I'll work with you when it makes sense, but what you're doing makes no sense to me, and you need to pay a political price for it under the rules. I'm not doing anything illegal. The Republican Party wasn't doing anything backdoor. We said there's a way forward on the debt ceiling. It's reconciliation, and that's the process you should use because of what you're doing in terms of spending all this money. And we're just not going to be part of making it easier for you to spend all this money. And here we are. 10 Republicans are going to be voting here pretty soon. I will not be one of them. And to my Republican colleagues, I understand where you're coming from. I don't fault you for your vote. You know, I was one of 19 Republicans that voted for an infrastructure package. A lot of you didn't agree. Some of you were vocal about it. I can take criticism from within my party and without. I try to be respectful. I'll be respectful tonight. But here's our problem as Republicans. We said for 2 months we're going to do one thing, at the end we've done another. What does it really matter? I don't know. I think it matters to the people who listen to us and have some faith in us. So to my Democratic colleagues, if we get through the night, we'll be doing this again. And I promise you, come December, I will be doing everything I can to give you a reasonable reconciliation process, to make it as painless as possible in terms of process, but this is what you should be doing because this is what you're doing to the country. And to my Republican colleagues, we'll have another bite at this apple, and we need to decide who we are and what we believe. And if we're not going to pursue this strategy anymore, let's just tell the people of the country up front it was a bad idea, we shouldn't have done it. I think it wasn't a bad idea, but let's not mislead people here. Let's not say one thing and do another. So I'm hoping that we can find a way to do some things together before now in 2022. There's some things on Section 230. The colleague, the presiding officer, is one of the best people in the world to do things with if you're looking for bipartisanship on immigration. We got a broken border, we got DACA at risk, maybe we can do a small deal on immigration. But the point for me is, this was a self-inflicted wound, and we need not do this again. I will yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Utah.
Mr. President, we've had a number of senators come to the floor over the last couple of hours talking about some of the problems that we face as a country. They're real, they're serious, and they're being made more severe still, and more severe than they need to be, by virtue of the step that the Senate is, I fear, about to take. When you extend the debt limit without any plan as to how you're not going to be back in the same position in just a few more months, and you're raising it more, as we've been doing it lately, just suspending the debt limit. You're creating sort of a debt limit Mardi Gras, an era in which any amount of additional borrowing is permitted during that period. It becomes especially dangerous during times like this one, where we're spending not just to the tune of billions, not just to the tune of hundreds of billions, not just to the tune of $1 trillion more than we take in, but to the tune of many trillions more than we take in each and every year. And that's what is hurting poor and middle-class American families. It's this reverse Robin Hood that's so perverse, this reverse Robin Hood effect, where we're effectively borrowing against and stealing from the poor and giving it to the rich and the well-connected. We're giving the praise that accompanies it to the politicians who clamor for attention as a result of other people's spending, other people's money, that other people will have to work for to earn back, to pay back. Some of those people aren't old enough to vote yet. Some haven't been born. Some of them will be born years from now to parents who have not met. It's not fair for us to do that. And that's why this isn't just another debt ceiling debate. It's not just another debt limit discussion. This one is so much bigger than it has been in the past. And the effects are being felt so much more directly than they have at any other time in the past when we've raised this. I know that this can come across to a lot of people as an intensely partisan place. You know, I understand how people could think that. In some ways it is. Everything about it reminds people of that, especially the visual images that they see. You know, we've got 100 desks in here. 50 of them are on that side of the aisle. 50 of them are on this side of the aisle. And there are a number of issues on which there is a division of thought, a set of pretty deep disagreements that sometimes lead to votes that break down more or less along partisan lines. Yeah, there is a lot of that. In my view, that doesn't reflect a petulant desire to disagree for the sake of being disagreeable. It tends to reflect something a little deeper, a little more heartfelt, and more than anything, it reflects a genuine difference of opinion among the people we represent. We don't like to disagree around here. In fact, I like agreeing. I don't like being disagreeable with those on the other side of the aisle. Many of my very favorite people in the United States Senate are people who don't share my party affiliation and who are at the opposite end of the ideological spectrum from me. And it makes it that much more fun to work with them because there are a number of areas where we can and where we do agree. So there are ways in which this place is portrayed in the entertainment media and in the news media that are accurate insofar as they show this sometimes heated debate that occurs across party lines. There is some of that occurs. It's an incomplete picture because there are a lot of areas where we agree, where we reach conclusions that are good, we reach them together. There's another feature of that, though, that's very seldom portrayed in the news media, in the entertainment media, or elsewhere in our society and in our culture, and it worries me. That is about the areas where there's bipartisanship that maybe is good for people in this chamber, but leaves a lot of people out in the cold. It's good for politicians, whether they have an R or a D after their name. It's bad for everyone else, especially the poor and middle class. That part concerns me. It worries me a lot. You know, we didn't get to this point where going into the pandemic, at the peak of an economic cycle, where we were spending $1 trillion a year more than we were taking in. We didn't get to that point without a lot of bipartisanship. We didn't get to the point of $1 trillion annual deficits without a whole lot of Republicans and a whole lot of Democrats agreeing together to spend $1 trillion more each year than we were taking in, with record low unemployment, with strong economic growth. We were still borrowing that much. 25%, one out of every $4 spent by the federal government was borrowed. There's a lot of bipartisanship in that. But not all bipartisanship is equal, and not all bipartisanship is good for hardworking, poor and middle-class Americans. Some of it's downright harmful. We didn't get to the point where we spent last year more than double what we brought in. We brought in $3 trillion, miraculously, during the height of the pandemic, and yet we spent $6.6 trillion last year. We didn't get to that point without a whole lot of bipartisanship, without a whole lot of Republicans agreeing with a whole lot of Democrats to spend that much more than we had. We didn't get to be almost $30 trillion in debt without a whole lot of bipartisanship. That was a whole lot of Republicans and a whole lot of Democrats agreeing to do something that might have felt good in the moment, that might have done a lot of good in the moment, but didn't take into account the forgotten man and the forgotten woman in the picture. The poor and middle class family that finds it harder to get by, to buy everything from housing to health care, from gas to groceries. Didn't take them into account. So no, not all bipartisanship makes sense. Not all bipartisanship has the best interests of the American people at heart. Sometimes you need someone in the room to express hesitation, to express reluctance. Sometimes it's one or two, sometimes it's half. That's why I was elated. I was pleased when a few months ago, nearly every member of the Senate Republican Conference 46 out of the 50 of us signed a letter. Now, the letter explained a few things that I think are pretty important to remember. Explained, for example, that we don't ever want to see the federal government default on its debt, pointing out that not raising the debt limit is a different decision than a decision to default on the debt. We'll bring in more than enough money every month and every year to meet the debt service obligations of every month and every year. A significant amount more, in fact. Sometimes changing the prioritization of spending can allow us to borrow less than we would otherwise. So nearly every member of the Senate Republican Conference signed this letter acknowledging we don't want a default. We do find ourselves in an untenable position in which Democrats are wanting to pass a $3.5 trillion bill that really, according to the nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, would end up costing more like $5 trillion. We don't think it's right in that circumstance to just suspend the debt ceiling, and then we're not going to do it. And so we signed this letter that said, you know, we, the undersigned Republican senators, are letting Senate Democrats know, and the American public know, that we will not vote to increase the debt ceiling, whether that comes through a standalone bill, a continuing resolution, or any other vehicle. This is a problem created by Democrat spending. Democrats will have to accept sole responsibility for facilitating it. I want to be clear. It's not saying that the underlying problem was created entirely by Democrats, but it is saying that what the Democrats were about to do and are still planning to do was the driving reason why we were unwilling to just suspend the debt ceiling. And remember, when we're suspending it, we're not just raising it by a certain amount. We're creating a period of debt ceiling Mardi Gras, a period in which any amount of additional borrowing is allowed under the law. And when you've got one party that wants to add to the tune of many trillions of dollars to our already out-of-control debt, one that's now in the range of about 125% of our GDP, that's a problem. It was not unreasonable for us to make that commitment. It would have been unreasonable for us not to make that commitment. Sometimes you need someone who's willing to say, maybe this isn't such a good idea. I commend those who signed the letter. I implore all who signed it to remember that commitment, to remember it to their voters. I don't think it helps for us to just suspend the debt ceiling anyway. And I don't think it helps to dismiss this as simply a cloture vote. The point of the letter was that Democrats have the ability to do this on their own through the reconciliation process. If they want to do it, they should use that process. They haven't used that process. In light of that, we have no business facilitating it. I see I've got an additional colleague here who's interested in speaking, and in deference to him, I'm going to let him proceed. But before I do so, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that we submit for the congressional record a copy of that letter dated August 10, 2021, signed by 46 Republican senators.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Senator from Montana.
Mr. President, first of all, I want to thank the senator from Utah for his courtesy. Thank you, Senator Lee. Americans across the country, people around the world, and myself believe that in this room, they know that President Biden is failing at our southern border. That's not a secret. We've had months of record-shattering numbers of illegal immigrants crossing that southern border. We've had unfathomable amounts of illegal drugs produced by Mexican cartels, meth, fentanyl, heroin, coming into our country. It's making its way across that southern border and into states like my home state of Montana. Many of you have probably heard me say that Montana is a northern border state with a southern border crisis. Well, that's true. The crisis at our southern border, created by President Biden, is out of control. And we all know we must do something to change the status quo to protect our families and our communities. But what I'm here to talk about today is how President Biden is also failing at our northern border, the border between the United States and Canada. While our southern border remains wide open to illegal drugs, illegal immigrants, many potentially COVID positive or unvaccinated, our northern border remains closed because of President Biden. The hypocrisy here is stunning. It's infuriating. It's unexplainable. There's no reason or rationale behind President Biden's decision. It can't be because of COVID-19 or because of vaccination rates. Canadians are over 80% vaccinated. 80%. Haitians, on the other hand, coming across the southern border, have less than a 1% vaccination rate. So if COVID-19 and the vaccination rates were the issue, then why did President Trudeau lift his restrictions and start allowing Americans to travel to Canada on August 9th? It makes no sense. President Biden is prohibiting Canadians from traveling into the United States. They can't come into Montana. Who is paying the price for President Biden's hypocrisy? Montanans are paying the price. Montana families, Montana businesses are paying the price. Montana border communities, northern border communities across the country are paying the price. President Biden's inexplicable policies are hurting Montana's economy, destroying jobs, shuttering businesses, hurting our families. In fact, let me give you an example. Great Falls, Montana, proudly calls Malmstrom Air Force Base its home. They've reported that they've seen a 20 to 25% decrease in revenue due to the continued border closure. This is sadly the story we are hearing from many communities and business owners across Montana, as Canadians are no longer able to come visit our beautiful state. Mr. President, this has been going on far too long. Since the President will not do the right thing, to use some good old-fashioned Montana common sense, to listen to Montanans and open our northern border, I've introduced a bill to do just that. And by the way, I've seen several of my colleagues across the aisle join me in calling on this administration to reopen the northern border, and I'm grateful for that. But actions speak louder than words. Today, we have the opportunity to stop putting the power in the hands of President Biden to make the right decision here. He hasn't made it, because we know that won't happen. Today, we can pass my bill. It's called the Restoring the Northern Border Travel Act, and require the Biden administration to reopen the northern border. Let's help revitalize Montana. How about the other northern border states? Let's put an end to this irrational closure and this hypocrisy. A wide open southern border and a closed northern border. It doesn't make any sense. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in passing my bill.
Senator from Montana.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of Senate Bill 2196 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to be reconsidered be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Delaware.
I appreciate our colleague from Montana's efforts to get northern border travel back to normal. I understand that this is an important issue in Montana, and it's important to families along our northern border, not only in Montana, but across our nation. I just want to flag a couple of things if I can. This legislation has not been considered just yet in the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, on which I serve and formerly chaired. Given the importance of this issue, I will be more than happy to work with our colleague from Montana on a path forward from this time. I am concerned, having said that, this legislation as is a bit too broad and could have unintended consequences, including making it harder to address future challenges at our borders. Fortunately, having said that, fortunately, the administration, the Biden administration, is already taking actions to safely and responsibly reopen our border, including the recent announcement to expand the eligibility of travelers to enter the U.S. via air travel that will go into effect, I believe it's next month. Again, I appreciate our colleague's efforts here. I'm ready to work with him. I said to him just a few minutes ago, more than willing to work with him on this bill within the Homeland Security Committee, where I serve as a senior Democrat. And we can look at changes to refine the legislation and hopefully build bipartisan support for it. Unfortunately, however, tonight I have to object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President?
Senator from Montana.
Mr. President, I am grateful for the support the senator from Delaware has offered here. The reason I'm down here asking for unanimous consent this evening is to provide a sense of urgency to try to get this done now. President Trudeau opened up the Canadian border on August 9th, and President Biden's kept the border shut down and Canadians coming in during that entire time. It doesn't make sense. COVID is a concern. We agree on that. However, it should not be a concern in the U.S.-Canadian border, with Canadians having an 80% vaccination rate. Canada began allowing fully vaccinated Americans to cross the border 2 months ago. Canada has a higher vaccination rate than the United States. I find it a bit hypocritical to talk about the concern about vaccination rates and relating that to the northern border at the same time the southern border is wide open with vaccination rates, for example, the Haitians of less than 1%. So anyway, we want to get this resolved. We're seeing businesses and families suffer from northern border states. This administration continues to have a wide open southern border policy while keeping the northern border closed. Montanans can't figure that one out. Many of us who live in northern border states see the same thing. The hypocrisy in this issue has to end. The travel to the U.S.-Canadian border needs to be restored immediately. I yield back my time.
President?
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I ask to yield back the remaining time on both sides.
Without objection. All time is yielded back. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the motion to concur in the House amendment to S. 1301, an act to provide for the publication by the Secretary of Health and Human Services of physical activity recommendations for Americans, with an amendment numbered 3847, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to concur in the House amendment to S. 1301, an act to provide for the publication by the Secretary of Health and Human Services of physical activity recommendations for Americans, with amendment number 3847, offered by the Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gilliram. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Arono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Carper, Cornyn, King, Klobuchar, McConnell, Menendez, Murkowski, Ossoff, Reed, Schatz, Tester. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Cotton, Cruz, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Lee, Risch, Scott of Florida, Tuberville, Young. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Hoeven, no. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Is that your script? Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Who was your other one? Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Casey, Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Rono, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Miss Ernst, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 61, the nays are 38, 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, can we have order? Now,
Senate will be in order.
Now, Mr. President, in a few moments, the Senate will pass an extension of the debt limit through early December, avoiding a first-ever Republican-manufactured default on the national debt. On Monday morning, I said we needed to pass a bill to address the debt limit by the end of the week, and that is exactly what we did. Republicans played a dangerous and risky partisan game, and I am glad that their brinksmanship did not work. For the good of America's families, for the good of our economy, Republicans must recognize in the future that they should approach fixing the debt limit in a bipartisan way. What is needed now is a long-term solution, so we don't go through this risky drama every few months. And we hope Republicans will join in enacting a long-term solution to the debt limit in December. We're ready to work with them. Leader McConnell and Senate Republicans insisted they wanted a solution to the debt ceiling, but said Democrats must raise it alone by going through a drawn-out, convoluted, and risky reconciliation process. That was simply unacceptable to my caucus. And yesterday, Senate Republicans finally realized that their obstruction was not going to work. I very much thank, my Democratic colleagues for showing our unity in solving this Republican-manufactured crisis. Despite immense opposition from Leader McConnell and members of his conference, our caucus held together, and we've pulled our country back from the cliff's edge that Republicans tried to push us over. This is a temporary but necessary and important fix. I appreciate that at the end of the day we were able to raise the debt limit without a convoluted and unnecessary reconciliation process that until today the Republican leader claimed was the only way to address the debt limit. Let me say that again. Today's vote is proof positive that the debt limit can be addressed without going through the reconciliation process, just as Democrats have been saying for months. The solution is for Republicans to either join us in raising the debt limit or stay out of the way and let Democrats address the debt limit ourselves. Those are the two choices, and it's very simple. Senate Democrats want a long-term solution to the debt limit to make sure financial markets remain stable and our economic recovery stays on track. America's full faith and credit must never be used as a political bargaining chip. I hope my Republican colleagues relent from trying to make it one when we revisit this issue soon. So now that Republican brinksmanship has relented, Senate Democrats will focus on passing Build Back Better agenda, so we can finally build up ladders of opportunity for people to climb up to the middle class, to help people already in the middle class stay there, to fight climate change and create the good-paying jobs of tomorrow, and rekindle that sunny American optimism that has long been the core of our national identity. I yield the floor.
Cloture having been invoked, the motion to refer and the amendments pending thereto fall. Under the previous order, amendment number 3848 is withdrawn, and all post-cloture time is expired. The question occurs on the motion to concur in the House amendments to S1301 with amendment number 3847. The yeas and nays were previously ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. I did, thank you. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Thank you. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. I do. Thank you. Marshall, no. I'm not staying in the county. I got a 10 o'clock flight to catch. Kansas City. Yeah, I was surprised. Wasn't there Monday or Tuesday that we rechecked today in Florida? It looks like it's surprised. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich,
Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy.
Mr. Moran's back there.
I know. Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema,
I sent you an email. I'll text you.
Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, thank you, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, King, Leahy, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Tester, Warner, and Warnock. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blunt, Bozeman, Braun, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Hall, Portman, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Sass, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Toomey. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. I have you. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Lee, no. And Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Warren, aye.
I'll sit on point.
Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. I got her. I got her. I have her. Mr. Cruz, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 48. The motion to concur with the amendment is agreed to. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 259, Gustavo A. Gilpey of Puerto Rico, to be United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Gustavo A. Gilpey of Puerto Rico be the United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Yes, sir. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper,
I'm sorry she sacrificed herself for our good.
Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith,
Thank you so much.
Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse. These two. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Graham, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blunt, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, McConnell, Moran, Hall, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Sass, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no.
I'm not leading.
Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Braun, no.
Have all senators voted? Does any senator wish to change his or her vote? If not, the yeas are 54, the nays are 39, and the motion is agreed to. Cloture having been invoked, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Gelpi nomination.
Now, Madam President.
Majority Leader.
Now, Madam President, while most of the attention in this chamber falls on the elected members, today I want to recognize one of the many people who works behind the scenes who quite literally makes the Senate come to life, and someone we wish a fond, thankful, and happy farewell. Megan Mercer, where'd you go? There you are. Megan Mercer, thank you for all you have done over the past few years in your role as senior floor assistants. We've seen you scurrying around, making sure everything works, and we so much appreciate it. Day after day, you've made this body work, and we wish you well on the road ahead. Thank you. Now, Madam President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 364.
Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Patricia Tolliver Giles of Virginia to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Virginia.
I send the cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 364, Patricia Tolliver Giles of Virginia, to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Virginia, signed by 17 senators.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Finally, I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call for the cloture motion filed today, October 7th, be waived, and that the cloture motion ripen at 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday, October 19th.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President, and I yield to my dear friend, the Senator from New Mexico.
Madam President.
The Senator from New Mexico.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider calendar 346, Xochitl Torres Small of New Mexico, to be Undersecretary of Agriculture for Rural Development, and that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate.
Can you repeat that? The Senate.
Madam President.
The Senator from New Mexico.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate consider calendar 346, Xochitl Torres Small of New Mexico, to be Undersecretary of Agriculture for Rural Development, and that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate.
Without objection. The clerk will report.
Nominations, Department of Agriculture, Xochitl Torres Small of New Mexico to be Undersecretary. Consumer Product Safety Commission. Oh.
The question is on the nomination. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The nomination is confirmed.
I ask consent that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all without intervening action or debate. The no further motions be in order to the nomination, that any statements related to the nomination be printed in the record, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Madam President.
The Senator from New Mexico.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate consider the following nominations en bloc. Calendars number 356, 357, that the Senate vote on the nominations en bloc without intervening action or debate. The motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate. That any statements related to the nominations be printed in the record. That the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection. The question occurs on the nominations en bloc. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The nominations are confirmed.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills en bloc. Calendars number 130 and S233, calendars 131, S1226, calendar 132, S2205, calendar 133, S2126.
Is there objection to proceeding en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the bills be considered read a third time and passed en bloc, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table en bloc.
Without objection.
Madam President, I have 5 requests for the committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to Senate Resolution 372.
The clerk will report.
SRES 372, designating the week beginning September 13, 2021 as National Hispanic Serving Institutions Week.
Without objection. Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Madam President, I know of no further debate on the resolution.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the preamble be agreed to and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration and that the Senate now proceed to Senate Resolution 400.
The clerk will report.
SRES 400, designating September 2021 as National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Senate Resolution 411, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
SRES 411, designating October 6, 2021 as Energy Efficiency Day, and so forth.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I know of no further debate on the resolution.
Is there further debate? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following Senate resolutions which were submitted earlier today. Senate Resolution 412, Senate Resolution 413, Senate Resolution 414, Senate Resolution 415, Senate Resolution 416.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table all en bloc.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-544 and the Senate proceed to immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-544, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to designate 1 week each year as Buddy Check Week, and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee be discharged from further consideration of S-796 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-796, a bill to codify maternity care coordination programs at the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Tester substitute amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to. The bill, as amended, be considered read 3 times and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
read the word.
Madam President,
The senator from New Mexico.
I move to proceed to executive
We're at
session.
a quorum call.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the quorum call.
Without objection.
Madam President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 261.
Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Nomination, Christine P. O'Hearn of New Jersey to be United States District Judge for the District of New Jersey.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 261, Christine P. O'Hearn of New Jersey to be United States District Judge for the District of New Jersey, signed by 18 senators, as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the cloture motion on calendar 364 and that the mandatory quorum call for the cloture motion filed today, October 7th, be waived and that the cloture motion ripen at 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday, October 19th.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn to then reconvene for pro forma sessions only, with no business being conducted on the following dates and times, and that the following each pro forma session, the Senate adjourn until the next pro forma session, Friday, October 8th at 11:30 a.m., Tuesday, October 12th at 12 noon, and Thursday, October 14th at 5 p.m. I further ask that when the Senate adjourns on Thursday, October 14th, and next convenes at 3 p.m. on Monday, October 18th, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. And upon conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Giles nomination with all provisions under the previous order in effect. Finally, that if the Jelpi nomination is confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made. Madam President.
The senator from New Mexico.
Finally, that if the O'Hearn nomination is confirmed, the motion Madam President.
The senator from New Mexico.
I further ask that when the Senate adjourns on Thursday, October 14th, and next convene at 3 p.m. Monday, October 18th, that following the prayer and pledge, morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their later use in the day, and morning business be closed. That upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the O'Hearn nomination with all provisions under the previous order in effect. Finally, that if the Galpy nomination is confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Madam President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 11:30 a.m. tomorrow.